powerful kick slices through the air, creating a sharp impact that reverberates with intense force. Another devastating blow lands, a fist connecting with bone-jarring force, sending shockwaves through the impact point. Su Hong unleashes a rapid, powerful punch, his body a blur of motion as he strikes with precision and raw strength. The unnamed observer recoils in agony, clutching his chest and exclaiming that the impact hurts like hell, while other trainees continue their rigorous practice in the background. The unnamed observer marvels at Su Hong's improved Vajra fist, asking if he has already reached minute subtlety. Su Hong calmly confirms he achieved the breakthrough just 2 days ago. A system prompt details the 5 levels of martial mastery: beginner, mastery, minute subtlety, greater mastery, and the ultimate state of perfection, each visually represented by a progressively more powerful figure. The unnamed observer, wide-eyed and giving a thumbs up, declares Su Hong's Vajra fist insane, asserting that no one else in the class can even touch him. Su Hong, flexing his back muscles, challenges his training partner, asking if he's rested enough to continue their intense session. From an overhead view, the unnamed observer, exasperated, calls Su Hong a training maniac and declares he's going home to eat, leaving Su Hong to ponder alone in the vast gym. Waving his hand, the unnamed observer bids farewell to Teacher Lee, gym bag slung over his shoulder as he departs. An unnamed man in blue shirt, wearing glasses, instructs the departing student to dress properly before leaving the training hall. The unnamed man in blue shirt confronts Su Hong, stating he finally found him and questioning his plans for the martial examination. The unnamed man in blue shirt reminds Su Hong that the 30,000 yuan registration fee for the martial examination is still unpaid, with the deadline rapidly approaching next Monday. Su Hong, visibly distressed and sweating, pleads for a few more days to pay, but the unnamed man in blue shirt regretfully explains that despite knowing Su Hong's family struggles, rules cannot be bent. Moon casts its ethereal glow through the intricate glass panels of the gym ceiling, marking the passage of time. Alone in the sprawling gymnasium, Su Hong stands at the center, a solitary figure dwarfed by the immense training space as night falls. Su Hong clenches his fists, his face etched with frustration and fierce determination as the daunting 30,000 yuan registration fee echoes in his mind. A flashback reveals a tragic past, showing a young Su Hong, barely a child, weeping amidst the ruins after his parents perished in a ferocious beast disaster when he was 3. The narrative shifts to a framed family photo as Su Hong recounts how he lived with his uncle and aunt, who wholeheartedly supported his martial training after discovering his talent. In a world overrun by ferocious beasts, martial practitioners are depicted as an elite, high-income profession, standing as the bulwark against the monstrous tide. Su Hong, drenched in sweat, laments his current situation, realizing his pursuit of martial arts, meant to secure a better life for his family, is now inadvertently causing them more hardship. Under the soft glow of streetlights, a quiet apartment building stands illuminated against the night sky, its windows casting warm light. Su Hong stands at the door, overhearing his mother ask about the overdue rent, while his father suggests delaying it to prioritize Su Hong's registration fee. Su Hong listens intently as his father speaks of his immense talent, insisting they cannot hold him back from pursuing his potential. In a heartfelt exchange, Su Hong's mother offers to stop her incurable medicine to save money, but his father vehemently refuses, insisting he will take on more work for her to rest and recover. Dressed in his jacket, Su Hong stands silently, his face a mask of profound distress as the weight of his family's sacrifices settles upon him. Overwhelmed by anguish, Su Hong clutches his head, the burden of his family's struggles pressing down on him with crushing force. Su Hong returns home, greeting his uncle and aunt, who express concern over his late-night training, worried he must be exhausted. Su Hong offers to help, but his strong-willed father, flexing, dismisses it as a small chore, urging Su Hong to rest for tomorrow, echoing his aunt's concern. The light of the sky filters through the geometric patterns of the window, marking the end of a long day and the promise of a new dawn. As the soft light of dawn fills his room, Su Hong lies in bed, a deep resolve hardening his gaze. He internally declares that his family has sacrificed enough, and from this moment forward, he will face his own challenges. Su Hong ponders the extraordinary feat of a martial cultivator earning tens of thousands in mere days, a goal he now sets for himself. The next day dawns, revealing a sleek, modern structure nestled amidst lush greenery, signaling a new setting for Su Hong's ambitions. The scene shifts to an underground fighting arena, a brutal stage where only victory or defeat dictates survival. An unseen announcer welcomes the audience to the Martial Apprentice Arena Challenge. On the brightly lit stage, a charismatic female announcer proudly presents the day's formidable defender, a muscular fighter wearing a distinctive minotaur mask. The announcer details the high stakes. A massive 60,000 yuan prize awaits anyone who can secure 4 consecutive victories, with no consolation for a single loss. The Minotaur masked man's eyes gleam with resolve. In the stands, one spectator questions the identity of the new challenger, while another dismisses him as a rookie foolishly courting death by entering a defense match so quickly. Another audience member, arms crossed, simply labels the challenger as some newbie, reflecting the general skepticism. The female announcer urges the Minotaur-masked man to display more passion and energize the crowd. He appears unsure, asking how he should achieve that. She clarifies, instructing him to taunt and trash-talk his opponents, expressing her frustration with uninspired newcomers. The Minotaur-masked man acknowledges her advice. Following her guidance, the Minotaur-masked man lets out a thunderous roar, declaring himself invincible below the martial practitioner realm and challenging all weaklings to face him. The announcer watches, wide-eyed. The crowd erupts in a mix of shock and excitement. Some call him arrogant, others cheer him as badass, while one spectator grimly predicts his swift demise. The arena lights flash as the crowd roars, chanting for the Minotaur-masked man to kill his opponent and tear him apart. The announcer's voice booms, declaring the match officially underway. Su Hong, beneath the Minotaur mask, observes the suffocating killing intent of the underground arena. He reflects that this brutal path is his only means to quickly earn tuition fees, hoping his Vajra fist will carry him to victory. New challenger, a lean fighter in a white animal mask, lunges forward, taunting Su Hong as an arrogant brat and eager to play with him. Su Hong, still in his Minotaur mask, calmly assesses his opponent's strong presence but unstable lower stance, concluding that he seems easy to defeat. The challenger, surrounded by a blue aura, throws a powerful punch, demanding to know why Su Hong is spacing out. Su Hong, clad in his Minotaur mask, prepares to counter, his bandaged fist glowing with a potent blue energy, ready to unleash his power. With a swift, devastating blow, Su Hong's blue-infused fist connects, sending his opponent reeling backward with a pained cry. The challenger is launched across the arena, crashing hard onto the ring floor, utterly defeated by Su Hong's overwhelming power. Su Hong, still in his Minotaur mask, stands victorious, raising his arm in triumph over his fallen opponent. The announcer's voice echoes, confirming the Minotaur's first win and calling for the next challenger. The crowd roars with excitement, exclaiming in awe as the defeated challenger is swiftly carried out of the ring, a testament to Su Hong's decisive victory. A new, muscular challenger with a red and gold mask steps forward, confidently dismissing Su Hong's previous win as mere luck and declaring that his fortune ends now. Su Hong, with a calm gesture, invites the new opponent. He internally notes the challenger's decent build, deeming him a perfect test for his Vajra fist. The red mask challenger charges forward, declaring his attack as he launches a powerful punch towards Su Hong. Fists collide with immense force, a burst of blue energy emanating from Su Hong's strike as he meets the challenger's attack head-on. The red mask challenger's face contorts in surprise and strain, overwhelmed by the sheer power of Su Hong's fist. Su Hong, still observing, confidently concludes that his opponent's fist strength is clearly inferior to his own. Su Hong delivers another crushing blow, sending the challenger flying backward with a powerful impact, his internal monologue describing the decisive moment. Su Hong analyzes his opponent's vulnerability, noting how the previous punch caused his body to overcommit, leaving his entire waist wide open for another attack. The Minotaur, a formidable fighter, unleashes a thunderous kick, striking his opponent with brutal force and sending shockwaves through the arena. The sheer power of the Minotaur's blow sends his adversary hurtling across the ring, leaving a trail of explosive energy in its wake. Spectators exclaim in awe, acknowledging the immense strength displayed. As the Minotaur stands victorious over his defeated opponent, an announcer declares the next round, confirming the Minotaur's second consecutive win. High above, the vast fighting arena stretches out, illuminated by the bright lights, the echoes of the crowd's excitement still lingering. In a lavish private box, an unnamed observer, surrounded by his retinue, remarks on the Minotaur's surprising talent, noting that his strength far surpasses ordinary martial apprentices, despite not being a quasi-martial practitioner. The announcer confirms the Minotaur's third consecutive victory. The unnamed observer, watching the ongoing fights, coldly assesses the Minotaur as perfect material for fixed fights. The unnamed observers mask subordinate volunteers to recruit the Minotaur, receiving a strict instruction to conceal his true status as a true martial practitioner. Su Hong, his hands wrapped and eyes burning with determination, steels himself for his next fight, knowing that one more victory will secure the coveted 60,000 yuan prize. The Minotaur's eyes widen in surprise as he recognizes his next opponent, exclaiming that it's the White Fox, who is also joining the defense challenge. As the White Fox steps into the ring to face the Minotaur, observers question why a quasi-martial practitioner is allowed to compete against martial apprentices, deeming it outright cheating. Su Hong, watching the unfolding match, acknowledges the immense challenge of fighting a quasi-martial practitioner, but his resolve hardens, vowing that he cannot lose. A subtle, confident smirk plays on the White Fox's masked face, his eyes gleaming with unsettling self-assurance as he prepares for the final defense match. The white fox, radiating an aura of superiority, taunts his opponent, assuring them not to be scared and promising to go easy. The announcer's voice booms across the stadium, declaring the commencement of the final defense match as the white fox and the minotaur stand poised for battle. The resounding begin. Both fighters explode into action, hurtling towards each other with incredible speed, the air crackling with anticipation. The minotaur, acutely aware of his opponent's superior realm, resolves to unleash his full power from the very first move, knowing he cannot hold back. The minotaur's powerful punch connects, but the white fox meets it with an impenetrable defense, sending a ripple of force through the air. As his attack is effortlessly parried, the minotaur reels in shock, realizing the white fox's power far exceeds that of a mere quasi-martial practitioner. The white fox takes a deep, controlled breath, his form subtly shifting as a crimson aura begins to emanate, signaling a devastating counterattack. Activating Thunder Rush Fist, the white fox unleashes a rapid, crimson-infused strike that slams directly into the minotaur, sending shockwaves through the arena. Blood streams from the minotaur's nose and mouth as he staggers backward, the terrifying power of the blow forcing him to acknowledge the true strength of a genuine martial practitioner. An astonished spectator exclaims, identifying the devastating technique as the legendary Triple Resonance Thunder Rush Fist. Another audience member declares with chilling certainty that the minotaur is utterly finished, his defeat seemingly inevitable. The white fox presses his relentless assault, a flurry of strikes forcing the minotaur into a desperate defensive stance, taunting him to fight back and reveal his true capabilities. The minotaur endures the barrage, his body screaming under the impacts, realizing he must find an opening for a counterattack or face certain defeat. While the minotaur desperately searches for an opening, the white fox maintains his aggressive onslaught, a blur of motion and power. The minotaur braces himself, his bandaged arm absorbing another powerful blow from the white fox, the impact shaking his entire frame. Su Hong is sent flying, his body twisting midair from the sheer force of the white fox's attack in the arena, the impact shaking his entire frame. His vision blurs as a wave of pain washes over him. Su Hong grimaces, battling to hold onto his senses as his consciousness rapidly fades. The figure in the white fox mask stands triumphant over the fallen Su Hong, his foot pressing down on Su Hong's chest. He coldly declares that Su Hong will not receive a single cent of the match's prize money. Looking down with disdain, the figure in the white fox mask offers Su Hong a deal. Join his teacher, throw fights, and he'll still pay the full prize. But Su Hong, battered and bruised, defiantly retorts that he would never stoop to such a shameless act. The figure in the white fox mask's expression hardens as he warns Su Hong to think carefully, reminding him that he cannot afford to refuse their offer. Despite his injuries, Su Hong's eyes burn with righteous fury. He bellows, questioning how these individuals dare call themselves martial practitioners after such dishonorable actions. With a chilling gaze, the figure in the white fox mask simply asks if there is truly nothing left to discuss, his tone implying a grim consequence for Su Hong's refusal. The figure in the white fox mask lunges, his kick aimed to cripple Su Hong. He vows to ensure Su Hong can only dream of becoming a martial practitioner. The devastating blow lands, and Su Hong's eyes widen in a mixture of terror and excruciating pain as his body absorbs the full impact. The figure in the white fox mask's powerful kick sends Su Hong reeling through the air, the force of the strike evident. Below, his eye gleams with cold satisfaction. Against all odds, Su Hong forces himself to stand, a fiery red aura erupting around his battered form. He internally screams that he cannot fall, he cannot collapse here. The figure in the white fox mask watches in disbelief, his mind racing. He wonders aloud how Su Hong could possibly still be standing after taking a full-power Thunder Rush Fist. Su Hong hangs his head, a vision of his happy family appearing before him. He vows to become a martial practitioner, to let them live a good life, and not let his uncle and aunt's sacrifices be in vain. Yet a deep conflict stirs within him. Must he abandon the pride of a martial practitioner to achieve this? The image of his family shatters, revealing a grim alternate future where Su Hong is in a wheelchair, his loved ones distressed. He vehemently rejects this fate, declaring he will never accept such a future. A mysterious holographic interface materializes before Su Hong. A system prompt appears, asking him what he is willing to give for his family and his conviction. Engulfed in a crackling red and orange lightning aura, Su Hong's eyes glow with fierce resolve. He shouts his answer, everything. The system reiterates its challenge. Are you willing to pay the price? And Su Hong's unwavering response echoes, everything. Suddenly, Su Hong finds himself in a new, enigmatic environment, a vast chamber lit by ethereal blue light. His body, now free of the Minotaur's horns and red scarf, shows fresh bruises as his eyes glow with an inner light. Su Hong surveys the grand, shadowy hall, his own monstrous shadow stretching behind him. He questions the nature of this mysterious place. A colossal, radiant entity, glowing with golden light and adorned with horns and wings, appears before Su Hong. He gazes up in awe, barely able to utter a word. Majestic golden entity declares its intention to grant Su Hong a chance, its voice resonating with immense power. Golden energy surges and swirls around Su Hong, forming intricate patterns on the ground as he stands at the center of this powerful transformation. A luminous golden system panel materializes directly in front of Su Hong, its appearance accompanied by a crackle of energy. System panel displays Su Hong's current attributes. Name, Su Hong, Vitality, 85, Spirit, 23, Physique, Mortal Body, 3%, and his martial skills, including Vajra Fist, Floating Light Palm, and Void Step, along with a new mission, Way of the Arena. Su Hong reaches out, his finger hovering near the glowing panel. He wonders if this is a touchscreen capable of displaying all his attributes. His finger taps the Mission tab, a small notification indicating a new task awaiting his attention. The mission details unfold. Random mission, Way of the Arena. The objective is clear. Hone his martial arts, specifically Vajra Fist, Floating Light Palm, and Void Step, to eventually confront and defeat the White Fox in the outside world. The reward, a beginner's guide. Su Hong looks thoughtful, a faint holographic image of himself shimmering behind him. He muses aloud, questioning the nature of this beginner's guide. With a sharp intake of breath, Su Hong's profile hardens, his eyes filled with renewed determination as he prepares to face the challenges ahead. Su Hong throws himself into a rigorous training regimen, facing off against a spectral clone that mirrors his every move, pushing his physical limits. Is this my clone? Su Hong wonders, beads of sweat tracing his determined brow. It's even using the Vajra Fist, and with a subtlety that feels like a textbook example, far beyond my own. With such a perfect role model right before me, Su Hong declares, I cannot miss this chance to learn and improve. He unleashes a powerful punch, mimicking the clone's superior technique. His bandaged fist connects with the clone's arm, a surge of energy radiating from the impact as he refines his technique through direct confrontation. As the intense exchange continues, Su Hong internally questions, is he actively demonstrating for me? He pushes harder, absorbing every nuance. A sudden, powerful blow lands, and Su Hong cries out, oh no, as he takes the full force of the clone's refined attack. Clone delivers a devastating kick, sending Su Hong reeling backward as ripples of raw energy explode from the point of contact. Su Hong observes his system panel, noting the Vajra Fist micro-level now at progress 10%. He muses, 10%? I remember it was only 7% before. Has improvement truly come this fast? Su Hong reaffirms his resolve, concluding, but it definitely allows me to upgrade my martial skills quickly. He readies himself for the next round of intense training. The training intensifies as Su Hong and his clone blur across the arena, their movements leaving shimmering trails of energy in their wake. Their rapid exchange of blows sees the Vajra Fist micro-level skill progress from 15% to 23%. Below, their agile footwork pushes Void Step proficient to 59%, indicating rapid mastery. The relentless combat pushes Void Step proficient to 70%, followed by a cascade of skill advancements. Floating Light Palm surges from 35% to 95%, while Vajra Fist micro-level reaches 92%, and Void Step climbs to an astonishing 97%. The final burst of speed, Su Hong's Void Step skill reaches 100% proficiency, instantly upgrading from proficient to micro-level. Su Hong unleashes a devastating Vajra Fist, connecting with an explosive force. The system confirms Vajra Fist micro-level has reached 100%, now declaring it mastered. Exhausted yet triumphant, Su Hong lets out a deep breath, as the remnants of his clone dissipate into golden particles around him. The arduous training is complete. Covered in cuts and bruises, Su Hong gratefully acknowledges the system. Thanks a lot. A notification appears. Congratulations, player, on completing the mission, Way of the Arena. Mission rewards have been issued. Does the player agree to return to reality? Main protagonist, now cloaked in a fierce red aura and donning a demonic mask, stands ready in a new arena. From behind, a shocked man watches as the protagonist declares, agree. The shocked man, clearly agitated by the main protagonist's mysterious demeanor, lunges forward, shouting, playing mysterious, take this. As his opponent attacks, the main protagonist unleashes a counterstrike, a powerful thunder rush fist, infused with his crimson aura. The dismissive air, the main protagonist effortlessly evades the incoming attack, remarking, so slow. The shocked man, his masked face contorted in effort, presses his attack, throwing a rapid punch. The shocked man's mask shatters violently, fragments exploding outward from a brutal, unseen impact. Unmasked, the main protagonist reveals an intense, focused expression, sweat beading on his brow as debris swirls around him, the aftermath of his overwhelming power. The arena crowd erupts in gasps and exclamations of shock, their faces reflecting utter disbelief at the display of power they just witnessed. The main protagonist stands triumphant in the center of the ring, his opponent lying defeated at his feet, the silence of the arena broken only by his imposing presence. The main protagonist addresses an unnamed female, stating, "I won the 4th match. When will you give me the prize money?" She seems startled, responding, "Huh? Oh. An unnamed man in a suit, holding a drink, observes as a system announcement declares, "Congratulations to Minotaur for successfully defending the ring, winning the 60,000 grand prize." Unnamed man in suit expresses his disbelief. Vajra fist mastered. How could a martial apprentice possibly cultivate Vajra fist to mastered? Most martial artists can't even do that. The unnamed man in suit issues a command to his bodyguards. "You guys follow him, investigate his true identity." One bodyguard responds with a crisp yes. Under the cloak of night, the main protagonist, now in casual attire, walks calmly down a city street, seemingly unaware of the eyes now tracking his every move. He seems to sense a subtle shift in the air, his sharp eyes betraying a hint of awareness as he walks calmly down the city street. The street remains empty, yet 2 figures in dark suits scan their surroundings, a clear frustration on their faces as their target seems to have vanished. Agitated, one of the suited men demands to know their target's location, while the other reminds him of their boss's strict orders to uncover his identity. High above the alley, Su-hong presses himself against a wall, a smirk playing on his lips as he internally scoffs at their futile attempts to track him. Under the serene glow of the full moon, the city rooftops stretch out, offering a silent escape route across the urban landscape. 1 hour later, the scene shifts to Su-hong's humble home, bathed in the quiet stillness of the night. Su-hong's mother and father stare in disbelief at the towering stack of cash. His mother exclaims in shock, questioning if he had robbed a bank and demanding to know the money's origin. Su-hong calmly explains to his parents that the money comes from his dojo, where the master recognized his talent and decided to sponsor his martial arts studies. His father, however, recalls Su-hong previously describing the dojo as extremely stingy. With a charming smile, Su-hong extends his hand towards his parents, asking if they still don't trust him. His parents, now beaming with pride and relief, agree that their little Hong would never lie, convinced of his promising future. Back on the rooftop, Su-hong kneels, meticulously digging into a hidden spot, a task he performs with practiced ease. Relaxing on the rooftop under the moonlight, Su-hong reflects with satisfaction that the martial arts exam registration fee, rent, and even his auntie's medical expenses are now covered, letting out a relieved laugh. Su-hong observes his holographic system screen, noting his talent, unmatched through the ages, vitality, 85, spirit, 23, and martial value, 67. He acknowledges the system's role in his recent success, but wonders why his other stats, apart from martial skill levels, haven't changed. System notification pops up, revealing that by defeating a higher-level opponent, Su-hong gains 67 martial value points, which can be used to increase vitality and martial skills. He muses aloud, realizing the true potential of martial value. Deciding to test the system, Su-hong taps the screen, initiating a transfer of martial value, seeing his vitality increase by 0.1 for each point spent. The system confirms a significant boost, displaying his new vitality, 90. Su-hong's eyes widen, his pupils dilating as a surge of power courses through him, sweat beading on his brow from the intense transformation. A vibrant, fiery aura erupts around Su-hong, his stance firm and powerful, radiating an overwhelming energy. Su-hong observes the system notification, confirming his vitality has reached 90, elevating him to the level of a quasi-martial artist. Determined, Su-hong commands the system to allocate all his remaining martial value directly into vitality, initiating a rapid series of upgrades. Su-hong lifts his shirt, revealing a perfectly healed and sculpted physique, noting that his physical strength has dramatically improved and all his wounds are gone. He feels an endless surge of power, eager to find a place to test his newfound capabilities. Driven by his surging power, Su-hong leaps effortlessly across the city rooftops, a blur against the night sky as he seeks a proving ground. With a confident smirk and glowing blue eyes, Su-hong decides his school's drill ground, equipped with a combat power tester, is the perfect place to unleash his enhanced abilities. Su-hong descends into a vast, empty drill ground, its circular arena awaiting the demonstration of his formidable strength. He approaches the Tier 1 combat power tester at the center of the arena, a device ready to measure the true extent of his power. Gathering his strength, Su-hong winds up a powerful punch, a red aura flaring around him, declaring he will unleash 70% of his power for this initial test. His face contorts with fierce concentration, one eye blazing red as his punch rockets forward with devastating intent. With a blinding flash of red energy, Su-hong's punch connects, unleashing a powerful impact that reverberates through the entire testing device. Su-hong recoils slightly, a surprised escaping his lips as steam billows around the damaged tester, hinting at the overwhelming force he just exerted. Looking down at the now-wrecked combat power tester, Su Hong groans, wondering if he'll be forced to pay for the damage, lamenting the device's poor quality. The night's silence is shattered by a commotion, with two figures frantically fleeing the scene of the destroyed combat power tester. A distant voice echoes, demanding to know the source of the racket, while the culprits urge each other to run. An elderly man in pajamas stands amidst the wreckage, his face contorted in fury. He bellows, questioning which bastard dared to smash the school's tester, already suspecting the two notorious students, Chan Shan and Li Tu. His rage boils over, steam practically fuming from his ears, as he vows to properly educate the culprits once school officially begins. Scene shifts to the Star City No. 1 high school gymnasium, bustling with students gathered for an assembly, the air filled with murmurs. Among the crowd, a group of students in their school tracksuits discuss the recent events, one of them asking why Chin Shan was beaten up. Another student explains that Chun Shan was punished by the principal for smashing the outdoor drill ground tester in the middle of the night and refusing to confess. His friend adds, lamenting that Chun Shan was forced to take the blame. On stage, the silver-haired examiner introduces his old comrade-in-arms, Tier 3 martial artist Chun Tian, who is present to teach everyone a C-rank martial art called Thunder Rush Fist, urging them to learn it well. From the back of the crowd, Su Hong observes the stage, noting that this is his first time seeing a Tier 3 martial artist. He considers the immense cost of learning such C-rank martial arts at outside dojos, easily hundreds of thousands. Su Hong's eyes narrow as he recognizes the technique as Thunder Rush Fist, recalling that White Fox also used it. He is deeply impressed, acknowledging the immense power of a single punch that blasts out the impact of three. Contemplating the high cost of learning this C-rank martial art outside, Su Hong clenches his fist, resolute in his decision to seize this rare opportunity. Chun Tian silences the murmuring students, announcing that he will demonstrate the Thunder Rush Fist 10 times from start to finish, emphasizing that their learning depends solely on their own effort. His foot moves with incredible speed, kicking up dust and creating a distinct swish sound, indicating the swiftness of his technique. Chun Tian unleashes a powerful punch, energy crackling around his fist as he explains the Thunder Rush Fist, a fierce and domineering technique where even at the basic level, a punch emits a sound like thunder. He continues to demonstrate, detailing the progression: 3 sounds at proficient level, 5 sounds at micro level, and 7 sounds once mastered. Chun Tian's body glows with a golden, swirling aura as he proudly declares that 7 sounds represent his current realm of mastery. He then informs the students that the perfect realm allows one to strike out 9 sounds, but advises them not to aim too high, suggesting that reaching the basic level today would be sufficient. Chun Tian begins his second demonstration, instructing the students to follow along. The entire class moves in unison, practicing the Thunder Rush Fist with a collective shout of hoo-ha. Several hours later, the gymnasium floor is littered with exhausted students, many slumped in defeat. Voices of frustration rise, lamenting the difficulty of the technique and questioning if anyone found the trick to mastering it. One student, visibly trembling and distressed, exclaims his exasperation, finding the C-rank martial art simply too hard to learn. The same student, looking around in surprise, calls out for Su Hong, asking if he has learned the technique, then wonders aloud where he has gone, staring at an empty outline where Su Hong once stood. Suddenly, Chan Shan, glowing with a newfound energy, triumphantly declares that he has successfully reached the basic level. The other student watches in shock, marveling at Chan Shan's genius and wondering about his incredible mind. On stage, the silver-haired examiner points to Chun Shan, proudly identifying him as the school's number 1 genius and asking Chun Tian if he's interested in guiding him. Chun Tian dismissively remarks that such a level is merely passing in other cities. Under a clear blue sky, Chun Tian and the silver-haired examiner walk away from the school building, their discussion continuing outside. Chun Tian expresses his disappointment to the silver-haired examiner, stating that his batch of students is not good, making his visit fruitless. The silver-haired examiner counters, arguing that having 1 student reach basic level is already commendable, and that expecting a top-tier genius is too much. As they continue walking, Chun Tian asserts the cruel reality of martial Dao cultivation, where talent is paramount. The silver-haired examiner agrees, emphasizing that hard work alone, without opportunity, is utterly futile. Suddenly, both Chun Tian and the silver-haired examiner are jolted by an intense, thundering sensation, their expressions turning to shock and disbelief. They stare in astonishment as Su Hong stands enveloped in crackling blue lightning, having mastered the 7-sound Thunder Rush Fist. Chun Tian exclaims in disbelief that the school possesses such an expert, while the silver-haired examiner finds it impossible, having never heard of such a feat. Su Hong unleashes a powerful punch, surrounded by a blinding flash of blue energy. The silver-haired examiner notes his student attire, while Chun Tian is dumbfounded, wondering how a student could reach mastered level after only half a day of instruction. Behind a fence, both Chun Tian and the silver-haired examiner are utterly flabbergasted, trembling with shock. The silver-haired examiner stutters, questioning if he heard correctly. 9 sounds? Old Chun, 9 sounds, then asks what is wrong with Chun Tian. Wide, almost manic grin spreads across Chun Tian's face, his eyes gleaming with a profound realization as he declares, I understand everything now. The profound realization ignites a surge of power as a clenched fist crackles with intense golden lightning, radiating raw energy. Old Chun unleashes a devastating strike, shouting the name of his technique, Thunder Rush Fist. The golden lightning erupts forward with immense force. The unnamed old man in suit gasps in astonishment, exclaiming that Old Chun has achieved a breakthrough to 8 sounds. Old Chun, still charged with power, reveals the Thunder Rush Fist was the inspiration he needed to finally advance. Old Chun, dismissing further discussion, urges the unnamed old man in suit to quickly identify the student responsible for the technique. The unnamed old man in suit lets out a surprised ah as they both rush forward. They arrive at the spot only to find an empty outline where the mysterious student once stood. Old Chun questions where the person could have gone, bewildered by their sudden disappearance. Meanwhile, Su Hong is seen running through the city, reflecting on the unexpected exhaustion from cultivating a C-rank martial skill, noting it far surpasses the D-rank Vajra Fist. Su Hong gazes at his holographic system, which displays his stats: Vitality 917, Spirit 23, Physique at 3%, Mortal Body. His Thunder Rush Fist is now perfected, while other skills like Vajra Fist, Floating Light Palm, and Void Step are at various micro-levels. He contemplates how to earn martial values to break through to a true martial artist, wondering if sparring can achieve it. Su Hong arrives at his destination, the grand entrance of the Raging Thunder Dojo, confirming to himself that he has reached his workplace. Inside the dojo, numerous students are engaged in vigorous spear training, their movements swift and disciplined. Fellow student greets Su Hong, asking why he came to the dojo today. Su Hong casually replies that there's nothing much going on, he just came to practice. Across the room, Li Yan, a young man with purple hair, aggressively kicks a defeated opponent, demonstrating his overwhelming strength. Li Yan glares with a furious expression, a red aura emanating around him, as he harshly rebukes someone for daring to criticize his teacher's methods, demanding they admit their own poor comprehension instead of making excuses. Su Hong observes the commotion, internally questioning the situation. An overheard comment explains that Li Yan's teacher looks down on commoners and teaches classes perfunctorily. A student explains to Su Hong that he wouldn't know, having not been there lately, but their newly arrived instructor is very strong. The student continues, revealing that the instructor's disciple, Li Yan, is also exceptionally strong, as Su Hong watches 2 silhouetted figures in the distance. Li Yan, with a scornful look, prepares to strike, challenging his opponent's audacity to face him given their perceived low level. The sudden, powerful motion, a fist is caught mid-air, halting the attack. Su Hong calmly intervenes, holding Li Yan's arm and suggesting they stop their confrontation. Li Yan furiously demands to know who Su Hong is, challenging him to a one-on-one fight in the arena if he has the courage. Su Hong, with a confident smirk, accepts the challenge. The stern man in suit, appearing agitated, loudly demands silence, reminding everyone that class is about to begin. Li Yan, thwarted by the interruption, glares at Su Hong and tells him he's lucky before walking away, as Su Hong watches from among the other students. Su Hong's eyes gleam with a faint blue light as he internally remarks on Li Yan's arrogance. The stern man in suit addresses the assembled students, announcing that today is the final lesson for the Raging Sea Spear technique and reiterating the old rule, he will only perform the demonstration once. Stern man in suit executes a powerful, sweeping motion with his spear, demonstrating the Raging Sea Spear technique for the students. A close-up reveals the stern man in suit's determined, almost disdainful expression as he mentally challenges the students, doubting their ability to learn the technique from a single demonstration. Su Hong stands among the students, holding his spear, his gaze calm and focused, with subtle blue energy beginning to shimmer around him. Intense close-up on Su Hong's eye shows the reflection of the stern man in suit spear technique, his pupil glowing with blue energy, meticulously analyzing every detail. The spear strikes the ground with a sharp impact, signifying the conclusion of the demonstration. The stern man in suit addresses the students, stating that their learning from this point forward is entirely up to their own efforts. Many students voice their dissatisfaction, complaining that demonstrating the technique only once is a scam, with those in the back row unable to see anything clearly. As the complaints echo, Su Hong's gaze sharpens, his mind already dissecting the very essence of the technique. He understands the spear's core is to move like a flood dragon, its momentum building with endless, giant waves. With a surge of focus, Su Hong grips the spear, a faint blue energy beginning to swirl around his hands as he prepares his strike. He unleashes the spear, a torrent of vivid blue energy erupting around the shaft, mimicking the relentless force of a raging sea. The surrounding students erupt in disbelief, exclaiming that Su Hong has already mastered the complex technique. Whispers of "what kind of martial arts prodigy is this?" fill the hall as they question their own abilities. The instructor, hearing the commotion, strides forward, his voice cutting through the noise. He demands to know who could possibly have learned the technique, scoffing at the idea that any of them could have. Su Hong continues his flawless execution of the spear technique, his form sharp and precise, as the instructor's eyes fall upon him. The instructor's expression turns serious as he acknowledges Su Hong's uncanny ability. He decides to test the young man's true depth, intrigued by the possibility of encountering a genuine genius. The instructor calls out to Su Hong, offering to provide some pointers on his spear technique, effectively challenging him. As the other students clear a wider space, Su Hong calmly accepts the challenge, ready to face the instructor. A concerned student warns Su Hong that despite the instructor's difficult personality, his strength is formidable, urging him not to act impulsively. Su Hong, however, dismisses the concern with a calm, "Don't worry." With a determined stance, Su Hong respectfully invites the instructor to enlighten him, signaling his readiness for the spar. The instructor charges forward, declaring Su Hong arrogant, and unleashes his raging sea spear technique, a display of refined mastery. Su Hong's expression tightens, a bead of sweat tracing his temple as he processes the formidable attack launched by the instructor. In a stunning display, Su Hong counters, his spear now enveloped in an even more powerful, swirling vortex of blue energy. He has instantly elevated his raging sea spear technique to a proficient level. The instructor's face contorts in absolute shock and disbelief, utterly dumbfounded by Su Hong's instantaneous mastery of the raging sea spear technique to a proficient level. Su Hong's attack surges forward, his raging sea spear technique now undeniably at a proficient level, radiating immense power. The two spears collide with a blinding flash, a powerful shockwave rippling through the air as blue energy fragments explode outwards. The instructor is forcefully pushed back, his mind reeling in confusion. He struggles to comprehend how Su Hong, not yet a true martial artist, could have achieved the proficient stage so rapidly. Su Hong presses his advantage, his spear a relentless force, pushing the instructor further onto the defensive. As Su Hong stands victorious, two system boxes materialize, announcing a gain of 35 martial points for defeating a martial artist above his level, and an additional 32 points. He muses that standard sparring matches are a viable way to earn points and decides to seek out more opponents. Kneeling in defeat, the instructor stares blankly, repeating "impossible. There's no way." He cannot fathom how Su Hong mastered the raging sea spear technique to a proficient stage so quickly. His eyes burn with a mix of despair and rage as he grapples with the implications of this defeat, questioning the value of all his years of training. Consumed by fury, the instructor screams, "Then what was the point of all my years of hard training?" as he lashes out with a desperate punch towards Su Hong. Suddenly, a stern man in suit intervenes, blocking the instructor's enraged strike with a firm hand, his voice booming, "Enough! Stop!" The purple-haired instructor turns to face the stern man in suit, acknowledging him with a subdued, "Instructor." The stern man in suit reprimands the purple-haired instructor sharply, questioning his integrity as a martial artist if he cannot even face defeat with grace. The purple-haired instructor's face falls, a look of shame and regret replacing his previous anger. Stern man in suit observes Su Hong with a profound realization, his thoughts racing. He watched me demonstrate it just once, yet he's already mastered the raging sea spear technique to the proficient stage. Even the geniuses in the Magic City or the Imperial Capital aren't this. Placing a hand on Li Yan's shoulder, the stern man in suit explains that Li Yan, despite his talent, is arrogant, and this defeat by a true genius will be beneficial for him. He then turns to Su Hong, apologizing for his lack of strict discipline over Li Yan. Su Hong observes the stern man in suit with a slight, knowing smirk, thinking to himself, "This guy, he sure changes his tune fast." Walking alone down a city street, Su Hong reflects on his day, acknowledging the exhaustion but satisfied with his earnings. Su Hong reviews his status screen, noting the significant progress he made. He successfully mastered the thunderclap fist and raging sea spear technique, gaining valuable martial points. His vitality stands at 91.7, spirit at 23, and his physique is at 3% of the mortal frame. With school exams approaching, Su Hong realizes the necessity of acquiring a high-grade alloy weapon, just like his wealthier peers at Star City High No. 1. Considers his combat style, deciding to stick with a spear, and resolves to purchase an alloy spear for the upcoming exams. With renewed determination, Su Hong claps his hands, ready to tackle the challenge. A somber realization washes over Su Hong. His current funds, totaling 69,800, are barely enough for his aunt's medical expenses, making an alloy weapon an impossible luxury. Standing in a store, Su Hong desperately wonders if there's any other viable method to earn more money. His eyes land on a public announcement. The Star City Lord is recruiting martial artists to hunt the increasing number of ferocious beasts in the wilderness, promising generous rewards. Su Hong's eyes widen slightly in surprise, questioning the dangerous prospect of hunting beasts outside the city. As night falls, the city's rooftops stretch out under a dark, star-dusted sky. Su Hong's mother gently tends to Su Hong's father, who is covered in bandages, questioning why he continues to overexert himself despite Su Hong's previous financial help. Su Hong's father insists he must save for their children while he's still able, unwilling to burden Su Hong entirely. Su Hong arrives home, greeting his uncle and aunt, who express relief at his return. With a warm smile, Su Hong offers to help his aunt. Su Hong gently presses on his uncle's bandaged back, assuring him that he can now earn money and urging him to stop working part-time and focus on his aunt's care. His uncle, though appreciative, struggles with the idea of idleness. Su Hong's father, blushing slightly, gives a reassuring thumbs up, promising he's only earning a little for daily expenses and won't overexert himself. Su Hong's mother smiles warmly, touched by the family's care. Su Hong, holding a small pouch of money, reflects on his uncle and aunt's ingrained poverty mindset, realizing that only immense wealth will truly allow them to retire and prioritize their health. With a resolute expression, Su Hong decides he cannot let the beast-hunting bounty opportunity pass him by. Recognizing the inherent dangers of the wilderness, Su Hong prudently decides to invest all his newly acquired martial points into vitality, aiming to maximize his strength before venturing out. System notifications of vitality plus 0.1 rapidly appear. As a reddish aura envelopes him, Su Hong observes his updated stats. Vitality now stands at 95.2. With his vitality at 95.2, Su Hong realizes he is on the verge of officially becoming a martial artist. 2 days later, in the school gymnasium at 2240, Su Hong lies exhausted on the floor, having pushed himself to achieve perfection in all his martial arts: Raging Sea Spear Technique, Thunderclap Fist, Floating Light Palm, Vajra Fist, and Void Step. His face still slick with sweat, Su Hong declares his preparations complete and prepares to embark on his journey. On Saturday, Su Hong finally arrives at the expansive Star City martial artist base, grumbling about the long journey. Standing before the grand traditional architecture, Su Hong reflects that despite seeing the martial artist base on TV countless times, this is his first actual visit. Su Hong walks confidently through the bustling martial artist base, surrounded by various other practitioners. He observes the sheer number of martial artists, noting that while they are usually rare, this place is teeming with them, wielding an array of formidable weapons. Su Hong reads through the bounty pamphlet detailing the rewards: 300 blue star coins for unranked ferocious beasts, 1,000 for Tier 1 initial stage, 3,000 for Tier 1 middle stage, and 5,000 for Tier 1 high stage. A look of disgust crosses Su Hong's face as he reads the gruesome requirement. The left ear of a slain beast must be presented as proof for payout, a primitive condition he finds appalling. Su Hong observes another martial artist at the settlement counter, confidently asking a female attendant to tally his spoils. Su Hong grimly surmises that the man's bag must be filled with severed left ears. Suddenly, a boisterous group marches through the settlement, one of them loudly demanding everyone make way. A muscular figure from the group continues to clear the path, arrogantly asserting the presence of young Master Yi. Su Hong's gaze sharpens as he observes young Master Yi, an unsettling familiarity in his attire and aura. He questions if this man could be the enigmatic White Fox from the underground arena. Nearby, 2 men gossip about young Master Yi. One complains about his posturing, only tolerated because his uncle is the base director. The other confirms rumors of young Master Yi getting beaten up recently, which Su Hong overhears, noting his recent absence. Su Hong, still holding his book, subtly glances back at young Master Yi, a hint of recognition or suspicion in his eyes. Young Master Yi, oblivious to the scrutiny, displays a confident smirk, embodying his arrogant demeanor. Su Hong's expression hardens, his eyes reflecting a newfound resolve or a deep-seated wariness. As Su Hong walks away from the bustling settlement, he internally acknowledges that the dangers of this world extend beyond mere beasts. Humans can be just as perilous, demanding extra caution. At the entrance to the wilderness, a stern man in suit questions Su Hong's youth and his decision to venture into the wild alone, to which Su Hong simply affirms. The stern man in suit watches Su Hong disappear into the tunnel, sighing to himself about another ignorant, fearless youth heading into danger. Su Hong's foot steps onto the wild grass, marking his transition from the safety of the settlement into the untamed wilderness. He walks deeper into the lush, sun-dappled forest, the dense canopy towering above him. The concrete structure of the settlement recedes, giving way entirely to the verdant expanse of the forest. With a determined expression, Su Hong rolls up his sleeve, declaring his intention to return with a full haul of spoils. 2 hours pass, the sounds of rustling leaves filling the serene forest as Su Hong continues his hunt. Leaning against a tree, Su Hong expresses his confusion, having not encountered a single beast, and wonders if the outer forest has already been cleared. Resolving to find action, Su Hong declares his intent to venture deeper into the forest, moving with enhanced speed. Suddenly, Su Hong's expression shifts to alert surprise, sensing something in the rustling woods around him. He comes face to face with a formidable white wolf-like monster, its glowing red eyes fixed on him, ready to strike. Su Hong identifies the creature as a nether moon wolf, a Tier 1 initial stage beast, noting his surprise at seeing one alive for the first time. The nether moon wolf lets out a guttural growl, its fangs bared and red eyes glowing menacingly, signaling an imminent attack. With a ferocious howl, the nether moon wolf lunges at Su Hong, who braces for the impact. Wolf's sharp claws strike forward with immense force, aiming to shred Su Hong. Su Hong deftly dodges the attack, leaning back with incredible agility as golden lightning begins to spark around his fist, preparing a counterattack. His fist crackles intensely with raw, golden lightning energy, charged and ready to unleash a powerful blow. Su Hong activates his thunderclap fist, delivering a devastating, lightning-infused punch directly into the nether moon wolf's side. Residual golden lightning energy ripples around Su Hong's arm, showcasing the immense power he just unleashed. Wolf is sent hurtling through the air, spinning violently from the force of the thunderclap fist, letting out a pained roar. Su Hong stands victorious over the defeated nether moon wolf, which lies motionless on the forest floor. Subtle golden energy still emanates from him. His hand trembles slightly, a mix of exhilaration and residual power, as Su Hong muses that fighting a monster is even more exciting than he had ever imagined. Now, with a newfound confidence, Su Hong ponders his growing strength, realizing he can dispatch an early-stage rank 1 beast with ease. His thoughts immediately turn to the next challenge, a mid-stage rank 1. As if summoned by his thoughts, a colossal raging black bear, a rank 1 mid-stage ferocious beast, erupts from the forest, letting out a thunderous roar as it charges. Su Hong stands his ground, a small figure against the monstrous shadow of the charging beast, dust and debris kicked up by its overwhelming presence. With a blinding flash and a powerful impact, Su Hong's attack connects, sending shockwaves through the air. The force of the blow leaves a distinct mark on the raging black bear's thick hide, confirming the devastating power of Su Hong's strike. Su Hong stands victorious over the defeated beast, golden lightning still crackling around him as he acknowledges his current strength. He realizes that rank 2 beasts are the next threshold of danger. Crouching beside the fallen raging black bear, Su Hong expertly harvests its valuable parts, calculating his earnings and confirming a tidy sum of $3,000 from the kill. A system notification appears before Su Hong, confirming that his accumulated martial points are now sufficient for him to finally break through to the martial artist rank. Suddenly, Su Hong's expression shifts to one of alarm as a powerful, unseen aura washes over him, accompanied by a surge of purple energy. Su Hong sits intently, his gaze fixed on the distance, sensing an incredibly intense aura. He wonders what kind of formidable beast could be emitting such power. Driven by curiosity and his warrior's instinct, Su Hong decides to investigate the source of the overwhelming aura, dashing through the dense forest at incredible speed. Perched atop a towering rock, Su Hong surveys the scene below. His eyes widen in shock as he comprehends the sight before him. Below, a colossal black jade giant python, a rank 1 late-stage ferocious beast, coils menacingly, its scales shimmering with a faint purple glow. 2 armored fighters desperately clash with the monstrous python, one of them screaming in sheer terror as the beast's immense power sends them reeling. A close-up reveals the intense struggle, highlighting the strain on a fighter's arm as they try to withstand the python's overwhelming force. One of the fighters is violently hurled backward, crashing into the rocky terrain below, while Su Hong watches the unfolding chaos from his vantage point. Su Hong's face contorts with grim determination, his eyes burning with resolve as he witnesses the brutal struggle against the formidable python. With a powerful leap, Su Hong launches himself into the fray, delivering a thunderous kick towards the massive black jade giant python, aiming to turn the tide of battle. Python's massive body recoils from the impact, its scales groaning under the force of Su Hong's unexpected assault. Su Hong delivers another lightning-fast kick, shattering the ground beneath the python with incredible speed and precision, leaving onlookers astonished. The python's tail whips violently, stirring up a cloud of dust and debris as it attempts to retaliate against Su Hong's relentless attacks. On the ground, a pool of blood stains the earth next to a broken weapon as the injured fighter struggles to breathe, coughing weakly from his wounds. Su Hong stands over the gravely injured fighter, who lies prone on the ground, a spear impaled nearby, a testament to the brutal battle. With a grimace, Su Hong wipes a streak of blood from his mouth, the intense fight taking its toll even on him. Su Hong reaches down, addressing the fallen warrior, and requests to borrow his spear, preparing to face the monstrous python with a proper weapon. Now armed with the spear, Su Hong stands resolute, facing the colossal black jade giant python, ready to engage in a decisive battle. The python lunges forward with a furious roar, its massive jaws gaping wide, fangs bared, aiming to swallow Su Hong whole. Su Hong deftly evades the python's powerful strike, a blur of motion as he considers the immense challenge of facing a rank 1 late-stage beast alone. Leaping into the air, Su Hong aims his spear, confident in his perfected martial arts, knowing he can handle even a rank 1 mid-stage raging black bear with ease. Su Hong lands with a powerful thud, the impact rippling through the ground as he prepares for his next move against the massive serpent. Su Hong launches himself into the air, activating Void Step Perfection. He declares his newfound ability to contend with the black jade giant python. His eyes glow with fierce determination as a vibrant blue aura erupts around him, channeling immense power. He channels the swirling blue energy into his spear, activating Raging Sea Spear Perfection. The Raging Sea Spear strikes the serpent's thick scales, a sharp impact echoing as black fluid bursts from the point of contact. The colossal serpent roars in pain and fury, its massive jaws gaping wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. Su Hong deftly leaps off the serpent's body, creating distance as the massive creature writhes from the impact. His grip tightens on the spear, readying himself for the next precise strike. Su Hong stands firm, his body radiating a potent blue aura as he maintains his battle-ready stance. Blue energy swirls around Su Hong's feet, indicating his readiness to unleash another powerful move or shift position instantly. The fierce gaze and eyes glowing blue, Su Hong internally pushes himself, resolving to attack again. He unleashes another Raging Sea Spear, a piercing blue energy projection hurtling directly towards the colossal serpent. The spear finds its mark, a brilliant white beam of energy striking the serpent's head, eliciting another roar of agony. Su Hong moves with incredible speed, his afterimages blurring as he circles the now two-headed serpent, continuously striking its massive form. Despite his relentless assault, Su Hong acknowledges the immense size difference, realizing a fatal blow is difficult. He plans to wear it down as much as possible first, then find a chance to deliver the killing strike. His expression resolute, Su Hong continues his high-speed assault, a blur of motion against the massive foe. Activating Thunderclap Fist Perfection, Su Hong unleashes a devastating downward strike, imbued with crackling blue lightning energy. Su Hong continues his strategy, ensuring he creates distance immediately after each strike, knowing he must separate himself from the python. He eyes the massive creature, planning to find an opening, attack again, and then quickly disengage, meticulously executing his hit-and-run tactics. Breathing heavily, Su Hong feels the exhaustion of the prolonged fight, yet acknowledges that this cautious approach, though tiring, is at least safe. The two-headed serpent groans, visibly weakening. Su Hong observes, confident it's reaching its limit, and just a few more rounds of circling will allow him to take it down. With renewed vigor and a determined battle cry, Su Hong challenges the weakened beast, shouting, "Bring it on!" Suddenly, Su Hong senses a new presence, turning his head sharply to look over his shoulder. His blue eyes widen in shock as he questions, "Who is that?" A new, menacing figure with a glowing red fist descends from the sky, letting out a mocking laugh as Su Hong stares up in disbelief. Main protagonist's glowing red fist streaks forward, delivering a powerful blow that catches Su Hong off guard, his face contorted in pain. Su Hong is violently thrown backward, skidding across the ground as the main protagonist lands with a forceful impact, kicking up debris. Coughing and struggling to regain his breath, Su Hong pushes himself up, his face etched with pain and confusion. Su Hong struggles to comprehend the sudden attack. A group of shadowy figures emerges from the trees, prompting him to demand, "Who are you people?" The leader of the approaching group, surrounded by a faint red aura, addresses Su Hong with a smirk, stating, "We meet again. How about you give this black jade giant python to me?" Young Master Yi, with a condescending smirk, reveals his surprise that Su Hong dared to venture out alone, fully expecting him to perish in the wilderness. Continues, expressing his disbelief at Su Hong's luck, not only surviving but also stumbling upon a black jade giant python, now critically injured and on the verge of death. Su Hong's eyes narrow as he internally questions young Master Ye's words, wondering if their timely arrival implies they were tracking him. Realizing the overwhelming odds, Su Hong acknowledges that all 5 of his pursuers are skilled martial artists, making a direct confrontation impossible. One of the masked henchmen charges forward, aggressively demanding Su Hong surrender the python to young Master Yi and flee. Su Hong remains silent, his expression unreadable as he processes the henchman's arrogant challenge. With a surge of crimson lightning, Su Hong unleashes his pent-up fury, declaring that their earlier advantage was merely a cheap shot and now he's ready to fight back. Su Hong's powerful strike connects, a blinding flash of red energy erupting as his fist slams into the masked henchman. The masked henchman reels backward, utterly stunned by the terrifying power of Su Hong's counterattack. Su Hong follows up with another devastating blow, sending the masked henchman flying with immense force. The masked henchman collapses to the ground, unconscious, as young Master Yi and his 4 remaining accomplices watch in stunned silence. Young Master Yi, now intrigued, recognizes Su Hong's technique as the Vajra Fist, realizing he is facing the infamous Minotaur. Su Hong's mind flashes to a mysterious figure in a white fox mask, his surprise evident as the name White Fox echoes in his thoughts. Young Master Yi, his composure broken, glares at Su Hong, declaring that no one has ever publicly humiliated him to this extent before. Enraged, young Master Yi gives a chilling command, kill him, as his remaining henchmen charge at Su Hong from all sides. Main protagonist swiftly evades their assault, leaping away as one of the henchmen hurls a spear, prompting the others to shout chase him. As they plunge into the dense woods, the henchmen grow frustrated, yelling where is he? Main protagonist's pursuers are warned to be cautious, aware of the risk of ambush in the thick foliage. The unnamed accomplice scoffs, questioning their fear despite their numerical superiority against a single opponent. Suddenly, main protagonist strikes, a swift, decisive attack from the shadows, catching the overconfident unnamed accomplice completely off guard. The unnamed accomplice's eye widens in pure terror, a single bead of sweat tracing his temple as he realizes the speed and precision of main protagonist's attack. Main protagonist's eyes glow with an intense blue energy, his expression cold and resolute as he executes his swift counter-ambush. A brutal kick from main protagonist sends the unnamed accomplice crashing into a nearby tree, the impact echoing with a sickening crunch and a spray of blood. The unnamed accomplice lies motionless, defeated and bleeding, a testament to main protagonist's ruthless efficiency. Young Master Yi curses under his breath, bewildered by main protagonist's incredible speed and ability to take down one of his men so quickly. The unnamed accomplice identifies main protagonist's technique as the legendary 9 Echo Thunderclap Fist, a skill so advanced that even rank 3 martial artists struggle to master it. Young Master Yi snaps, silencing his subordinate as he grapples with the impossible reality of main protagonist's perfect mastery over both the Vajra Fist and the Thunderclap Fist. From his vantage point, main protagonist laments his recent battle with the Black Jade Giant Python, realizing that if his vitality wasn't depleted, he could have easily overwhelmed them in a direct fight. With a resolute gaze, main protagonist decides his only path to victory is to pick them off one by one, capitalizing on every opportunity. Main protagonist's spear suddenly plunges into the ground near the group, a calculated move to draw their attention and create an opening. As one of the henchmen looks up in terror, main protagonist descends from above, enveloped in a radiant blue aura, ready to strike his next target. Main protagonist, a blur of motion enveloped in a radiant blue aura, delivers a devastating kick to the henchman, sending him flying with immense force. Yifeng and young Master Yi watch the brutal display, their faces contorted in shock and disbelief at the sheer power unleashed by main protagonist. The henchman, now a bloody mess, is propelled through the air, crashing violently into the forest canopy, a testament to main protagonist's overwhelming strike. As Yifeng lies defeated on the ground, the unnamed accomplice urges young Master Yi to retreat, acknowledging main protagonist's formidable strength, but young Master Yi scoffs at the idea of running. With a chilling resolve, young Master Yi declares his intent to kill main protagonist today, refusing to back down despite the evident danger. The unnamed accomplice and young Master Yi are caught off guard as main protagonist moves with impossible speed, a mere blur of motion too fast to track. Main protagonist delivers another explosive kick, sending the unnamed accomplice tumbling through the air, the impact ripping through the forest floor. Young Master Yi's face contorts in disbelief and frustration, wondering how main protagonist could have grown so much stronger in just a few days. Infuriated, young Master Yi stomps the ground, a wave of dust erupting around him as he curses main protagonist's sudden surge in power. Main protagonist, now masked, closes the distance, his voice echoing with cold resolve as he tells young Master Yi that his turn has finally arrived. Young Master Yi lunges forward, a blade of crackling blue energy forming in his hand, defiantly asserting that main protagonist hasn't defeated him yet. Main protagonist, holding a staff, prepares his counterattack, activating the powerful Void Shatter skill. He unleashes the Void Shattering Finger, a concentrated burst of blue energy aimed directly at young Master Yi. The blue energy attack strikes with explosive force, tearing through the air and creating a blinding impact. The devastating power of the Void-Shattering Finger obliterates a nearby tree, leaving nothing but splintered wood and a lingering shockwave. Young Master Yi finds himself ensnared by multiple Void-Shattering Finger attacks, a web of glowing blue energy converging on him from all directions. Main protagonist observes his opponent, noting the formidable power of the martial skill and musing on its potential Class B ranking. Enraged and humiliated, young Master Yi screams a threat, declaring that he has memorized main protagonist's face. His anger boiling over, young Master Yi issues a chilling promise. If main protagonist dares to harm him, he will retaliate by killing main protagonist's entire family. Main protagonist's eyes glow with a cold, terrifying blue light as the threat echoes in his mind. Kill my whole family? Enveloped in a furious blue aura, main protagonist moves with blinding speed, a lethal streak of energy tearing through the forest towards young Master Yi. Young Master Yi, desperate, attempts to intimidate main protagonist by boasting about his powerful uncle, a supervisor at the martial artist base, before his words trail off. Young Master Yi's face pales in terror as main protagonist, now cloaked in a menacing red aura, looms behind him, a fist crackling with destructive power. Main protagonist's eyes burn with cold fury as he remarks that he preferred young Master Yi when he was still acting high and mighty. A devastating punch connects squarely with young Master Yi's face, blurring his features from the sheer force of the impact. Main protagonist delivers a final, brutal strike, a red energy-infused punch that sends young Master Yi reeling, blood erupting from his face. Young Master Yi is blasted away like a shooting star, a white streak disappearing into the distant landscape, utterly defeated. Main protagonist stands alone amidst the swirling dust. The battle concluded, leaving only silence and the lingering echoes of his overwhelming power. The bloodied opponent collapses to his knees amidst swirling dust, questioning the main protagonist's impossible strength and baffled that someone not even a martial artist could possess such power. Staring up in utter terror at the colossal, shadowy dragon-like entity with glowing eyes, the bloodied opponent can only utter a desperate plea, demanding to know its true nature. His eyes, wide with fear and despair, reflect the overwhelming dread of the monstrous presence, lines of distress etched across his face. A massive, scaly limb, likely from the dragon-like creature, slams into the earth with devastating force, sending shrapnel flying and shaking the very ground. The main protagonist realizes the immense python, its fangs dripping with blood, has regained its stamina, lamenting the time lost fighting other foes. In the forest, young Master Yi curses the strangeness of a certain kid, while his unnamed accomplice wonders if young Master Yi has finally dispatched their target, Yifeng, who sits defeated on the ground. Su Hong, his face partially obscured by a mask, eyes his surroundings with sharp intensity, his expression resolute as he prepares for the coming confrontation. Su Hong charges forward with his spear, green energy swirling around him. Young Master Yi shouts that he has finally appeared, while the unnamed accomplice vows no mercy, prompting Su Hong to command them to move. The monstrous python erupts from the foliage, its gaping maw terrifying young Master Yi and the unnamed accomplice, who are caught off guard as Su Hong presses his attack. Su Hong expertly impales the python with his spear as young Master Yi screams, caught in the beast's jaws, triggering a system notification. Indirectly killed opponent martial artist. Gained 30 martial value. Su Hong observes with surprise as the unnamed accomplice is violently thrown into a tree by the rampaging python. Another system message appearing. Indirectly killed opponent martial artist. Gained 30 martial value. Su Hong internally muses on this unexpected method of gaining martial value. With a grimace of determination, Su Hong narrowly evades the python's powerful tail whip, the force of the strike evident in the air. Hovering above the giant python, Su Hong realizes that after numerous battles, his accumulated martial value is finally sufficient for him to break through and officially become a true martial artist. As a pillar of light erupts from him, Su Hong continues to clash with the python, hoping to find a secure location to complete his breakthrough process. Su Hong spots a distant cave entrance and decides it will be the perfect, secluded spot for his impending breakthrough. The main protagonist dives headfirst into a dark chasm, the colossal python hot on his heels, descending into the depths. The python's head, transformed into a powerful drill, smashes into the cavern floor, generating a violent impact that sends debris flying. Deep within the cavern, the main protagonist maintains a defensive crouch, his spear ready, as the python's head emerges from the shattered rock. The python's massive head fully emerges, its cavernous maw and razor-sharp fangs ready to strike as it dives in for the attack. As the python unleashes a ferocious roar, the main protagonist reviews his system panel, displaying his current stats: name, Su Hong, vitality, 96+, spirit, 23+, physique, mortal body, 3%+, martial skills, raging SEA spear technique, perfect, thunder rush fist, perfect, vajra fist, perfect, floating light palm, perfect, void step, perfect, martial value, 504. The main protagonist urgently presses the plus button, willing his vitality to increase faster, faster, faster as the numbers surge. Developed in a scorching red aura, the main protagonist feels his vitality surge, his entire body burning as if magma, not blood, flows through his veins. A system notification confirms his vitality has reached a perfect vitality 100, while the python's head glows ominously with surging red energy. The main protagonist stands enveloped in a fiery red aura, a system message declaring his breakthrough 2-tier 1 martial artist. He proclaims internally that he has finally become a true martial artist. The determined gaze, the main protagonist clenches his fist, red energy crackling, declaring that it is now his turn, causing the massive python to instinctively recoil. The main protagonist's eyes blaze with fierce red light as he unleashes a powerful punch, leaving a searing trail of energy in its wake. The main protagonist's devastating blow impacts the python's massive body, generating a shockwave that ripples across its scales and sends fragments flying. The python lets out a furious roar, retaliating with a colossal golden energy beam that erupts from its mouth and blasts skyward. Blood drips from the python's formidable fangs, a testament to the brutal exchange of power it has endured. The main protagonist, enveloped in a radiant golden aura, unleashes a powerful kick, activating his Vajra fist with decisive force. The kick, imbued with the potent Vajra fist, sends a concentrated blast of golden energy directly into the gaping maw of the monstrous serpent. Main protagonist, now wreathed in a furious crimson aura, prepares to unleash a devastating strike with his weapon. A grimace of pain crosses the main protagonist's face, a trickle of blood escaping his lips as he lets out a frustrated TSK. His hand clenches, crackling with intense blue lightning as he begins to utter a command. "Get down!" he roars, bringing his foot down with cataclysmic force, unleashing a colossal pillar of brilliant blue energy that shatters the very earth. The monstrous serpent writhes, its massive body recoiling violently as the main protagonist's devastating blue energy strike slams into it. His eyes ablaze with golden power, the main protagonist declares, "Thunder Rush Fist," unleashing a blazing, golden punch. The Thunder Rush Fist detonates upon impact, engulfing the area in a blinding explosion of golden lightning, eliciting a guttural ROAR from the wounded beast. The ground itself buckles and cracks under the residual force of the golden energy, leaving a crater where the devastating blow landed. A thick cloud of dust and smoke billows across the battlefield, slowly obscuring the aftermath of the intense clash. Standing triumphantly atop the colossal, defeated python, the main protagonist observes his progress, noting, although the giant python was already heavily injured, I can actually confront its attacks head-on now. A system notification flashes, martial value plus 92. Crouching over the fallen beast, the main protagonist ponders the next step. By the way, hunting ferocious beasts requires cutting off the left ear to exchange for money. But snakes don't have ears. What should I do? From high above, the main protagonist is seen traversing the rugged, forested terrain, leaving a defeated foe behind him. The main protagonist stands over a fallen opponent, his imposing figure casting a shadow as he holds a long staff. The defeated man, battered and bloody, stares up fearfully as the main protagonist's voice echoes, "Ending up like this, you got off easy." Kneeling, the main protagonist rummages through a discarded bag, musing, "I wonder if I can find that high-level martial technique he used." His eyes widen slightly as he reads the title of the ancient tome he's found, Void-Breaking Finger? Deep within a secluded forest, a hidden cave reveals a roaring campfire, its light reflecting off the coiled form of a massive serpent. The entrance to the cave glows with a warm, inviting light, hinting at the sanctuary within. By the flickering light of the campfire, the main protagonist sits in deep contemplation, stating, "I have already memorized the entire introductory cultivation method for the Void-Breaking Finger. Next is to use the system to master it quickly." The main protagonist concentrates, a determined "come on," escaping his lips as a spectral, glowing blue avatar of himself emerges before him, ready for system training. His eyes blaze with an ethereal blue light as raw energy pulses from his form, signaling the start of his rigorous training. Main protagonist's avatar executes the Void-Breaking Finger. With incredible speed, the system rapidly displaying his mastery. Void-Breaking Finger 51%, 63%, 77%, 93%. A piercing blue energy beam extends from the main protagonist's finger, his eyes glowing with newfound power as the system confirms. Void-Breaking Finger, basic 1%. Holding a small device, the main protagonist contemplates, as expected of a B-rank martial skill, "Just learning it to the basic realm brings me this much pressure." He resolves, go find a monster to test its power. 3 days later, a terrifying howl echoes through the forest as a monstrous, red-eyed bear-like creature charges with destructive force. The main protagonist launches himself into the fray, striking the beast with a powerful kick, activating his Void-Breaking Finger to pierce through its defenses. Triumphant smile graces the main protagonist's face as he observes the perfected technique, proclaiming, "Finally reached the perfect realm. This power, truly worthy of a B-rank martial skill." The system confirms, Void-Breaking Finger mastered. Void-Breaking Finger perfect. An expansive aerial view reveals a grand martial artist base, its traditional architecture sprawling across the landscape. Inside the bustling martial artist base, a group of powerful hunters marvels at their earnings. Holy crap, a total of 230,000. One exclaims, while another praises, your thunder squad is really fierce, killing so many. A third notes, this harvest matches my struggles for several months. The hunters continue their excited exclamations, marveling at their incredible haul. They declare, awesome, not a single non-ranked ferocious beast among them. All are tier 1 ferocious beasts, with even a few high-stage ones. The astonishing count is announced, 72 Tier 1 initial stage ferocious beasts, 83 middle stage, and 17 high stage, totaling an incredible 406,000 blue star coins. Su Hong stands calmly amidst the chaos, his recent hunt yielding an unprecedented fortune. Su Hong's brow furrows in concern as he thinks to himself, did I kill too many? It's too conspicuous. I should have hunted fewer if I had known. A sudden, jarring ziche echoes across the urban landscape, hinting at a disturbance within the city. The camera pans over the sprawling metropolis, settling on a grand, fortified building that stands as a symbol of authority. Stern man in suit, identified as Yi Qi, Yi Feng's uncle, bellows a furious command, blockade the base for me, don't let a single fly escape. His subordinates respond with a sharp, yes sir. One of the suited men approaches the visibly distressed Supervisor Yi, asking with concern, Supervisor Yi, what happened? The stern man in suit's face contorts in a raw scream of anguish and fury, revealing, my nephew Yi Feng and the 4 martial artists with him are all dead. Amidst the murmurs, the unnamed observer expresses his disbelief. Yi Feng was actually killed by someone? Another, the gray-haired elder, adds in shock, and a group of 5, completely wiped out? The crowd expresses a collective sigh of relief, with one voice declaring, good kill. Who among us hasn't been robbed by Yi Feng? Another adds, if not for considering his identity, I would have killed him long ago. A third exclaims, this scourge has finally been killed. Stern man in suit announces a new directive, his voice stern. A B-rank martial skill on Yi Feng's body is missing. All martial artists must be body searched to clear suspicion before they can leave. Su Hong stands amidst the growing tension, his thoughts calm. Looking at the corpses, it's clear they were killed by the giant python. It shouldn't be traced back to me. The Martial Dao Association president stands observing the unfolding situation, while the stern man in suit continues his grim orders, oblivious to Su Hong's inconspicuous presence in the crowd. Su Hong watches the commotion, his expression unreadable as he blends seamlessly into the throng of onlookers. As the search intensifies, a flicker of suspicion crosses Su Hong's mind. He wonders, could it be they are targeting me? The crowd parts with rustling sounds as the stern man in suit and his enforcers stride directly towards Su Hong, their footsteps echoing ominously. Stern man in suit's face glows with a menacing red aura as he addresses Su Hong, little brother, I heard you killed ferocious beasts worth 400,000 alone. Your skills are amazing. The Martial Dao Association president voices her skepticism. He looks like an early-stage rank 1 at best. How could he possibly kill that many beasts? Her expression hardens as she declares, he must have scavenged young Master Ye's belongings. Search him, now. 2 enforcers with fiery hands advance on Su Hong, one warning him, don't resist, kid, or things are gonna get ugly. With a sharp shang, a spear flashes into position, indicating a rapid, decisive move. Su Hong's spear is already at an enforcer's neck, who stammers, what are you doing? The other enforcer thinks in disbelief, I couldn't even track how fast he drew that spear. Su Hong meets their aggression with a calm, challenging gaze, stating, I'm a student at Star City High School No. 1. You really want to search me? Stern man in suit's expression darkens as he considers the implications. The principal of No. 1 is notoriously protective of his students. He's not someone you want to mess with, but this kid is highly suspicious. The stern man in suit continues his internal debate. If he really did hunt all those beasts, he's a genius. If we're wrong and end up offending him, it won't be worth the trouble. The stern man in suit explains his relentless pursuit. My nephew was attacked, and our family's secret technique was stolen. I have to find the culprit. I hope you'll cooperate. Su Hong meets the stern man in suit's gaze, his voice firm. I just hope you aren't accusing the wrong person. A subtle smirk plays on the stern man in suit's lips as he offers, I'll give you 10,000 as compensation for the search. How's that? Su Hong calmly holds up 3 fingers, countering 30,000. His thoughts betray his confidence. Yi Feng was killed by a giant python. As long as they don't find the technique on me, they can't pin it on me. As the search continues, Su Hong calmly states, search carefully. I don't want any false accusations hanging over me. He remains composed, knowing his secret is safe. The agent searching Su Hong reports, nothing there. The unnamed observer then instructs, alright, give him the 30,000 and let him go. A smug expression crosses Su Hong's face as he internally acknowledges, "Good thing I cleaned everything up or I'd be in deep trouble today." A faint, fiery aura flickers around him. As Su Hong walks away, holding a formidable spear, the stern man in suit barks orders, "Keep searching. No one leaves until they're cleared of suspicion." Su Hong, meanwhile, plans his next move. "I'll go shower and change, then head to the Martial Artist Association to register for the assessment. I need to get my hands on a guidance technique as soon as possible." Su Hong arrives at the martial artist base underground hotel, settling into a luxurious room. He sits on the bed, his spear leaning against the wall, and activates his personal system interface. Reviewing his stats, Su Hong notes 534 martial points. That much? I've been so focused on training the void-shattering finger and hunting beasts these last few days, I haven't had a chance to use them. His system displays Vitality 103, Spirit 23, Physique, Mortal Frame 6%, and a list of perfected martial arts. Su Hong analyzes the requirements for martial artist ranks. Rank 1 Early Stage Martial Artist 100 Vitality. Rank 1 Mid Stage 200 Vitality. He calculates, if I dump all my martial points into Vitality, I can raise it by 53.4. I'd only be about 40 points away from Mid Stage. He then considers other options, but I haven't upgraded Spirit or Mortal Frame yet. I wonder what effects they have. With a decisive thought, he concludes, I have plenty of martial points anyway. Let's see what happens. Su Hong allocates points into Spirit, seeing multiple Spirit plus 0.1 notifications flash. He observes, I don't really feel any different after raising my Spirit. Next, he invests in Mortal Frame, triggering a cascade of Mortal Frame plus 0.1 notifications and a vibrant blue aura. A smile spreads across his face as he declares, the strength increase is obvious. Let's add some more. His updated system stats are revealed. Name, Su Hong, Vitality 123, Spirit 26.5. His power continues to climb. The system confirms his current physique. Mortal Frame is at 36.1%, and his martial points are now completely depleted, showing 0. The final surge of power, Su Hong's body glows with an intense red aura, muscles bulging as he feels an endless supply of power welling up inside him. The overwhelming power gradually subsides, and Su Hong's form returns to normal. The system confirms, gradually returning to normal. Breathing a sigh of relief, Su Hong remarks, "Phew, glad I'm back to normal." He muses, I wouldn't know how to explain it to people I know if I stayed stuck in that muscle-bound form. 1 hour later, the scene shifts to the imposing Star City Martial Artist Association building, a beacon of power and prestige. As Su Hong proceeds, the silver-haired examiner observes, You're quite young, sir. Is this your first time taking the assessment? To pass as a rank 1 martial artist, your vitality needs to be at least 100 and your combat power over 1,000. Good luck. Su Hong simply replies, Thanks. Other observers comment on Su Hong's presence. That kid came alone? He doesn't even have a master with him? Another speculates, he's probably just here to test the waters, given his age. Su Hong's eye flashes with intense focus, a subtle blue glow hinting at his hidden power as he prepares for the upcoming trials. Assessment hall buzzes with activity. A system announcement declares, Panjia, Vitality 102, Combat Power 992. Assessment failed. The disappointed examinee cries out, Damn it, I was so close. The silver-haired examiner announces the next result. Li Ming, Vitality 105, passed. He then directs, next up is the combat power test, as Li Ming steps into the testing area. Li Ming positions himself before the combat power testing machine, preparing to unleash his full strength under the watchful eye of the silver-haired examiner. With a powerful shout, HH, Li Ming delivers a devastating strike, the force of his attack creating visible shockwaves. The impact resonates through the air, a raw display of overwhelming power as Li Ming's strike connects with the testing apparatus. Results flash onto the screen. Combat power 1,763, passed, a resounding success for Li Ming. The crowd murmurs in awe, a combat power of 1,763. He's almost at the level of a rank 1 mid-stage martial artist. Another observer adds, doesn't Jiang Ming from Raging Thunder Dojo have a disciple named Li Ming? So he's Jiang Ming's disciple. No wonder he's such a genius. He was using the thunderclap fist too. Su Hong, observing the spectacle, ponders, Jiang Ming's disciple? I thought his disciple was Li Yan. Just how many disciples does he have? His mind races, connecting the dots. The stern man in suit turns to Su Hong, a knowing smile playing on his lips, and declares, You're next. As Su Hong confidently steps forward, he internally asserts, I'm taking the assessment at this age because I'm a genius. His gaze is sharp, ready to prove his worth. A dismissive thought cuts through the air, challenging Su Hong's presence. You're here at the same age, but do you really think you can compare to me? Heh. Stern man in suit's eyes widen in utter disbelief, his internal monologue exploding with shock. Holy shit, hold on, is the vitality tester broken? How is his vitality that high? The silver-haired examiner calmly announces the result. Su Hong, vitality 123. Passed. The stern man in suit, however, is beside himself, exclaiming, "That's impossible." Sweat beads on the stern man in suit's brow as he tries to rationalize the impossible, internally asserting, calm down, calm down. High vitality means nothing. Combat power is everything. Combat power is everything. Silver-haired examiner initiates the next phase of the assessment, declaring, beginning combat power test. Su Hong stands ready before the formidable testing machine. Su Hong, confident in his recent growth, muses internally, I've advanced to a martial artist and upgraded my physique. My strength has increased massively. 40% of my power should be enough for the test. He clenches his fists, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. But what if I go too easy and fail the combat power requirement? With a resolute expression, Su Hong makes his decision, a surge of power radiating from him. Better use 50% just to be safe. With a thunderous bang, Su Hong unleashes a devastating blow, a wave of blue energy erupting from his fist as he strikes the testing machine. The impact is immense. The combat power tester is sent hurtling across the room with a resounding bang-bang, leaving a shimmering trail in its wake. With another explosive bang, the testing machine crashes violently into the far wall, shattering on impact and sending debris flying. Su Hong's form is a blur of motion, the after-effects of his powerful strike still rippling through the air as he recovers his stance. The observers are in an uproar, a collective clamor filling the hall. The stern man in suit exclaims, he sent the tester flying with one punch. That power is terrifying. Another unnamed observer adds, wait, he didn't use any martial arts just now, did he? The shattered display reveals an unimaginable combat power of 3004. The narrator explains, the standard combat power for a rank 1 high-stage martial artist is only 3000. An observer gasps, I'm stunned. That number, it's unimaginable. From a distance, the gray-haired elder points towards Su Hong, declaring to his companion amidst the clamor, teacher, it's that kid again. He's an absolute monster. Two men in suits exchange knowing glances. The unnamed observer, with a slight nod, comments, him? Well, that explains it. The Martial Dao Association president, Wu Linxian, sits at her desk, visibly frustrated, muttering, damn it, the Yang City branch next door produced another genius. They show off every day, what the hell are they bragging about? If Star City doesn't produce a few geniuses soon, I'm going to lose my job. Suddenly, a shocked man bursts into her office with a loud bang, startling the president and causing her to drop her phone. He urgently reports, President, a monster just appeared in the martial artist assessment. The Martial Dao Association president's eyes widen in surprise as the shocked man continues his report. A rank 1 early stage, he sent the tester flying with nothing but raw physical strength. His combat power hit 3000. Spacious hall of the Martial Dao Association buzzes with activity, a general clamor of conversations and movement filling the air. An unnamed observer in a suit, gesturing towards the upper floor, addresses Su Hong. Brother Su Hong, I'll take you to the second floor to register your martial artist identity first, then we'll go collect the allowance. With a decisive duh, a new presence interjects, a feminine voice stating, you're done here, I'll handle this kid personally. Su Hong and the unnamed observer look up, the latter starting to vocalize his surprise. Press, as a figure descends the escalator. The unnamed observer completes his exclamation, President, as the Martial Dao Association president stands tall and imposing at the top of the escalator, her gaze fixed. Su Hong nods, responding, okay, President. Internally, he reflects on her reputation. This person is the president of the Star City Martial Artist Association? Rumor has it she's a Tier 5 martial artist, not quite what I imagined. The scene shifts to the luxurious president's office, where Su Hong and the Martial Dao Association president are now seated, bathed in warm light. The Martial Dao Association president leans back confidently, addressing Su Hong. You're a student at Star City No. 1 High School, right? That old boy Li Changshan was even complaining to me before. Said this year the school only produced 2 ordinary Tier 3 martial artists, yet he hid such a big genius. Su Hong, looking slightly uneasy, questions why he's been brought to the Martial Dao Association president's personal office, stating he merely came to register as a martial artist and collect his basic allowance and guidance technique. With a reassuring gesture, the Martial Dao Association president confidently informs Su Hong that his martial artist ID and monthly allowance have already been processed by her subordinates. She then stands, declaring her intention to personally instruct him on guidance techniques, inquiring about his current understanding of the subject. Su Hong, deep in thought, explains that textbooks define heaven and earth spiritual qi as having attributes, and guidance techniques as methods to absorb this qi to strengthen the body, noting that different attributes require specific techniques. The Martial Dao Association president acknowledges his textbook knowledge, but clarifies that guidance techniques are far more than just cultivation methods. She demonstrates by conjuring a small, vibrant flame in her hand, explaining that her heavenly flame guidance technique primarily absorbs fire attribute spiritual chi. The flame intensifies, roaring with power. She states that while it strengthens her body, it also imbues her attacks with lethal fire attribute damage. She unleashes a torrent of fire, emphasizing that achieving external attribute attacks increases range, though for a Tier 1 martial artist, even a trace of attribute power is exceptional. Su Hong, taken aback, wonders if guidance techniques can truly be used for offense, admitting his textbooks never taught such advanced applications. The Martial Tao Association president then lists the 7 attributes of heaven and earth spiritual chi: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind. She gestures towards the remaining attributes, explaining that while each has strengths, thunder possesses the highest pure attack power, followed by metal, then fire. She places a crystal ball on the table, informing Su Hong that the specific guidance technique one can cultivate depends entirely on their compatibility. Su Hong acknowledges this, realizing cultivation isn't a free choice. Holding the crystal ball, now glowing with a fiery aura, the Martial Tao Association president explains it tests compatibility, with a larger glow indicating higher affinity. She proudly states her own 80% compatibility is very high. As the flame in the crystal ball dissipates, the Martial Tao Association president hands it to Su Hong, confidently asserting that a genius like him will surely exceed 90% compatibility. Su Hong takes the crystal ball, internally marveling at the president's Tier 5 status at such a young age, and considers how exaggerated it would be for him to achieve 90% compatibility. Suddenly, Su Hong's eyes widen in shock as an intense red light bursts from the crystal ball in his hands. The Martial Tao Association president's face is illuminated by the overwhelming red light, her expression mirroring Su Hong's astonishment. A massive explosion of red energy erupts from the crystal ball, engulfing Su Hong in a fiery aura. The Martial Tao Association president exclaims in disbelief, realizing his fire attribute compatibility is a perfect 100%. The Martial Tao Association president excitedly grabs Su Hong, asking if he understands the significance. He admits he doesn't, so she clarifies he can absorb 100% of fire attribute spiritual chi without any loss. She proudly recounts her own 80% compatibility, which still allowed her to become a Tier 5 martial artist and the president of the association, despite a 20% loss in absorption. Leaning in close to Su Hong, she declares that his future achievements will undoubtedly surpass hers, marveling that such a monster could emerge from Star City, rivaling those in the imperial capital. Su Hong, still holding the crystal ball, admits that while fire is good, he secretly prefers the thunder attribute, wishing he had that compatibility instead. Suddenly, the crystal ball in Su Hong's hands erupts with brilliant, crackling golden thunder energy, radiating immense power. The Martial Tao Association president turns sharply, her hair flying, utterly stunned by the unexpected surge of thunderous power. Su Hong calmly informs the Martial Tao Association president that his thunder attribute compatibility also appears to be a perfect 100%, leaving her speechless. The Martial Tao Association president's face contorts in utter disbelief, questioning if a dual 100% compatibility in both thunder and fire is even real, calling Su Hong a true monster. As the Martial Tao Association president slumps in shock, Su Hong hesitantly adds that his wind attribute compatibility also seems to be 100%, leaving her to wonder if such outrageous talent is even possible. A few minutes later, the office is silent. Su Hong sits calmly, while the Martial Tao Association president lies sprawled on the couch, utterly defeated by the revelations. The Martial Tao Association president's face shows extreme distress and disbelief as she questions how this can be, realizing all of Su Hong's compatibilities are a perfect 100%, wondering if she's dreaming. Her internal thoughts reveal her past pride in being a 30-year-old Tier 5 martial artist, a feat as rare as phoenix feathers, now overshadowed by Su Hong's unprecedented talent. The Martial Tao Association president, once a formidable Tier 5 martial artist, stands amidst a desolate landscape, her sword glinting, tears tracing paths down her face. This vision reflects a past moment of profound struggle or a crushing realization of her own limits. She recalls facing an opponent beyond all common sense, a monstrous entity roaring with primal fury. In that moment, she realized the stark truth. She was merely an ordinary person in the face of such overwhelming power. To defeat an existence so far beyond comprehension, she understood that only those equally extraordinary could prevail. The colossal beast looms, dwarfing the figures below, a testament to the impossible odds. The image shifts to a powerful, dark-clad figure standing victorious over a defeated, shadowy mass, wielding a massive sword. This represents the kind of existence that ordinary people simply cannot understand. Back in the present, the Martial Tao Association president sits pensive, her thoughts still consumed by these existences that ordinary people cannot understand, as Su Hong sits opposite her, oblivious to her internal turmoil. Meanwhile, Su-hong grapples with his own unique dilemma. All 7 of his attributes are at 100%, and the thought of cultivating only the thunder attribute while abandoning the other 6 feels like a total waste. He finds this choice incredibly distressing. Su-hong turns to the Martial Tao Association president, boldly asking if she would provide him with a copy of the guidance techniques for all 7 attributes. Her expression shifts, a silent, indicating her surprise and hesitation. The Martial Tao Association president explains that human energy is limited, and regardless of talent, it's best to cultivate only 1 or 2 attributes. She recounts a past failure. Someone who cultivated 7 techniques for decades still only reached Tier 1. Su-hong asserts that he can't make a decision yet, so he intends to cultivate all attributes first before specializing. The Martial Tao Association president reluctantly agrees, but sternly warns him not to mess around or waste his talent in vain. Changing the subject, the Martial Tao Association president reminds Su-hong about his upcoming school monthly exam. Su-hong, surprised by her sudden concern, asks for her reasoning. With a grave expression, the Martial Tao Association president reveals the escalating friction in the All Heavens battlefield, where a great war between the 10,000 race and the human race could erupt at any moment. To prepare, nations have invested heavily in a genius training camp, and she intends to recommend Su-hong for it. She sets the condition. If Su-hong takes first place in his school's monthly exam, she will secure his recommendation spot. Su-hong's thoughts immediately turn to the War of 10,000 Races and the Genius Training Camp, the weight of the situation settling upon him. The memory of the war a decade ago, which cost him all his relatives except his uncle and aunt, flashes through Su-hong's mind. With newfound resolve, he declares he will definitely work hard. His internal vow echoes loudly, "Uncle, Aunt, I will never let that tragedy happen again." His determination solidifies. With a fierce glare, Su-hong declares his unwavering commitment. "I must become strong. I must protect everyone around me." The background flickers with images of past trauma, fueling his resolve. A scene transition shows the exterior of Su-hong's home under the quiet blanket of night, marking the passage of time and his return. Su-hong, beaming with pride, presents a small card to his guardians, announcing, "Uncle, Aunt, I've become an official martial artist." Su-hong's mother exclaims with tearful joy, "Little Hong, you really succeeded? That's great." Su-hong's father, visibly trembling with emotion, adds, "My little Hong has made something of himself, so capable." Su-hong proudly explains that a Tier 1 martial artist receives a 10,000 allowance per month, assuring his uncle that he no longer needs to work so desperately. His father, overwhelmed, declares, "Okay, little Hong is now the pillar of our family. I'll listen to whatever you say." With a confident smirk and unwavering eyes, Su-hong makes a silent promise. "Don't worry, from now on, I will hold up this family." Late into the night, Su-hong intensely cultivates, kneeling as fiery energy erupts around him, indicating the activation of a powerful guidance technique. His eyes glow with an intense, burning orange light, reflecting the raw power surging within him as he focuses on his cultivation. With a fierce yell, Su-hong unleashes a fiery punch, a concentrated burst of energy radiating outwards, demonstrating his mastery of the heavenly flame guidance technique. He observes his fist, still faintly glowing and smoking from the residual energy of his attack, assessing its power. Su-hong ponders, is this considered basic level in guidance technique? Why does it have no power at all? His expression is one of confusion and slight disappointment. A holographic system panel materializes before him, displaying his stats and a guidance technique column. Su-hong observes, "A guidance technique column appeared on the panel. Looks like I really learned it." He scrutinizes the panel, noting the LV1 next to Heavenly Flame Guidance Technique and questions. Level 1? Could it be that this guidance technique can also be leveled up? He then realizes President Wu didn't mention it. If guidance techniques had levels, she definitely would have told me. A wave of excitement washes over Su-hong as he grasps the holographic panel. "Only I can level up?" he exclaims internally, realizing the unique potential he possesses. He furrows his brow, contemplating the new discovery. "How do I upgrade the guidance technique? Do I use martial points for this too?" he wonders, examining the system interface. A red warning, insufficient martial points, flashes across the panel, halting his plans. Su-hong sighs, deciding, "Forget it, let's cultivate the rest of the guidance techniques first. I'll figure out a way to earn martial points later." Su-hong, undeterred by the system's warning, plunges into deep cultivation, his body radiating with raw, untamed energy as he focuses on mastering the guidance techniques. Several hours later, a holographic projection of Su-hong's internal energy pathways reveals the nascent forms of his thunder, water, earth, and wind guidance techniques, all at level 1. The system highlights a critical issue. The spiritual energy of 7 different attributes are actively repelling each other within his body. Su Hong's face contorts in a grimace, sweat beading on his brow as he realizes the profound challenge. He recalls President Wu's words, understanding now why even a genius cultivating 7 guidance techniques remained a rank 1 martial artist for decades. With a renewed focus, Su Hong observes the flickering flame and crackling lightning in his palm. He concludes that despite possessing all 7 types of spiritual energy, only one attribute can be actively utilized at any given moment. He contemplates the consequence of attempting to forcibly activate a second attribute, watching as the elemental flame in his hand intensifies, threatening to erupt. A surge of raw power emanates, hinting at the violent repercussions of such an action. As if on cue, 2 distinct attributes, fire and lightning, violently collide between Su Hong's hands, confirming his suspicion that they would clash and ultimately dissipate. A spark of defiance ignites in Su Hong's eyes. He questions the fundamental rule, wondering if thunder and fire, with their relatively similar natures, truly cannot be fused into a single cohesive power. The raw energies of lightning and fire continue to dissipate, resisting his attempts at fusion, leaving behind a fading glow. Throughout the night, repeated flashes of energy erupt from the rooftop of a building. From within, Su Hong's frustrated shouts echo, "Damn it, one more time, again, one more time." As the sky begins to lighten, a new day dawns, signaling the relentless passage of time. The building stands quietly in the early morning light, a faint wisp of smoke still curling from its rooftop, a testament to Su Hong's tireless efforts. Su Hong's face is still etched with exertion, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Just a little more," he mutters, pushing past his limits. His hand trembles, a volatile mixture of lightning and fire struggling to coalesce. Just a tiny bit more, he urges himself, pouring every ounce of will into the fusion. With a guttural roar, Su Hong unleashes his full resolve, lightning and fire erupting around him as he commands, "Damn it, fuse for me." Then, with a final, desperate push, he shouts, "Fuse," and the chaotic energies finally coalesce into a stable, radiant orb in his palm. Exhaustion evident in his eyes, Su Hong gazes at the newly formed orb, a profound sense of relief washing over him. "Tried all night, finally succeeded," he sighs. A confident smirk plays on Su Hong's lips as he clenches his fist, the fused energy pulsating with newfound power. "Let's go out and test its power," he declares, eager to unleash his creation. Su Hong arrives at the Star City Citizen Martial Arts Plaza, a vast training ground where martial artists hone their skills and test their might. Facing a formidable rank 3 combat power tester, Su Hong flexes, a hint of concern in his voice. "I specifically switched to a rank 3 combat power tester," he muses. "It shouldn't break this time, right?" The focus strike, Su Hong unleashes a devastating burst of golden energy against the tester. He recalls his previous attempt. "Last time, 50% power was 3,000 combat power. Let's try 30% this time." The combat power tester's screen flashes, displaying an astonishing 2343. Su Hong's internal monologue reveals his shock. "It actually exceeded 2,300? 30% power should be around 1,800. It actually increased by 500. He gazes at his hand, now radiating with pure thunder energy. "Just the power of thunder alone is this strong," he marvels, impressed by his singular attribute's raw might. With renewed anticipation, Su Hong prepares for another strike, this time channeling the fused power of thunder and fire. What about the fused power of thunder and fire? He wonders aloud, eager for the result. He unleashes a devastating kick, the fused lightning and fire energy erupting from his leg, striking the combat power tester with overwhelming force. The screen on the combat power tester blazes with an unprecedented reading, 3,041. Su Hong gasps in disbelief. "Huh? Broke 3,000? Su Hong stands in awe, the combat power tester still smoking. He realizes, relying purely on the physical body and fused thunder and fire, 30% strength surpasses a rank 1 high-stage martial artist. He then checks his stats, adding, "My current vitality is only 123 points. Too terrifying." An image of 7 vibrant, swirling attributes fills his mind as Su Hong ponders the true potential of his abilities. "This is only fusing 2 attributes," he marvels. "If I can fuse 7, what would the power be like?" Holding the fused orb once more, Su Hong's determination solidifies. He resolves, go back and try fusing 3 attributes. Utterly drained, Su Hong lies sprawled on the rooftop, gazing at the sky as faint traces of spiritual energy sparkle around him, a silent testament to his relentless training. Su Hong, battered and exhausted, stares at the system interface, his mind reeling from the sheer difficulty of fusing 3 attributes. He wonders how much higher the challenge truly is. He ponders if elevating his guidance technique levels would aid in successful fusion, aware that the monthly exam is tomorrow and he needs to maximize his martial points. The next day dawns, revealing the vast expanse of Star City High No. 1 Stadium, filled with countless students gathered for the monthly exam. Addressing the assembled students, the speaker declares a significant change. This monthly exam will be unlike any before, as a new training camp will be established to annually cultivate geniuses amidst the tense frontline situation. The narrator reveals the training camp's immense benefits: abundant resources, powerful martial arts, rare pills, and instruction from grandmasters. Only the top 3 students in this monthly exam will earn a spot. A student exclaims in awe, "Holy crap, a genius training camp," as the magnitude of the opportunity settles in. Another student marvels at the prospect of a rank 7 grandmaster as an instructor, noting their principal is only rank 3, while a third student roars with determination, "Awoo, I want to win." Su Hong, still bearing the marks of his strenuous training, internally questions the announcement. "What's this about getting a spot only if I take first place? Don't the top 3 all get spots?" A student behind Su Hong comments on the competition, stating that Chun Shan and Li Tu have both become rank 1 martial artists and many have mastered the thunderclap fist, making their chances slim. Su Hong, in thought, expresses disbelief. "I've only been gone for 10 days and they broke through to martial artist?" The student explains that the principal has been arranging private lessons with Senior Chen Tian, a thunderclap fist master, for talented individuals. He adds that Chun Shan and Li Tu's vitality surpassed 100 days ago, and their thunderclap fist now echoes 3 times. One student boldly declares, "This time, I want to let everyone know who the real number 1 genius is." The other retorts with a menacing smirk, "When I beat you down, I hope you can still be this confident." The gray-haired man in the suit, looking concerned, asks Old Li, "Haven't found that genius with the 9 echo thunderclap fist yet?" The man addressed as Old Li replies, stating he has searched extensively and believes the genius is not a student at his number 1 high. Gray-haired man lets out a thoughtful his expression showing a hint of surprise and concern at Old Li's revelation. Old Li turns, a question mark hovering over his head as he notices 3 new figures approaching behind him. One of the newly arrived men in a suit mockingly greets Old Li, asking why he looks as if his wife ran away. Gray-haired man confronts the new arrival, Jiang Ming, "What are you doing in my school?" Jiang Ming retorts that the school's student quality this year isn't impressive. He then proposes a challenge. After the exam, his 2 disciples will spar against the first-place student. The gray-haired man's face contorts in anger as he realizes Jiang Ming's true intention, to publicly embarrass him. He grapples with the dilemma, knowing that refusing the challenge would imply his entire school lacks any presentable talent. Jiang Ming continues his taunts, suggesting the gray-haired man's student quality is poor and that he would understand if he refused. Old Li, enraged, snaps back, "You brat, are you looking for trouble on purpose?" Jiang Ming's purple-haired disciple urgently points, exclaiming, "Teacher, this is bad. Look over there, it's that kid Su Hong." Jiang Ming's eyes widen in surprise, uttering, "Su Hong?" Jiang Ming, still looking perplexed, mutters, "Which Su?" as he attempts to identify the individual. A student behind Su Hong exclaims in shock, "It's that little monster," as Su Hong walks past with a confident smirk. Jiang Ming's expression shifts to one of profound shock, his internal monologue revealing his disbelief. "That kid is actually from high number 1. Jiang Ming curses internally, realizing that if his disciples, Li Yan and Li Ming, face Su Hong, they stand no chance. He contemplates the potential humiliation of defeat. Jiang Ming and his 2 disciples exchange worried glances, the weight of Su Hong's presence clearly unsettling them. Jiang Ming quickly backpedals, telling Old Li and the gray-haired man not to be angry, claiming he was merely joking and that they won't compete. He then dramatically dismisses his own disciples as trash, asking how they could possibly compare to the school's students. His disciples, understanding the cue, immediately declare, "Yes, we admit defeat." Old Li and the gray-haired man's faces contort in furious rage, their internal thoughts echoing their indignation. "These guys, they dare to mock us so sarcastically. Damn it!" The announcer's voice booms across the arena, declaring the start of the match. Number 665 Chun Pong and number 666 Su Hong. Match start. From the sidelines, the gray-haired man remarks, "Su Hong's first opponent is a quasi-martial artist. Too unlucky." As the match begins, Su Hong's opponent, a quasi-martial artist, warns him not to push himself too hard in the fight, stating that injuries aren't worth the effort. Su Hong's opponent, already in a fighting stance, provocatively asks if Su Hong will concede on his own. The opponent snarls, preparing a forceful strike, threatening to beat Su Hong down himself. Blinding speed, Su Hong unleashes a devastating kick, a surge of blue energy trailing his leg as he sends his opponent flying through the air. Su Hong lands effortlessly, his expression calm as his opponent lies defeated, instantly knocked out by the single, overwhelming strike. From the stunned crowd, a young observer exclaims in disbelief, wondering when Su Hong became so incredibly fierce. As dust settles around Su Hong, the sheer power of his victory echoes through the arena. He instantly defeated a quasi-martial artist with a single, decisive move. The crowd buzzes with questions, marveling at Su Hong's repeated victories and questioning if he has already reached the legendary Tier 1 martial artist rank. The announcement then declares the next match will be the final battle. Stern man in suit questions Su Hong's sudden emergence, recalling he was never present during private tutoring sessions. Gray-haired elder laments, admitting this oversight is a dereliction of his duty. Stern man in suit chastises himself for failing to discover such a promising talent earlier, believing he had buried a potential prodigy. Gray-haired elder, meanwhile, feels a strange sense of familiarity with Su Hong, struggling to place where he might have seen him before. Gray-haired elder then turns his attention to the other ongoing semi-final, noting that the match between Chun Shan and Li Tu is nearing its conclusion. The semi-final rages on, Chun Shan and Li Tu exchanging a flurry of powerful blows, their strengths so evenly matched that the outcome remains uncertain. Chun Shan unleashes a powerful thunder rush fist. Li Tu's voice rings out, challenging him to use his ultimate move, asserting that otherwise, victory is impossible. Chun Shan pushes forward, his face etched with strain as he continues his relentless assault, determined to break through. Li Tu retaliates with a blazing punch, a golden aura erupting from his fist as he boldly declares himself the true number one of the school. The observers gasp, realizing Chun Shan can perform attribute externalization, a powerful fire attribute inferior only to thunder. Li Tu, with a confident smirk, scoffs at the observer's surprise, demonstrating his own attribute externalization with a shimmering chain-like effect. The onlookers are left utterly astonished as Li Tu reveals his own attribute externalization, manifesting the formidable metal attribute, which possesses even greater combat power than the fire attribute. Li Tu surges forward, demonstrating another facet of his power as he unleashes a devastating attack, declaring he has even more techniques at his disposal. Gritting his teeth in exertion, Li Tu channels his full power, activating the devastating 5 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist. Li Tu's 5 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist strikes with immense force, the impact reverberating as he overwhelms his opponent. Gray-haired elder notes Li Tu's profound hidden strength, revealing his mastery of the 5 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist. Stern man in suit adds that Li Tu not only mastered attribute externalization in mere days, but also elevated his Thunder Rush Fist to the micro-level, acknowledging his exceptional talent. Gray-haired elder concludes that the final match is already decided, believing Su Hong stands no chance against Li Tu's micro-level Thunder Rush Fist and metal attribute. Stern man in suit expresses regret, stating that if Su Hong also possessed a guidance technique and the Thunder Rush Fist, he might have had a fighting chance. Unnamed observer boldly proposes a 50,000 bet on Su Hong winning first place, challenging gray-haired elder and stern man in suit. Gray-haired elder dismisses it as madness, pointing out Su Hong's lack of a guidance technique. However, stern man in suit, seeing an easy win, accepts the bet. The announcer declares the start of the final match. Number 01 Li Tu versus number 666 Su Hong. The crowd roars, some cheering for Su Hong to claim the championship, others urging Li Tu to maintain his dignity and win. Li Tu, radiating confidence, taunts Su Hong, claiming he was merely lucky to avoid stronger opponents like himself or Chun Shan, thus sneaking into the finals. Su Hong, a subtle smile playing on his lips, internally acknowledges Li Tu's presence. He reflects on the weakness of previous opponents, finally finding someone worthy of his attention after battling countless ferocious beasts. Li Tu continues his condescending remarks, granting Su Hong the title of number 2 in the school for reaching the finals. Su Hong, unfazed, directly challenges him, asking who then holds the coveted number 1 spot. Without hesitation, Li Tu launches himself into a fierce attack, declaring with absolute certainty that he is, naturally, the undisputed number 1. Li Tu unleashes his full power, his metal attributes surging around his fist in a chain-like torrent, boldly proclaiming that he only needs a single move to demonstrate the vast gap in their strength. As Li Tu's metal attributes surged, the spectators were aghast. The younger spectator exclaimed, "Holy crap, using the 5 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist right from the start? Is he being this serious?" He immediately declared the fight over, convinced that with such a powerful move unleashed, Su Hong was bound to lose. Su Hong's eyes blazed with an intense golden light, crackling with raw power as a deep rumble echoed around him. Spectators were utterly aghast, the younger one questioning, "Is Su Hong crazy?" He actually didn't dodge and raised his fists to meet it head-on. He desperately called for the referee to intervene. "Even if you want to die, don't do it like this. Referee, save him quickly." The two combatants collided in a blinding flash of energy, their fists meeting with explosive force as streaks of light erupted from the impact point, distorting the air around them. The intense impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards, a furious exchange of blows creating a dazzling explosion of raw power between them. Li Tu was violently repelled backward, his metal attribute chains struggling against an unseen force, while Su Hong stood firm, pushing the assault back with incredible might. Li Tu's face contorted in disbelief and strain, his internal monologue betraying his shock. Is this guy a monster? Every punch is so heavy. The older spectator observed in astonishment that Su Hong, without employing any martial skills, was evenly matched with Li Tu, who was using the 5 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist. The younger spectator agreed, finding Su Hong's raw strength truly terrifying. The gray-haired elder speculated that Su Hong must possess some kind of special physique, otherwise his strength wouldn't be this exaggerated. The school official beside him laughed triumphantly, realizing their school had produced a genius with a special physique. Li Tu, engulfed in swirling metal attribute chains, roared in defiance at Su Hong, refusing to yield and declaring, "Su Hong, don't be arrogant. The winner can only be me." Su Hong calmly mused to himself, "Originally, I wanted to see to what extent I could fight Li Tu using only my physical body. But this guy couldn't hold back so quickly and completely erupted, meaning I now have to respond in kind." With a decisive declaration of thunder, Su Hong unleashed a devastating torrent of golden lightning, overwhelming Li Tu and sending him spiraling through the air. The immense power radiating from Su Hong's attack caused the gray-haired elder and the school official to recoil, golden lightning crackling around them as they stammered in utter disbelief and awe. Gray-haired elder exclaimed in shock, "Thunder attribute. Su Hong has also mastered the thunder guidance technique." The school official added that a special physique combined with the strongest attack power made this talent truly terrifying. Su Hong's thunder attribute exploded outwards in a blinding, multi-directional assault, completely consuming Li Tu in a maelstrom of crackling energy and overwhelming power. Li Tu, battered and reeling, was flung backward, his internal thoughts confirming the devastating truth. His thunder attribute is even stronger than my metal attribute. Su Hong, his expression calm and resolute, golden lightning crackling around him, acknowledged, "You showed me your ultimate move." With a confident smirk and eyes glowing with golden energy, Su Hong declared his intention to reciprocate, preparing to unleash his own ultimate technique. "So I'll show you my ultimate move as well. Thunder Rush Fist." Su Hong's Thunder Rush Fist connected with devastating force, the golden lightning exploding on impact and sending Li Tu spiraling uncontrollably with overwhelming power. Li Tu, inverted and utterly defeated, stared in wide-eyed horror, realizing the true extent of Su Hong's power. 9 echoes. How is that possible? The spectators were left in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief as the full magnitude of Su Hong's victory sank in. The arena erupted into a cacophony of cheers and shouts as the crowd processed Su Hong's unbelievable victory. The younger spectator cried out, "No way, bro, did Su Hong really win?" While the older one marveled, "Thunder Rush Fist 9 echoes, the perfect realm, for real." Another voice declared, "That's God tier. Su Hong's Thunder Rush Fist is even fiercer than the teacher who teaches Thunder Rush Fist." The buzz continued as one observer, an older man in a suit, exclaimed in disbelief, "9 echoes? Is he the genius that disappeared from the school that day?" Another man, with long dark hair, countered, "How is this just a genius? This is the dragon of my Star City #1 high school." The implications of Su Hong's power rippled through the stunned onlookers. The confident smirk, the dark-haired man mused on the future, predicting, "When this kind of monster goes to the training camp, I don't know how much of a blow those geniuses with prominent backgrounds will suffer." Su Hong stood tall, exuding an aura of quiet power. The narration declared his destiny. A golden carp is not confined to a mere pond. Once it meets the wind and cloud, it transforms into a dragon. It continued, emphasizing his overwhelming talent. "This Star City of ours, to Su Hong, is nothing more than a small puddle." The older man nodded in agreement as the narrator affirmed Su Hong's inevitable rise. In this training camp, Su Hong is destined to rise like a dragon from the abyss, soaring into the sky. The voice continued, "The Magic City Imperial Capital, and even the battlefield of 10,000 races, are the places where this kind of monster blooms its radiance." A zoom undershroud revealed the setting sun over an apartment complex, as Su Hong's voice echoed, "Uncle, Auntie, I'm back." Pan across the cozy home showed Su Hong entering, a bag in hand. Su Hong's father, holding a dish, greeted him warmly. "Little Hong is back. How did the exam go today?" Su Hong grinned, proudly declaring, I got first place." A zoom underscoring on Su Hong's father showed his face lighting up with excitement. He exclaimed, "First place? My goodness, first in the monthly exam." Then Little Hong, "Does that mean you can go to that training camp you mentioned before?" Su Hong simply nodded, confirming, "MHM." A sharp shake effect accompanied the loud knocking from the door, drawing Su Hong's attention with a concerned expression. The Martial Dao Association president, seen from behind, pounded on the door, her voice demanding, "Hey, is this Su Hong's house?" Su Hong opened the door, his eyes wide with surprise as he questioned the unexpected visitor. "You are?" Behind him, Su Hong's father and Su Hong's mother watched, equally taken aback. Zoom_in on the Martial Dao Association president showed her expression tense as she introduced herself. You must be Su Hong. I'm Lin Yan's parent from your school. She then laid out her controversial proposal. The top 3 in your school's monthly exam can go to the training camp. My son is ranked 4th, so I wanted to discuss you giving up your spot. The Martial Dao Association president extended a stack of cash towards Su Hong, attempting to buy his place. 30,000. I'll give you 30,000 to give up the spot so our Lin Yan can go. Su Hong's gaze hardened, while Su Hong's mother and Su Hong's father exchanged looks of disbelief, clearly offended by the blatant attempt to buy a spot. A shake as the Martial Dao Association president angrily flailed the money, her voice rising in a furious shout. What kind of attitude is that? This training camp was established to nurture geniuses who can enter the all-heavens battlefield in the future. She continued, emphasizing the danger. The competition is extremely cruel. People could actually die. A zoom_out showed the full scene, the Martial Dao Association president still haranguing them. She painted a grim picture of the training camp. The people inside eat high-grade pills until they throw up and practice high-tier martial skills as they please. She then added insult to injury. With your family conditions, giving up early is for your own good. A zoom_in on Su Hong's mother showed her face etched with worry as she turned to Su Hong. Little Hong, is what she said true? Is it really that dangerous? Su Hong's father gently placed a hand on Su Hong's mother's shoulder, trying to soothe her fears. Alan, calm down. Zoom_in on Su Hong's father showed his gaze intense as he asked Su Hong directly, Little Hong, can you guarantee your own safety? A zoom_in on Su Hong's resolute face showed him confidently declaring, I can. The Martial Dao Association president scoffed, I'm just saying, you actually believe a child's guarantee. Su Hong's father, however, stood firm, pointing at her as he retorted, of course I believe him. Going to the training camp is his own decision. He's grown up now, and I trust he can fulfill his promise. He then challenged her directly, besides, if I don't trust my own family, am I supposed to trust you instead? The Martial Dao Association president could only sputter, you. With a forceful gesture, the family unitedly dismissed her, saying, Scram! Please leave. The Martial Dao Association president had no choice but to turn and exit. As she walked away, the Martial Dao Association president hurled one last insult over her shoulder. What kind of people are you? You just wait to be eliminated from the training camp. Su Hong turned to his family, a hint of apology in his voice. Uncle, did I intentionally not tell you about the danger? Su Hong's father, however, cut him off with a reassuring smile. It's fine. Su Hong's father gave a hearty thumbs up, explaining, your uncle is a rough man. You're more educated than me and understand that training camp better than I do. He then offered his full support. Since you have the resolve to face difficulties, then we support you. Su Hong's mother interjected, what kind of talk is that? Her voice softened with maternal concern. Little Hong, we don't ask for any ranking, just guarantee your safety. Su Hong met their gaze with a confident and reassuring smile, simply affirming, A zoom_out showed Su Hong standing alone, looking out at the city. His thoughts turned inward. Although uncle and auntie support me, they must still be secretly worrying about me. His resolve hardened. I absolutely cannot let down their expectations. To protect this hard-earned life, I must become stronger. Su Hong scrutinizes his holographic status screen, observing his accumulated 285 martial value points from the monthly exam. He muses that despite fighting over a dozen matches, it's still not enough. He ponders the unknown high-level martial skills and trump cards held by the geniuses at the training camp. He realizes that to stand a chance against them, he must prioritize enhancing his physical combat power. With fierce determination, Su Hong pushes himself, his body pulsating with energy as multiple system notifications flash. Mortal body plus 0.1, mortal body plus 0.1, mortal body plus 0.1. Exhausted but resolute, Su Hong observes his progress. His mortal body has reached 64.6%. He wonders what formidable physique awaits him once he achieves 100%. Su Hong is taken aback, realizing his thunder and heavenly flame guidance techniques have both unexpectedly reached level 2. He muses that he only cultivated the guidance techniques for a few days, without any special actions. He wonders if normal cultivation alone is enough for them to naturally level up without additional conditions. With a surge of resolve, Su Hong declares his intention to further advance his techniques, as golden lightning crackles from his left hand and fierce orange flames erupt from his right. As the sun breaks over the horizon, painting the city in hues of gold and blue, a new day begins. Su Hong's eyes snap open, sharp and focused, ready to face the challenges of the new day. Immersed in meditation, Su Hong channels his power as his thunder guidance technique and heavenly flame guidance technique both surge to level 3, crackling with golden lightning and fiery energy. Su Hong observes his updated status, noting that both his guidance techniques reached level 3 and his vitality unexpectedly increased by 3 points to 126, a surprising bonus from his cultivation. As Su Hong prepares to depart carrying his weapon, his father encourages him not to speak depressing words and to bring back another first place from the training camp. Su Hong acknowledges him and confirms he's leaving. Su Hong continues to walk into the distance, a lone figure. His parents watch him go, his father's hands subtly trembling, revealing their hidden anxieties despite their brave smiles. Su Hong's father turns to his mother, asking if she isn't just as worried as he is. She responds, admitting her fear that little Hong would worry if he knew their true feelings. Unburdened by his parents' hidden anxieties, Su Hong strides confidently through the city streets, his weapon slung over his shoulder, focused on his destination. His sharp eyes, gleaming with resolve, reflect Su Hong's unwavering determination as he continues his journey. As Su Hong stands by the roadside, a sleek red sports car screeches to a halt beside him, a voice from within commanding him to stop. The Martial Dao Association president, coolly wearing her sunglasses, looks at Su Hong from the driver's seat and simply instructs him to get in. The red sports car speeds along the elevated highway, carrying Su Hong and the Martial Dao Association president swiftly towards their destination. In the passenger seat, Su Hong turns to the Martial Dao Association president, inquiring about the reason she needed to see him. The Martial Dao Association president, her expression serious, informs Su Hong that she needs to remind him about some crucial details regarding the training camp. She explains that, as president, she has access to the profiles of many participants. She continues, revealing that among the participants, there are several monsters who are already high-stage Tier 1 martial artists, nearing the threshold of Tier 2. Her voice sharpens as she stresses that these formidable opponents possess martial skills that are, at the very least, B rank. Su Hong processes the daunting information, realizing that some participants are close to the 200 vitality threshold for Tier 2 martial artists. However, he remains unfazed, confident that with his system space, he can rapidly master even B-rank martial skills. The Martial Dao Association president acknowledges Su Hong's unparalleled talent, stating it's the strongest she's ever witnessed. She cautions him that he lacks the same resources as his opponents, but reassures him not to be discouraged by any setbacks, as his talent will inevitably lead him to surpass them. A faint smile gracing his lips, Su Hong expresses his understanding and gratitude, thanking Sister Wu for her guidance. The Martial Dao Association president observes Su Hong, noting his calm demeanor despite knowing that his vitality and martial skills are currently inferior to his formidable opponents. She concludes that his mental state is robust, alleviating her concerns. The red sports car continues its journey, winding through lush green mountains with towering peaks in the distance, heading towards the highly anticipated training camp. As the car approaches the Tianlin mountain range, one of the students expresses alarm, questioning if the training camp is truly in a place teeming with ferocious beasts. The instructor calmly reassures them, explaining that grandmasters oversee the camp, ensuring their safety. Su Hong reveals his deep knowledge of the Tianlin mountain range, describing it as a vast expanse of spiritual energy, home to not only ferocious beasts but also formidable beast kings, comparable in power to rank 7 grandmasters. The brutal reality of the mountain range is then vividly illustrated, showing a monstrous tiger monster tearing apart a smaller beast, a stark reminder that even the lowest-ranked creatures on the outskirts are exceptionally fierce. Su Hong emphasizes that these beasts are far more dangerous than any found elsewhere, warning that even a rank 2 martial artist would hesitate to venture into this perilous territory. Black minivan speeds deeper into the ancient forest, the sounds of its engine, a stark contrast to the wild, untamed nature surrounding it. Deep within the shadows of the forest, numerous glowing red eyes materialize, revealing a lurking threat as 2 ferocious bear-like creatures emerge from the undergrowth, their roars echoing through the darkness. Inside the vehicle, one student voices his unease, feeling an unseen presence watching them. Another student, clearly agitated, questions if a ferocious beast is about to launch a sudden attack. Su Hong, a slight smirk playing on his lips, muses that the training camp's competition will likely be as brutal as the savage battles among the beasts. He then reflects on his own growing excitement, acknowledging a hint of madness in his enjoyment of the perilous atmosphere. Minivan finally arrives at the entrance of the training camp, revealing a bustling assembly of participants gathered within a fenced-off area, ready for whatever challenges await them. As the group prepares to enter, one of the students expresses a keen curiosity, wondering about the strength of the other participants gathered for the rigorous training camp. Among the crowd, a stern-faced man with a determined gaze observes the new arrivals, his presence exuding an air of seasoned experience and unwavering focus. The diverse group of participants stands in anticipation, some appearing weary, others watchful, as a young woman in the foreground looks on with a mix of surprise and apprehension. One of the students stares intently, his silence conveying a deep sense of apprehension as he takes in his surroundings. Su Hong, radiating confidence, declares it's time to move, prompting a hesitant "oh, okay" from one of his companions, who seems to be taken aback by Su Hong's resolve. As Su Hong and his companions advance, an unseen figure in a suit gestures towards them, seemingly directing them further into the camp, with the imposing mountains looming in the distance. The stern man in suit announces that they will wait for all participants before commencing an entrance exam, a revelation that surprises Su Hong, who questions the unexpected additional hurdle. The new group of participants finally arrives. One of the students angrily curses their late arrival, expressing frustration at being made to wait for those from prominent families. Su Hong merely observes with a subtle smirk. A lavish convoy of luxury vehicles, including a striking red sports car, rolls in, their arrival announced by the rumble of powerful engines, signifying the entrance of the major families. From the opulent vehicles emerge various individuals, including impeccably dressed men in suits, a confident woman in casual attire, and a distinguished man with long white hair holding a traditional fan, all exuding an air of privilege. As the elite group steps out, onlookers immediately recognize goddess Xiao Yan, admiring her spiritual telekinetic abilities. The woman herself disdainfully remarks on their dump of a location. Meanwhile, the elegant man with the fan finds the scene inelegant. Another observer identifies Lin Xinghe of the Lin family, noting his near rank 2 power but excessive showiness, before urging the group forward. Another participant excitedly points out the arrival of barbarian god Wang Tiantua, the city lord's son, highlighting his exceptional 95% fire attribute compatibility and unique physique. The newly arrived elite, including the confident woman, the elegant man with the fan, and the muscular barbarian god, stride through the assembly, their presence commanding attention as they make their way to the front. 3 prominent figures stand tall and composed, their gazes fixed ahead, ready to face the challenges of the training camp. Su Hong and his companions observe the newly arrived elites, their expressions a mix of curiosity and quiet assessment as they prepare for the upcoming trials. Su Hong's smirk deepens as he identifies the 3 leading figures as the top geniuses of Star City previously mentioned by the president. He inwardly challenges them, eager to gauge the true extent of their touted genius. The stern man in suit, clipboard in hand, announces to the assembled crowd that all participants have arrived, and he is now ready to declare the rules for the impending entrance exam. The stern man in suit reveals the first crucial detail. The actual training camp lies 30 kilometers away, deep within the treacherous Tianlin mountain range. He then unveils the brutal challenge. Tokens, essential for entry into the training camp, are embedded within ferocious beasts, meaning participants must hunt and retrieve them to proceed. The students react with palpable fear, realizing the true danger. One points out that while 30 kilometers in 8 hours sounds simple, the Tianlin mountain range's unpredictable depths harbor high-level ferocious beasts, making survival far from guaranteed. While others are gripped by fear, contemplating the perilous journey, Su Hong, however, sees the challenge as a mere formality. He confidently states that he has ample time to hunt high-level beasts and accumulate martial points. One student, raising a hand in concern, questions what happens if they encounter a ferocious beast far beyond their level. The unnamed observer, with a stern gaze, coldly replies that they would simply be unlucky and eliminated, though a rescue team would eventually come to save their little lives. The students erupt in protest, deeming the trial unfair. They argue that the strong could easily be eliminated by sheer bad luck, while the weak might pass on pure chance, emphasizing the trial's heavy reliance on fortune. The unnamed observer scoffs at their complaints about fairness, reminding them that the world is no game. He challenges them, asking if they would still protest fairness after a decade of painstaking cultivation, only to be casually eliminated by a passing powerhouse on the all-heavens battlefield. He continues, instructing them to act with caution if they wish to avoid high-level beasts. He declares that mitigating risks, the strong preying on the weak, and using numbers to one's advantage are the undeniable laws of the battlefield. The stern man in suit, with a condescending smirk, chimes in, agreeing with the harsh assessment. He tells those afraid to die to quit now and save everyone time, dismissing the fearful as a bunch of trash. Enraged student points an accusing finger at the stern man in suit, declaring him a coward and trash. He challenges him to make a move, threatening to cripple him if he does. The unnamed observer, holding a clipboard, clarifies the rules. Fighting is forbidden in the encampment, but once they enter the mountain, the instructors will not intervene. He explicitly states they are free to snatch tokens or beat up anyone they dislike. The tension immediately boils over as the stern man in suit and another student clash, their fists meeting with crackling energy, demonstrating the brutal reality of the trial even before it officially begins in the mountains. Su Hong observes the escalating conflict, noting the training camp's ruthless nature. He realizes they are actively encouraged to fight each other, predicting that under these rules, probably half the participants will be eliminated. As he surveys the other participants, a thought crosses Su Hong's mind. If he were to engage these individuals in combat, he could potentially earn heaps of martial points. The unnamed observer, holding a beeping device, declares an end to the talk. With a firm command, he announces the immediate start of the exam and orders everyone to get out. A massive wave of students surges forward, shouting charge and declarations of passing, while others jostle and yell to be left alone, a chaotic rush into the unknown depths of the mountain. Two students speed along a winding path, disappearing deeper into the verdant, tree-lined mountain range, the sounds of their footsteps echoing through the quiet forest. Stern man in suit aggressively chases after another student, yelling for him to get over here and threatening to eliminate him immediately. The student being pursued defiantly retorts that he'll gladly oblige if the stern man in suit wants to be eliminated. The student, turning to face his pursuer, unleashes a powerful punch, a golden aura flaring around his fist as he declares his opponent dead meat. The stern man in suit reels back, a cry of "Argh" escaping his lips as he's struck by a powerful blue energy, the impact rippling through the air. The fierce exchange of blows continues, both students enveloped in bursts of golden and blue energy as their attacks collide with explosive force. The battle intensifies, a flurry of rapid strikes and counterstrikes creating blinding flashes of light and explosive impacts, showcasing their raw power. The intense brawl rages on, a blur of motion and raw power, while high above, Su Hong calmly observes the spectacle from a tree branch. Su Hong, perched calmly on the tree, reflects on the fight below. He'd hoped to gauge the combat power of these geniuses, but finds them far less impressive than rumored, concluding that defeating them wouldn't yield many martial points. Disappointed, Su Hong turns away, deciding it would be more productive to hurry up and hunt a few more high-level ferocious beasts instead of wasting time on these geniuses. The two students continue their heated exchange, their fists locked in a power struggle. One sneers, dismissing the other's training as pointless, asserting that his family's generational wealth is incomparable. The other retorts angrily, refusing to be lumped in with those paupers. As Su Hong walks away, he overhears the continued insults. A pauper is a pauper. Training hard is useless. The other student vehemently denies being a working-class pauper, the argument echoing through the forest. A sinister smirk spreads across Su Hong's face, his eyes glowing with a cold, blue light. He decides he shouldn't let these free martial points go to waste, a new opportunity presenting itself. Su Hong steps in between the two brawling students, his leg cutting through their intense struggle as he calmly tells them to stop fighting. You two. Su Hong stands tall and confident, a wooden club resting casually on his shoulder as he challenges the two students to come play with me instead. One of the students, still fuming, dismisses Su Hong's challenge with a crude retort, calling him another pauper and threatening to beat him up too. The second student, indignant at the interruption, challenges Su Hong's audacity, demanding to know his level for daring to break up their fight. Instead of revealing his level, Su Hong offers a shocking counterproposal. He invites the two students to stop fighting each other and team up against him instead, a blatant display of confidence. Unnamed observer, furious at Su Hong's audacity, lunges forward with a roar, declaring that Su Hong is looking down on him and is asking for death. A powerful punch, fueled by rage, shoots forward with incredible speed, aiming to strike Su Hong down. But Su Hong effortlessly evades the attack, the unnamed observer finding himself airborne before crashing to the ground with a pained grunt, utterly defeated. Without missing a beat, Su Hong turns his attention to the stern man in suit, delivering a swift and powerful blow with his wooden club, sending the second student flying. Stern man in suit lands hard, collapsing to the ground in shock. He can barely comprehend what just happened, thinking it impossible that someone of similar strength could be defeated in a single move. Su Hong moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion as he closes the distance to the fallen unnamed observer, declaring that it is now his turn. The unnamed observer's eyes widen in sheer terror, realizing the overwhelming power he faces as sweat beads on his brow. With a devastating strike, Su Hong's wooden club connects, sending a spray of blood and debris as the unnamed observer is utterly incapacitated. Su Hong stands triumphant, his eyes glowing with fierce determination as blue, water-like energy swirls around him, showcasing his latent power. The stern man in suit is sent flying once more, his scream of pain echoing through the forest as Su Hong finishes off the second challenger with equal ease. Su Hong stands casually over the two defeated students, delivering a cold warning. This is what happens when one looks down on ordinary cultivators. Elsewhere, two observers monitor the assessment, one exclaiming confusion over Su Hong's sudden appearance and ability to one-shot both students, then asking if the knocked-out participants are eliminated. Elder, dark robe, a supervisor with a sharp goatee, clarifies the rules, stating that since the students didn't actively request a rescue, the assessment continues. One of the defeated students, the stern man in suit, slowly regains consciousness, a pained groan escaping his lips. He clutches his head, wincing in agony as the full extent of his injuries sets in, lamenting how much it hurts. Both the unnamed observer and the stern man in suit are now sitting up, wary and cautious, as the stern man in suit warns the other to step back. The stern man in suit clenches his fist, a flashback of Su Hong's brutal strike flashing in his mind as he vows revenge, cursing the bastard who humiliated him. Unnamed observer, equally frustrated, blames his loss on letting his guard down, convinced he wouldn't have fallen if not for that momentary lapse. A tense silence hangs between the two defeated students as they sit contemplating their shared humiliation and unexpected defeat. Finally, the unnamed observer apologizes for his earlier words, acknowledging the stern man in suit's strength, who in turn admits his own fault for mocking him. With their newfound alliance, the two students walk away, arm in arm, ready to seek revenge. The unnamed observer declares his intent to use a wooden club for some good wax to blow off steam. Meanwhile, Su-hong sprints through the forest, his spear ready, a faint aura of energy swirling around him as he continues his journey. His sharp eyes narrow, sensing something in the dense wilderness ahead, his expression turning serious. He spots a formidable pack of rank 1 early-stage giant-fanged boars, questioning the sheer number of ferocious beasts in the Tianlin mountain range. The monstrous boars snort and pant, their glowing red eyes fixed on Su-hong, ready to charge at any moment. The boars let out a thunderous roar as they surge forward, but Su-hong leaps into action, a silhouette against the charging beasts, his spear poised for battle. His eye glows with intense golden energy, signaling the activation of a powerful skill, ready to unleash devastating force. He unleashes Thunder Strike, a torrent of golden lightning erupting from his spear, tearing through the charging boars with overwhelming power. The golden energy crackles around Su-hong, a testament to his strength as the boars are struck down by his thunderous assault. Having decimated the pack of wild boars, Su-hong observes the system notifications, noting the meager martial points gained. He laments how the rewards have dwindled since he grew stronger, a stark contrast to the dozens he once earned from a single martial artist. A fresh wound bleeds, but Su-hong dismisses it, his focus unwavering as he pushes onward, determined to find a token. Amidst a pile of fallen rank 1 early-stage ferocious beasts, Su-hong meticulously searches. He ponders if this one, unlike the dozen before it, will finally yield the elusive token. As expected, the search proves fruitless. Su-hong wipes his hands, confirming his suspicion that only higher-level ferocious beasts carry the precious tokens he seeks. Su-hong reflects on his past, recalling how easily he once found low-level beasts. He questions the sudden scarcity, a perplexing obstacle in his hunt. Suddenly, a monstrous black tiger-like beast, the Nether Night Black Tiger, descends with glowing red eyes and razor claws, targeting Su-hong from above. Su-hong's eyes blaze with an intense blue light as he finally identifies his target, a formidable rank 1 high-stage ferocious beast, the Nether Night Black Tiger. With a surge of power, Su-hong's hand glows with brilliant blue energy, channeling his strength for a devastating attack. The Nether Night Black Tiger roars, its fangs bared and dripping, unleashing a terrifying display of its predatory might. Su-hong's powerful strike slams the black tiger into the ground, cracking the earth beneath it as white energy ripples outward from the impact. With a decisive blow, Su-hong drives his staff into the black tiger's head, unleashing a blinding blue energy explosion that seals its fate. Su-hong stands victorious, earning a significant 35 martial points. He confidently declares that defeating a rank 1 high-stage ferocious beast is now effortless for him. He bends over the fallen black tiger, searching it, hoping this high-stage beast will finally drop the token he desperately needs. With a grimace, Su-hong holds up a blood-soaked token, confirming his theory about high-stage beasts. He notes the frustrating 3 hours it took to find just one. Su-hong contemplates the shifting landscape of the mountain range. Deeper zones contain higher-tier beasts, but their numbers are significantly lower, making the hunt more challenging. Despite the higher martial points from powerful beasts like the black tiger, Su-hong realizes the infrequency of encounters. He considers a more efficient strategy, hunting numerous low-level beasts on the outskirts. A determined smirk plays on Su-hong's lips, his eyes glowing blue once more as he decides to prioritize quantity over quality in his relentless pursuit of martial points. With a powerful squeeze, Su-hong crushes the bloody token in his hand, activating its unknown properties. Su-hong strides deeper into the forest, his resolve firm. With 5 hours remaining in the assessment, he must accumulate enough martial points to fully enhance his mortal frame. The forest floor is now a gruesome tapestry of defeated beasts, their bodies piled high, a testament to Su-hong's brutal efficiency. More fallen boars litter the verdant woods, painting a vivid picture of the widespread carnage wrought by Su-hong's relentless hunting spree. Su-hong, enveloped in a red aura, clashes fiercely with a massive, bear-like beast whose eyes glow with malevolent red energy, blood splattering from the impact. With focused intensity, Su-hong unleashes a powerful punch, leaving a vibrant red energy trail in its wake. After decimating countless rank 1 ferocious beasts, Su-hong finally confronts a rank 1 mid-stage opponent, his fist ablaze with fiery energy. Su-hong unleashes a devastating, explosive golden red energy blast, sending the bear-like beast hurtling through the air. Bear-like beast's mouth opens in a silent scream of agony as blood erupts around it, signaling its imminent defeat. Its mouth remains agape, the beast's final moments consumed by overwhelming pain and defeat. In its dying gaze, the beast's eye reflects Su Hong's image, delivering the final, decisive blow, a testament to his absolute victory. Thunderous impact reverberates through the forest as Su Hong's fist, crackling with raw power, obliterates the beast's resistance. The ferocious beast is cleaved in two, its massive form exploding into a shower of light and debris, a testament to Su Hong's overwhelming might. Su Hong reflects on his growth, realizing that after upgrading his mortal frame to 60%, he can effortlessly kill a rank 1 mid-stage ferocious beast using only his physical strength. Covered in the beast's blood, Su Hong clenches his fist, a confident smirk playing on his lips, satisfied with the results of his enhanced power. He observes his system interface, noting his current 254 martial points. Su Hong calculates he is only a little over 100 points away from maxing out his mortal frame progress, with its physique at 64.6%. With over 3 hours remaining, Su Hong resolves to gather enough martial points, his grip firm on his spear as he prepares to continue his hunt. Suddenly, the serene mountain landscape is engulfed by a powerful, unseen force, sending birds scattering across the sky. Su Hong's eyes widen, sweat beading on his forehead as he exclaims, "What's that noise?" Colossal, golden-feathered beast descends from the heavens, its immense presence dwarfing the forest. Su Hong, trembling, recognizes it as the legendary Golden Rock Beast King. The Golden Rock Beast King unleashes a deafening screech, its powerful cry echoing through the mountains and shaking the very air. Su Hong struggles to maintain his stance against the Beast King's might, realizing its strength is truly formidable as a single flap of its wings generates a terrifying shockwave. The sheer force of the shockwave rips through the forest, violently uprooting ancient trees and reducing them to splinters. Su Hong flees through the ravaged forest, glancing back in disbelief, questioning the very nature of such a ferocious beast. The destructive energy sweeps across the forest floor, leaving a path of devastation in its wake. Su Hong's face contorts in distress as he acknowledges his recent complacency, realizing that in front of such top-tier experts, his strength is as insignificant as an ant's. Su Hong looks up with a startled expression, a bead of sweat tracing his temple as he senses a sudden shift in the air. Su Hong's eyes fixate on the Golden Rock Beast King, which now appears to be falling, and a mysterious ball of light beneath it, prompting his startled question. That ball of light is... Rank 7 Grandmaster Elder Chun, enveloped in a radiant golden aura, confronts the Golden Rock Beast King, identifying himself as Qin Tianlai and demanding to know why it has returned to his territory. Golden Rock Beast King, its eyes burning fiercely, retorts defiantly, "I never said I'd lend it to you." Enraged, Elder Chen's golden aura intensifies as he declares, "Then I'll beat you until you agree." Elder Chun moves with blinding speed, his foot engulfed in golden energy, launching himself towards the Beast King. Golden energy projectile, launched by Elder Chun, slams into the Golden Rock Beast King, creating a dazzling explosion of light. The Golden Rock Beast King lets out a frustrated sigh as it reels from the impact, while Elder Chun continues his relentless assault. Elder Chun, a blur of golden light, expresses his irritation, finding the Beast King's complaints so noisy. Elder Chun unleashes a volley of golden energy blasts, each strike detonating against the Golden Rock Beast King's form in a furious barrage. With precision and immense power, Elder Chun delivers a direct golden energy strike to the Golden Rock Beast King's head, the impact radiating outwards. Elder Chun, his hands stained with blood from the intense battle, sternly warns the Golden Rock Beast King not to make him repeat himself, asserting his authority as Qin Tianlai. As the Golden Rock Beast King retreats, vowing, "Just you wait," Elder Chun dismisses its threat with a wave, telling it to get lost with its nonsense. Elder Chun, a triumphant and slightly smug expression on his face, inhales deeply, reabsorbing the golden energy as the confrontation concludes. Su Hong, crouching amidst rugged rocks, gazes upwards in awe, questioning if this immense power truly belongs to a rank 7 martial artist. A fierce determination hardens Su Hong's eyes as he vows to reach that same formidable realm, sooner rather than later. High above, Elder Chun soars away, leaving behind a vast, excavated circular training ground dotted with various structures, a testament to the power just unleashed. Floating effortlessly above a waiting crowd, Elder Chun remarks that the golden-winged great rock should have simply conceded its territory for the trial, rather than forcing his hand. Lin Zhe and the Martial Dao Association president, both rank 5 martial artists, are awestruck, noting that Grandmaster Qin's, Elder Chen's, power far exceeds the rumors. They observe that even the tyrannical Golden Rock Beast King had its spirit broken. Dismissing their compliments, Elder Chun instructs Lin Zhe and the Martial Dao Association president to follow him to the monitoring room, eager to discover which trainees endured the golden-winged great rock's immense pressure. Lin Zhe promptly acknowledges the command. In the monitoring room, the Martial Dao Association president points to the surveillance playbacks, explaining that most trainees were completely immobilized by the Golden Rock's immense pressure. Elder Chun, intrigued, observes the screen showing a trainee who, despite having just eliminated a pack of Tier 1 late-stage black tigers, effortlessly endures the Golden Rock's pressure. He immediately asks for the trainee's name. The Martial Dao Association president quickly provides the details. The trainee is Wang Tiantua, a Tier 1 high-tier martial artist with 340 blood chi and 95% fire attribute affinity, possessing the barbarian god body and boundless strength, son of the Star City Castellan. Elder Chun muses that the Castellan, who once likened having children to a lottery, finally produced a decent heir. Elder Chen's attention shifts to another screen, impressed by Lin Xinghe's brilliant movement skills, allowing her to evade the Golden Rock's pressure entirely. The Martial Dao Association president identifies her as Lin Xinghe, a Tier 1 high tier with 325 blood chi and 96% wind attribute affinity, from the Lin family of Star City. Observing a new display, Elder Chun notes a spiritual telekinetic, Xiao Yan, who effectively uses spirit power to counteract the Golden Rock's pressure, deeming her abilities quite impressive. The Martial Dao Association president provides further details, identifying the spiritual telekinetic as Xiao Yan, a Tier 1 mid-stage with 290 blood chi and 95% would attribute affinity, a scion of Star City's Xiao family. Elder Chen acknowledges that these three individuals easily handled the Golden Rock's pressure, their strength far surpassing their peers. He then asks if there are any other notable talents. The Martial Dao Association president begins to respond, mentioning Lin Po, a Tier 1 mid-stage martial artist from the Lin family. Martial Dao Association president informs Elder Chun that a dozen or so trainees possess Tier 2 mid-stage combat power, and none succumb to the Golden Rock's pressure. Elder Chun questions why all the impressive talents are scions of major families, specifically asking about students from number 1 high. The Martial Dao Association president explains that students from other schools are only at Tier 1 early stage, with number 1 high's 3 students having just recently broken through. Elder Chun, cutting her off, dismisses them, stating that Star City number 1 high is unworthy of its reputation. Suddenly, Lin Zhe exclaims in surprise, pointing at something off-screen, demanding to know what is happening with that person. Lin Zhe observes in disbelief as the main protagonist, fresh from enduring the Golden Rock's pressure, still possesses enough strength to violently hunt ferocious beasts, his pole arm cleaving through the air with blue energy. The Martial Dao Association president trembles, her eyes wide with shock, as she utters a single word, recognizing the main protagonist as Star City number 1 high's monster. Lin Zhe, annoyed by the Martial Dao Association president's outburst, scolds her not to make such a fuss in front of Grandmaster Qin, Elder Chun, dismissing her talk of a monster. Lin Zhe, his eyes wide in disbelief, struggles to articulate, only managing to gasp the word monster. Lin Zhe's face contorts in pure terror, his entire body visibly trembling, overwhelmed by the shocking revelation. Elder Chun scolds Lin Zhe and the Martial Dao Association president, reminding them of their rank 5 status and questioning why they are making such a fuss, having witnessed countless geniuses. He then adds that young people, after all, often lack steady temperaments. A bloodshot eye, wide with disbelief, reflects the profound shock as the question echoes, is he even human? The system screen reveals Su Hong's profile, 18 years old, Tier 1 early stage, with a mere 123 blood chi. Yet, he achieved 3004 combat power with rushing thunder fist, rivaling Tier 1 high-level martial artists. The shocking detail, 100% affinity for all 7 elemental guiding techniques, which he is concurrently cultivating. Elder Chun wonders if such a monster, with 100% all-attribute affinity and a special physique, truly exists. Elder Chun, trembling with a red aura of excitement, can barely comprehend that such a freak could emerge from a place as unassuming as Star City. He declares this a rare encounter, not merely once in a century, but once in a millennium. Elder Chen's eyes glow intensely red as he clutches his fist, an unbridled surge of elation escaping his lips. He has struck gold. The Martial Dao Association president, snapping out of her daze, interjects, questioning why Su Hong, with such talent, is only at Tier 1 early stage with a mere 123 blood chi. She then clarifies that Su Hong is simultaneously cultivating 7 guiding techniques. Furious red aura erupts around Elder Chun as he realizes the truth. Su Hong's low blood chi is due to cultivating 7 techniques simultaneously, a feat that would doom even an immortal. He rages, questioning how Su Hong's cultivation could possibly advance, and chastises the Star City Martial Arts Association president, Wu Linxian, for failing to explain this critical detail to the child. An unnamed observer informs Elder Chun that the trainees are steadily arriving at the training camp. Elder Chun, composed once more, agrees to go and observe them. One of the junior trainees respectfully greets Grandmaster Qin. Elder Chun, with a nod of approval, commends the 3 young individuals, acknowledging their impressive performance. 6 hours into the relentless assessment, the first wave of exhausted trainees finally reached the designated area, some barely clinging to consciousness, proclaiming their relief at having survived the Golden Rock Beast King. 7.5 hours into the assessment, Elder Chun observes the remaining participants from above, contemplating an early end to the trials and questioning the weakness of those who still haven't arrived. Elder Chen's concern grows as he wonders why Su Hong, his precious treasure, has not yet appeared, fearing he might be lost or eliminated from the assessment. Meanwhile, Su Hong finally emerges from the dense forest, a spear clutched in his hand, a determined expression on his face as he acknowledges his arrival. Covered in blood and bandages, Su Hong reveals his intense focus on accumulating martial value, admitting he nearly lost track of time during the arduous journey. As Su Hong passes by, other trainees observe his bloodied state, noting his ruthlessness and questioning why he doesn't appear more severely injured despite his appearance. Two antagonists watch Su Hong, one declaring he's been waiting for the kid to arrive, while the other advises patience, promising ample opportunities to deal with him once they are within the training camp. The Martial Dao Association president, Elder Chun, and an unnamed observer gather, with Elder Chun noting Su Hong's expert timing by arriving just at the deadline, an act the president finds interesting. The stern man in suit announces the 8-hour deadline has passed, eliminating any trainees who failed to arrive, before moving on to introduce the camp's facilities and rules. The training camp boasts several advanced facilities, including a gravity training room, a movement skill training room, and a ferocious beast combat room, all designed to push trainees to their limits. The tour concludes with the Martial Arts Pavilion, a place where trainees can exchange martial arts, movement skills, pills, and weapons, with the highest grade items reaching an impressive A rank. Su Hong, still bearing his injuries, reflects on the A rank rewards, confirming his decision to join this training camp was the right one. Stern man in suit reveals the catch. Accessing these elite facilities requires earning sufficient contribution points. He further elaborates that contribution points are earned by excelling in various training subjects, with outstanding performance yielding extra rewards. As the day draws to a close, the stern man in suit dismisses the healthy trainees to continue their training, while directing the injured students, including Su Hong, to the dormitories for rest. In his new single dormitory room, Su Hong feels a sense of relief, realizing he can now cultivate and level up without fear of being observed. Stripping down, Su Hong reviews his updated system stats: Blood Chi 126, Spirit 26.5, and Mortal Body at 64.6%. With 354 points of martial value, he resolves to max out his Mortal Body. As Su Hong meditates, a fiery red aura engulfs him, and system notifications rapidly flash, indicating a continuous increase of Mortal Body plus 0.1 points. The system confirms the completion of his Mortal Body, displaying a critical notification: Mortal Body 100% Evolve. Su Hong's face contorts in a gasp of intense pain and exertion as his eyes glow crimson, surrounded by the surging red energy of his evolving physique. Red energy courses through Su Hong's body, tracing glowing lines across his skin as he endures the arduous transformation, heavy breaths escaping his lips. A powerful blue energy shockwave erupts from Su Hong, tearing through his room as his evolution culminates in a burst of raw power. After the explosive surge, Su Hong exhales slowly, the red glow around him fading as he calms, his newly evolved physique now settled. Su Hong clenches his fist, marveling at his newfound strength and questioning if a simple physical attack could truly be this potent. A new system window appears, revealing his physique has evolved into the Overlord Body, described as the strongest physique in the world, a title Su Hong has never encountered before. The system further indicates that the Overlord Body is at Spirit rank 0%, implying it can still advance, prompting Su Hong to ponder the extraordinary forms it might yet evolve into. Convinced of his physique's incredible power, Su Hong grabs his spear, eager to test the true extent of his newly acquired Overlord Body. As Su Hong grips his spear, a distinct creak sound emanates from the weapon, a sign of the immense strength now coursing through his hands. Su Hong stares in disbelief as his Grade C alloy spear, a sturdy weapon, begins to bend and creak under what he considers a normal grip, realizing the overwhelming power of his new body. A look of dismay crosses Su Hong's face as he laments the imminent destruction of his expensive Grade C alloy spear, a fortune he spent now crumbling in his hands. A look of dismay crosses Su Hong's face as he laments the imminent destruction of his expensive Grade C alloy spear, watching it crumble in his hands. Then, a sudden realization dawns. The spear was a free acquisition from the Star City wilderness, costing him absolutely nothing. He quickly resolves to gather contribution points to exchange it for a superior Grade A alloy spear. Su Hong, now clad in a light tracksuit, contemplates his next training challenge. He realizes points can be earned simply by wearing a weighted vest and wonders just how many hundreds of kilograms his body can endure. An overhead view reveals a bustling warehouse filled with various training equipment. A group of individuals stands around a monumental pile of weighted vests, one of them exclaiming in disbelief that a single vest weighs an astonishing 3,000 kilograms. Wang Tiantuo, a muscular man, demonstrates incredible strength by effortlessly leaping while wearing a 3,000-kilogram vest. He casually remarks that it still feels a bit light, stunning the onlookers who question how he can even jump under such immense weight. Elder Chun, with his long white hair, observes Wang Tiantuo's feat, acknowledging his monstrous strength. An unnamed female official beside him mutters about the brute force on display as racks of 1,200-kilogram weights stand nearby. From a high-tech control room, Elder Chun and other officials monitor Wang Tiantuo's progress on a large screen. Elder Chun explains that Wang Tiantuo's ability to handle 3,000 kilograms is a testament to the power of his barbarian god body. An unnamed female official, holding a document, consults Elder Chun, asking when they should address Su Hong's simultaneous practice of all 7 guidance arts. Elder Chun, off-panel, immediately dismisses the idea of a direct approach. Elder Chun, with a stern expression, elaborates on his strategy. He asserts that geniuses are inherently arrogant and a direct confrontation would only backfire. Instead, they must devise a method for Su Hong to realize his error and give up on his own. Elder Chun turns to the stern man in suit, inquiring if the night raid team is prepared for their mission. The stern man in suit grins sinisterly, observing the students. He muses that since they just finished their entrance exams, they are likely feeling relaxed, making them prime targets for a sudden night attack that would surely leave them in tears. Elder Chun, bathed in a blue aura, issues a decisive command. A high-rank first-tier martial artist must be assigned to crush Su Hong. His intention is to then explain the downsides of the 7 guidance arts, ensuring Su Hong listens and abandons his path. From behind Elder Chun, the unnamed female official expresses concern, highlighting the vast power gap. A high-rank first-tier martial artist boasts over 400 blood chi and 5,000 combat power, while Su Hong possesses only over 100 blood chi. She worries about the potential breaking of Su Hong's martial heart. Elder Chen's face contorts in anger as he dismisses their concerns as nonsense. He declares his actions are meant to correct Su Hong's mistake, asserting that if Su Hong's heart breaks so easily, it merely proves he is trash. Under the night sky, Su Hong walks towards a large facility. As an announcement rings out, Wang Tiantuo is heading to the gravity room and everyone is invited to watch. Inside a training area, Su Hong observes the weighted vests. He notes that everyone is going to watch Wang Tiantuo and decides he should check out the spectacle himself soon. Su Hong examines a sleek smart bracelet, wondering if it's the device responsible for calculating training points. Su Hong looks down at a rack of weighted vests, a sign indicating 1,500 kilograms prominently displayed, hinting at the extreme nature of the training. Su Hong's eyes widen in disbelief as he spots a vest marked 10 tons. He questions who could possibly wear such a super-heavy alloy creation. Straining, Su Hong attempts to lift a weighted vest, grimacing as he admits its immense weight. He realizes that while he might be able to wear it, it would significantly impair his speed, and he wouldn't be able to sustain it for long. A blur of motion streaks across the training room, indicating an individual moving with incredible speed and agility, likely another powerful martial artist in training. Su Hong confidently dons a weighted vest, declaring that a 5-ton load is currently ideal for his training. Lost in thought, Su Hong wonders about the weights chosen by Wang Tiantuo and his group, assuming they must be either similar to his own preferred load or even heavier, given their status as high-rank first-tier martial artists. Su Hong walks away with purpose, hoping to gain valuable insights from observing the other martial artists. An aerial view showcases the magnificent gravity room, surrounded by a gathering crowd. The narrator reveals that Wang Tiantuo, a true beast, entered the room without even removing his 3-ton vest. Inside the gravity room, Wang Tiantuo is seen on a monitor, struggling under an astonishing 2x gravity. The narrator emphasizes the ridiculousness of his feat, noting that despite his visible struggle, he's effectively enduring a 6-ton load. Su Hong stands outside the gravity room, arms crossed, reflecting on Wang Tiantuo's performance. He realizes his initial assessment of Wang Tiantuo's 3-ton vest being light was a profound misunderstanding of the true strength of the overlord body. Still outside the gravity room, Su Hong's gaze drifts across the training area, his mind still grappling with the sheer power he had just witnessed. 2 other trainees nearby are engaged in a quiet discussion, their expressions mirroring a shared concern. Su Hong approaches the 2 men, Chun Shan and Li Tu, asking why they aren't training. Li Tu admits they feel utterly outmatched, stating the others are simply too strong, while Chun Shan adds that entering now would only lead to embarrassing comparisons. With a sigh, Su Hong looks at them, the reason for their hesitation now painfully clear. As Su Hong confidently strides towards the gravity room entrance, onlookers question his decision, asking if he isn't worried about appearing foolish by entering now, suggesting he wait until the crowds disperse. The observers ponder Su Hong's audacity, wondering if he's foolish enough to enter without a weighted vest, speculating he might be attempting to surpass Wang Tiantuo's gravity multiplier. The narrator explains the immense cost and rarity of gravity rooms, accessible only to elite clans. Su Hong steps into the radiant entrance, internally vowing not to squander this precious opportunity. Inside the gravity room, Su Hong calculates the extreme conditions, noting that a 5-ton vest under 2x gravity would equate to a crushing 10 tons, a load he could only endure for 10 minutes. Su Hong carefully adjusts the controls, setting the gravity to 1.5x, believing this multiplier will allow him to endure the training for a longer duration. Immediately, the immense pressure takes hold. Su Hong struggles to maintain his stance, a pained grimace on his face as he exclaims how incredibly heavy the gravity feels. Outside, the observers mock Su Hong, pointing out his lack of a weighted vest and the seemingly low 1.5x gravity setting. They dismiss him as weak, finding his struggle amusing. Su Hong enters a meditative state, a red aura envelopes him. The narrator explains that while cultivating guidance arts under the immense pressure of the gravity room is incredibly difficult, the speed of his cultivation is astonishing. 2 hours pass, and Su Hong remains in his deep meditative state, the red aura of his cultivation technique still radiating intensely around him. Sweat pours down Su Hong's face, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, a testament to the rigorous cultivation he has endured for hours. A system notification displays Su Hong's updated stats. All his guidance arts, except Thunder and Fire, have increased by 1 level, and his blood chi has surged from 126 to an impressive 130. Su Hong, visibly struggling, presses the shutdown button. He muses that if the gravity room yields such incredible results, the movement and beast rooms must offer equally potent training benefits. Emerging from the gravity room, Su Hong wipes his brow, acknowledging his utter exhaustion after the intense training session. The same observers from earlier mock Su Hong as he exits, noting his early departure, his sweat-soaked appearance, and the absence of a weighted vest, scoffing that they could easily endure such conditions. Su Hong begins to remove his jacket, revealing a hidden weighted vest beneath. He internally complains about the vest's poor ventilation, feeling like he's roasting from the heat. The mocking observers are struck speechless, their faces contorted in utter shock as they witness Su Hong's unexpected revelation. Su Hong peels off his weighted vest. The observers exchange stunned remarks, wondering about the vest's true weight. One speculates it was likely 500 kilograms, a torturous amount, yet acknowledges that enduring 2 hours in the gravity room proves Su Hong is far from weak. Su Hong carefully sets down his weighted vest, while the observers, still reeling, quickly shift their focus. They dismiss Su Hong's strength as incomparable to Wang Tiantuo, declaring him a true monster whom none can match. A ripple of excitement and anticipation runs through the crowd as an observer exclaims that Wang Tiantuo is finally emerging from the gravity room. The onlookers gasp in awe, marveling at Wang Tiantuo's incredible feat, enduring 6 tons of pressure for over 2 hours. Wang Tiantuo, a picture of raw power, rips off his weighted vest, his muscles rippling. Observers exclaim that his physical toughness is unmatched in the entire training camp, with one admitting they could barely last half an hour with just 500 kilograms. The sheer power radiating from Wang Tiantuo sends a shockwave through the assembled observers, leaving them stunned by his overwhelming presence. Wang Tiantuo stretches his shoulder, a sigh of relief escaping him as he finally feels the lightness return to his body after the intense session. The silver-haired examiner approaches Wang Tiantuo, conceding his own inferiority in strength and proposing a challenge in the movement technique room. Wang Tiantuo dismisses the idea, stating it would be foolish to compare himself against an A-rank wind attribute movement technique. From a distance, Su Hong overhears the conversation, his eyes widening in surprise at the mention of an A-rank movement technique. Su Hong's eyes glow with renewed determination. He acknowledges the incredible power of his overlord body but realizes that a high-level movement technique is now his most critical need. The camera pans to the impressive dome of the movement technique room as Su Hong mentally identifies the A-rank technique, soaring Hong steps, recognizing its immense power. Su Hong stands within the movement technique room. He mentally notes the daunting setup, a room packed with arrow turrets, making evasion impossible even at level 3. An observer nearby exclaims in shock that Lin Xinghe has set the difficulty to the maximum, level 10. The white-haired figure, Lin Xinghe, moves with blinding speed, a whirlwind of motion, as an unseen observer struggles to keep up, admitting that his eyes can't track the movements for even a second. Amidst the incredible display, an onlooker marvels at Lin Xinghe's seemingly endless energy, questioning the sudden appearance of elegant flower petals that accompany his stylish movements. Another observer, captivated by the spectacle, dismisses the idea of Lin Xinghe showing off, remarking that he simply looks incredibly cool. Su Hong, observing intently, mentally acknowledges the impressive movement technique as a system notification flashes, indicating soaring Hong steps 1%. A piercing blue eye, filled with intense concentration, mirrors the rapid movements of Lin Xinghe, absorbing every detail of the A-rank technique. Foot lifts, poised to strike or evade, hinting at Su Hong's initiation of the complex movement technique he's attempting to learn. Amidst the crowd, two onlookers react with a mix of surprise and curiosity, one exclaiming in awe while the other simply utters a questioning sound. As Su Hong attempts to replicate the intricate movements, the gray-haired elder expresses disbelief, wondering if he truly believes he can learn the A-rank soaring Hong steps just by observation. The stern man in suit, clearly struggling, laments the impossibility of mastering such a technique so easily. Su Hong moves with incredible agility, mirroring the complex footwork as system notifications rapidly update his progress. 8%, then 15%, and finally 30% mastery of the technique. Su Hong's eyes glow with intense focus, his body enveloped in a shimmering aura as the system registers further progress. 43% and 63%. The energy around Su Hong intensifies, reflecting his accelerating comprehension, with the system displaying 78% and then 93% completion. With a surge of blue energy, Su Hong completes the technique, a system notification congratulating him on officially mastering soaring Hong steps at the beginner level. He exults internally, having finally learned his first A-rank movement technique. Su Hong reflects on his new skill, finding Lin Xinghe's flamboyant movements somewhat embarrassing. He acknowledges that, having never seen the technique performed normally, he had no choice but to copy him. A system message then appears, signaling his return to reality. Having successfully acquired the movement technique, Su Hong considers continuing his training in the movement room. However, a new thought strikes him. He could also head to the Fierce Beast room to earn martial Dao points and increase his blood energy. Su Hong, puzzled by the sudden attention, wonders why everyone is staring at him. Onlookers comment that his previous pose was incredibly flashy, perfectly capturing Lin Xinghe's essence, while another admits they couldn't possibly pull off such a flamboyant display. A wave of mortification washes over Su Hong as he realizes, with dawning horror, that he might have been performing those overly flashy movements in the real world as well. Mortified, Su Hong mentally vows never to use Lin Xinghe as a learning template again as he dashes away. Behind him, captivated onlookers call out, begging him to stay and repeat his ridiculously cool moves. Su Hong's expression sharpens as he senses a presence, a flicker of suspicion crossing his mind, wondering if someone is trailing him. Two shadowy figures watch Su Hong from a distance, confirming they've finally found him and that he's heading to the Fierce Beast room. They plot to ambush him, planning to wait at the door and give him a good beating when he emerges. Establishing shot reveals the imposing structure of the Fierce Beast room, a massive facility where dangerous creatures are housed for training and combat. Inside the facility, a male challenger confidently confronts a female rival, mocking her previous challenge to compete in killing fierce beasts. She retorts, stating her sole desire is to determine who is truly number one in the training camp. The male challenger, flexing his impressive physique, scoffs at the idea that her spiritual mind power could possibly overcome his savage god body, accusing her of looking down on him. The female rival, undeterred, calmly counters that he is the one underestimating the true strength of spiritual mind masters. Su Hong, intrigued by the mention of a spiritual mind master, admits he's never witnessed one fight in person. He decides to observe the upcoming battle first, reasoning he can always return later to farm beasts for martial Dao points. Su Hong's eyes widen in disbelief as he witnesses the female challenger, Xiao Yan, inexplicably floating in midair outside the window, with two black panther-like beasts below her. Su Hong's shock intensifies, a bead of sweat tracing his temple as he processes the impossible sight. She is truly floating in midair. A realization dawns on Su Hong. Walking on air is a technique reserved only for grandmasters. This confirms his suspicion. He is witnessing the power of a true spiritual mind master. Su Hong watches in awe as, in a single instant, the spiritual mind master dispatches 3 third upper stage black tigers simultaneously with blinding streaks of golden light, leaving him to wonder about the nature of those mysterious energy attacks. A colossal, red-eyed beast, resembling a monstrous black bear, lets out a series of earth-shattering roars as the spiritual mind master stands her ground, enveloped in a fierce red aura, ready for the next confrontation. The colossal, red-eyed beast's gaze burns with an intense, predatory fury, its singular forehead gem glowing ominously as it prepares for the next phase of battle. A powerful female combatant stands firm, her arm outstretched as a massive, glowing wolf-like beast roars beside her, its form crackling with golden energy. Su Hong, observing the scene, questions the beast's roar, realizing she can forcibly bind and control her enemies with spiritual force. The female combatant deftly dodges a barrage of piercing golden energy streaks, the impact sending crimson splatters across the air as she narrowly avoids the attack. Su Hong's keen eyes focus, a sudden realization dawning upon him as he understands that the streaks of light are, in fact, daggers. Su Hong reflects on the incredible abilities of spiritual mind masters who can walk on air, control weapons from afar, and restrain foes, noting their absurd strength compared to ordinary warriors. Su Hong and other observers watch a screen in awe, wondering about the colossal, glowing sword displayed and the mysterious entity wielding it. The female combatant, a small figure against the immense scale, wields a towering golden energy sword, driving it down into the gaping maw of a colossal, snake-like beast. The ground shudders violently, clouds of dust billowing upwards as the immense snake-like creature is struck, its colossal body dominating the landscape. The female combatant maintains her fierce concentration, golden energy swirling around her as she continues her relentless assault. The golden energy blade pierces deep into the monstrous beast, a dark, viscous substance erupting from the wound as the female combatant delivers a devastating blow. Su Hong, still processing the incredible display, wonders aloud how the female combatant suddenly manifested such a massive weapon, questioning its immense weight. Elder Chun, holding his traditional fan, reveals that the ability is an A-rank martial skill, exclusive to spiritual mind masters. Su Hong, surrounded by other students and the Martial Dao Association president, expresses his disbelief at an A-rank martial skill exclusive to spiritual mind masters, then questions how so many others like Lin Xinghe and Wang Tiantuo also possess A-rank techniques. Elder Chun confirms that Wang Tiantuo also possesses an offensive A-rank martial skill, prompting a shocked student to exclaim about the overwhelming power, asking if they are all monsters. Su Hong, his gaze sharp, acknowledges Wang Tiantuo's offensive A-rank martial skill, concluding that this training camp, teeming with such powerful techniques, is precisely where he needs to be. On a large display, the main protagonist is shown obliterating a Tier 1 upper stage fierce beast with a single punch. Another student questions if it's a martial skill, while Su Hong dismisses it as raw physical strength, marveling at his power without techniques. Su Hong observes Wang Tiantuo's unwavering resolve, noting that he has no intention of using martial skills at the moment, then dismisses the thought. Su Hong's status screen appears, revealing his current blood energy at 130 and spirit at 26.5. He reflects on his ambition to become a spiritual mind master, noting he needs over 100 spirit points and is still short by 73.5. Su Hong clenches his fist, a vibrant blue aura glowing around it, as he resolves to go on a killing spree to gain the 73.5 martial Dao points he needs. The unnamed observer, holding a bat over his shoulder, points towards Su Hong entering a facility, confirming his entry to his accomplice. The unnamed observer and his accomplice stand outside the facility, noting that no one is paying attention during the training. They see this as a perfect chance to charge in and beat Su Hong senseless. The accomplice shouts in surprise, prompting the unnamed observer to angrily tell him to quiet down, warning against letting Su Hong notice their presence. The unnamed observer points to a screen, urging his accomplice to look at Su Hong, who is now visible on the display. The screen shows Su Hong, a tiny figure, fearlessly challenging over a dozen Tier 1 upper stage fierce beasts, leaving the unnamed observer to question if he's insane. The accomplice nervously asks if they should get an instructor to save Su Hong, fearing he'll be torn to shreds. The unnamed observer grimly states it's too late, believing Su Hong will be annihilated in seconds. Su Hong stands ready, his body tensed in a fighting stance, as the unnamed observer realizes they won't be able to exact their revenge. Su Hong's face is determined, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he boldly challenges the approaching threats, ready for battle. A monstrous crab-like beast unleashes a deafening roar, surrounded by other fierce creatures, as Su Hong prepares to face the overwhelming horde. Su Hong launches himself into the air, delivering a powerful mid-air kick towards one of the massive crab-like beasts, initiating his attack. Su Hong unleashes a surge of brilliant blue energy from his hands, his form glowing with power as he charges into the fray. Su Hong continues his relentless assault, a brilliant blue aura exploding from him as he smashes through multiple shadowy figures with devastating force. His hand glows with intense blue energy, swirling and crackling, ready to unleash another potent strike. Su Hong, a blur of motion, carves a path through a horde of massive beasts, leaving trails of blue energy and splatters of blood in his wake. Two observers watch in disbelief, one exclaiming, "Am I dreaming?" and questioning how a rank 1 early-stage martial artist could achieve such feats. The other adds that even a mid-stage martial artist would be dead against a dozen high-stage ferocious beasts. A closer look reveals the stern man in suit's shocked realization. Su Hong's movement technique is none other than Lin Xinghe's soaring cloud-startling step. The stern man in suit's face contorts in a mix of shock and utter disbelief, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He argues that it's impossible for a Star City High No. 1 student to possess such a high-class technique, wondering if Su Hong hails from a major family. Another observer suggests Su Hong might have learned it just by watching. The stern man in suit insists that mastering a Class A movement technique by merely observing it for a moment is impossible, questioning the heaven-defying nature of Su Hong's talent. Another observer suggests they abandon their thoughts of revenge, admitting their combined strength wouldn't be enough to defeat him. With a resolute expression, the stern man in suit declares he cannot simply swallow his pride, regardless of whether Su Hong is a scion of a major family or a monstrous genius. The stern man in suit points towards something off-panel, advising his companion to take a look before seeking trouble with Su Hong. The other observer's face is etched with shock and a hint of fear, his expression revealing the gravity of what he's just witnessed. Both observers stand in stunned silence, gazing at a large screen displaying chaotic energy, with shattered debris scattered on the ground before them. One observer exclaims in disbelief that in just a few minutes of their conversation, over a dozen rank 1 high-stage ferocious beasts have been annihilated. Su Hong, standing amidst the defeated monsters, observes his holographic interface, noting that over a dozen rank 1 high-stage ferocious beasts yielded only 81 martial points, averaging just 7 points each. He muses that the stronger he becomes, the harder it is to earn martial points. His blue eyes gleam with a focused intensity, a subtle glow suggesting deep concentration or activation of his abilities. In the ominous red-lit chamber, 2 fearsome, tiger-like monsters with glowing red eyes emerge from the shadows, their presence signaling new danger. Another monstrous serpent-like creature, its red eyes glowing menacingly, lurks within the same crimson-tinged environment, adding to the lurking threats. Su Hong stands atop a defeated beast, surveying the vast, red-lit arena, declaring that there's no time to rest and he must keep going. A massive, red-eyed tiger monster lunges down from above, its sharp claws extended, aiming for a decisive strike against Su Hong. Su Hong's eyes glow with electric blue energy as he prepares to counter, his fist radiating power in a dynamic pose. He unleashes his Vajra fist, a blinding yellow energy strike that blasts through multiple tiger-like monsters with immense force. Su Hong stands at the center of a golden energy explosion, surrounded by the stunned and defeated forms of various monsters, the impact still reverberating. The remaining tiger and scorpion monsters recoil in fear, visibly intimidated by Su Hong's power as they begin to retreat. Su Hong's eyes glow intensely as he grins confidently, challenging the retreating monsters, demanding they hand over all their martial points. He leaps through the air with incredible speed, extending his hand to grab or strike a giant scorpion-like monster. Blurred forms of tiger monsters indicate their frantic movement, either fleeing or being overwhelmed by Su Hong's assault. Su Hong, a dynamic silhouette, continues his rampage, flinging monsters through the air with powerful, sweeping attacks. The 2 observers watch the screen in continued silence, the chaotic energy and impacts from Su Hong's battle still unfolding before them. The stern man in suit, looking relieved, questions when the cycle of vengeance will end, stating he has decided to forgive Su Hong. Another observer agrees, suggesting they quickly slip away before that monster beats them up again. A crowd watches the screen, discussing other impressive feats. Wang Tiantua hammered 9 rank 1 high-stage ferocious beasts to death in less than 10 minutes, while Xiao Yan stood perfectly still and killed 8 such beasts. While the crowd marvels at the top performers, an unnamed observer confronts 2 recruits, asking if they finally got their revenge and beat the kid they were after. One of the recruits, clutching a bat, nervously confirms it. The 2 recruits, however, are internally terrified, their faces contorted in fear. They confess in their thoughts that if they hadn't been clever, they'd be dead. This training camp is simply too formidable, filled with heaven-defying monsters. Elsewhere, the truly impressive results are displayed. The unnamed observer proudly shows 280 points, while an unnamed female participant confidently announces her score of 270 points, both having clearly excelled. The surrounding crowd is utterly stunned by these high scores. One unnamed male exclaims in disbelief, reminding everyone that a rank 1 high-stage ferocious beast is only worth 5 contribution points. Another unnamed male calculates that the top performers must have killed 50 or 60 beasts. The unnamed observer confirms the tally, stating that his weighted vest contributed 100 points to his total. The unnamed female participant, looking down, laments that she only managed a fraction of that. The despair spreads through the crowd as a female recruit reveals she only earned 20 points. Another male recruit sighs that he carried a ton but only gained 30, and a third unnamed male cries out that he only got a mere 10 points. A male recruit from the crowd asks who truly won the beast hunting competition. The red-haired unnamed female points to the unnamed observer, confirming his victory. The recruit then deduces that Lin Xinghe's points must be equally astounding, concluding that the rest can only compete for 4th place against such monsters. From the back of the crowd, the 2 nervous recruits from earlier smirk, dismissing the others as ignorant. They know there's an even more terrifying monster within the training camp, one who surpasses the 3 top performers. 1 hour later, the scene shifts to a blood-splattered interior of a massive structure, stained with the gruesome aftermath of intense combat, hinting at the true monster's destructive power. A colossal, heavily armored beast lies defeated, its massive form covered in blood, while a small, shadowy figure stands victorious over its carcass. The figure is revealed to be Su Hong, who lets out a long sigh of exhaustion, sitting atop the fallen beast, his body showing the strain of battle. Su Hong's face is drenched in sweat as he reflects on his continuous hour-long rampage. Despite his overlord physique, he feels utterly drained, yet still far from his goal of 735 martial points. He checks his wrist device, revealing a total of 700 contribution points, 400 from hunting ferocious beasts and 300 from his weighted vest. He ponders what valuable items he can exchange them for at the martial arts pavilion. The scene transitions, announcing the destination, the martial arts pavilion. Under the serene night sky, the magnificent traditional architecture of the martial arts pavilion stands illuminated, its golden lights welcoming visitors. Su Hong enters the lavish interior of the pavilion, approaching a counter where the Martial Dao Association president sits, surrounded by shelves of ancient texts and artifacts. Su Hong browses a thick tome, mentally listing the available items. Rank 1 vitality pills for 10 points, recovery pills for 20, and spirit gathering pills for 30 or 50 points. He also notes powerful Class A martial arts like Explosive Palm for 2,000 points and Nether Bone Fire Fist for 2,500 points. His sharp eyes narrow as he internally laments the exorbitant cost of Class A techniques, with the cheapest starting at 2,000 points. However, he finds the prices for pills, especially the spirit gathering pills, to be quite reasonable. The Martial Dao Association president, looking bored, asks Su Hong if he has decided. In her mind, she dismisses him as a mere rank 1 early-stage student, likely unable to afford anything significant. Su Hong's gaze settles on the highest-ranked spirit gathering pill, a rank 4 variant costing 500 contribution points. He processes the options: rank 4 vitality pill for 100, recovery for 200, and spirit gathering for 300 or 500 points. With a decisive gesture, Su Hong confidently requests a rank 4 spirit gathering pill. The Martial Dao Association president is utterly taken aback, her eyes wide with shock. Still reeling, the Martial Dao Association president mentally corrects herself, remembering the rank 4 spirit gathering pill costs 500 points, not 50. Su Hong, unfazed, reiterates his request for the rank 4 pill. Her jaw drops as a glowing display confirms Su Hong possesses a staggering 700 contribution points, completely shattering her previous assumptions about his capabilities. Her demeanor instantly shifts from disdain to eager service as she presents Su Hong with the spirit gathering pill. He thanks her, then immediately inquires if they stock any dual attribute lightning and fire alloy spears. The Martial Dao Association president, now beaming with delight, confirms they have the spears for only 200 points, profusely thanking Su Hong for his generous patronage. The scene then shifts to the exterior of the pavilion under the moonlight. The night deepens, casting shadows over a modern building, presumably Su Hong's residence, where he prepares to consolidate his gains. A formidable weapon is displayed, a Class C dual attribute lightning and fire spear, aptly named the Thunderfire Spear, gleaming with raw power. Sitting on his bed, Su Hong reviews his updated stats. His vitality and guidance techniques have improved, and he has gained 490 martial points. He marvels at his rapid progress, noting that today's improvements alone surpass what he used to achieve in an entire week. Su Hong, still processing his rapid growth, eyes a glowing spirit gathering pill. His spirit currently stands at 74.5, with an additional 490 martial points, leaving him just 25.5 points shy of the coveted 100 mark. He holds the precious pill, a flicker of hope in his eyes, silently wishing it would grant the precise 25.5 point boost needed to reach his goal. With a determined expression, Su Hong declares his ambition. He will definitely become a spiritual telekinetic, his confidence radiating. A resolute expression settles on Su Hong's face as he consumes the Tier 4 spirit-focusing pill, ready for the transformation. The pill immediately activates, glowing intensely with vibrant green energy, its essence dissolving into potent spiritual power. Green lightning crackles across Su Hong's body, converging into a swirling vortex in his chest. The Tier 4 spirit-focusing pill's effects surge through him instantly. Meditating, Su Hong's mind achieves incredible clarity. A green aura surrounds him as his senses expand, allowing him to perceive everything in his surroundings. His system interface flashes, revealing a massive 24-point increase in his mental power, now at 50.5%. Su Hong stares in awe, questioning if this is the true might of a Tier 4 pill. Su Hong calculates his total progress. 50.5 mental power plus 490 martial arts value brings him to 99.5%. He laments being just 0.5% short, realizing it's only 5 martial arts points he missed. Sigh of frustration escapes Su Hong as he lies back. What a pity, he thinks, resigned to waiting until tomorrow to gather the remaining points. The scene shifts to a vast, brightly lit training camp warehouse where numerous figures stand in disciplined formation. A buzz of conversation fills the air as a group of warriors, clad in combat gear, review various documents, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. One warrior questions a large, imposing figure named Bu Jingfeng, surprised to see him here instead of at the martial arts university. Another echoes the sentiment, demanding to know why he's with them. The warrior with the undercut scoffs, dismissing the others as mere geniuses. He arrogantly claims that in high school, these kids wouldn't even be fit to be his sparring partners. Amidst laughter, one man proudly displays a profile, boasting about his assigned student, Wang Tiantua, who possesses a formidable 340 blood chi. The others react with surprise, questioning the immense strength. Another instructor, holding up his own student's file, joins the boasts, revealing his charge also commands over 300 blood chi, intensifying the competitive atmosphere. The undercut warrior stares in disbelief at Su Hong's profile, frustrated that his assigned student is only Tier 1 early stage with a mere 123 blood chi, far weaker than the others. The group erupts in confusion. They question why such a weak student was assigned to their strongest warrior, pondering if Grandmaster Qin made a mistake by pitting a Tier 1 high-tier warrior against an early-stage kid. Elder Chun, accompanied by 2 attendants, strides confidently into the warehouse, dismissing the warrior's doubts with a firm declaration. There was no mistake in the assignments. Facing the undercut warrior, Elder Chun reveals that Su Hong is far from simple. His combat power is potent enough to rival a Tier 1 high-tier warrior, despite his seemingly low stats. The warriors are dumbfounded. A student with only 123 blood chi, yet combat power comparable to a Tier 1 high-tier? They exclaim in shock, demanding to know what kind of monster Su Hong truly is. Elder Chun explains that some of Su Hong's intelligence is classified, assuring the undercut warrior that he will understand once he fights him. The warrior, however, complains about being asked to bully a junior when he's almost Tier 2. Elder Chun strikes the warrior's head, silencing his complaints. He orders him to fight without nonsense and to go all out, even suggesting he break Su Hong's spirit until he questions his life choices. Rubbing his head, the undercut warrior questions Elder Chun, asking if he holds a grudge against Su Hong. He warns that he won't be responsible if he cripples the student. Elder Chun responds with a terrifying smirk, instructing the warrior to cripple Su Hong, promising no blame and even a reward. The warrior trembles, realizing the sinister intent behind that smile. With the command to move out, the warriors are dispatched, blurring into motion as they rush from the warehouse, ready for their mission. A tranquil night descends upon a futuristic city, its towering structures illuminated against the snowy sky, a stark contrast to the impending chaos. Suddenly, a swift ambush unfolds in a sleek, modern hallway. Figures clash with rapid movements, their shadows dancing across the polished floor. Chaos erupts across the city as victims cry out, realizing they're caught in an ambush. One bewildered individual comically demands time to put on his underwear. Back in his room, Su Hong bolts upright in bed, sensing the disturbance. A blue energy line flashes, confirming his suspicion. Someone is attacking. Su Hong stares intently at his door, which has been violently slashed, an ominous X mark carved into its surface, signaling a direct assault. Debris litters the floor around the ruined door, the jagged slashes cutting deep, a clear sign of the destructive force used. The attacker, a muscular, unnamed observer with a purple glowing blade, strikes with immense force, his eyes burning with fierce determination. He unleashes another devastating blow, his purple blade tearing through the floor, sending shards flying as his target narrowly avoids the impact. Su Hong, kneeling and radiating a faint blue energy, wonders if the attack is from the myriad races, known for targeting human geniuses to diminish their power. Su Hong's knuckles whiten as he grips a metal bar, his resolve hardening for the impending confrontation. Su Hong rises, gripping his spear, his gaze fixed on the unnamed observer, pondering the true extent of his opponent's strength. The unnamed observer, radiating a menacing purple aura, sneers, declaring that Su Hong is merely a Tier 1 early-stage warrior, doomed to fail against him. The unnamed observer's glowing purple blade descends with lethal intent, forcing Su Hong to look up as the powerful attack closes in. Su Hong's eyes widen in surprise, realizing his opponent is a human Tier 1 high-tier warrior, not one of the myriad races as he first suspected. A confident smirk plays on Su Hong's lips, his eyes glowing blue as he realizes this powerful opponent is exactly what he needs. Raising his spear, Su Hong resolves to defeat his foe, knowing that victory will grant him the last 5 martial arts points needed to become a spirit reader. Su Hong's hands tighten around his spear, poised for a counterattack, his movements a blur of readiness. The unnamed observer's eyes widen in disbelief as he questions Su Hong's sanity, wondering why a mere Tier 1 early-stage warrior would choose to counterattack instead of dodging. Su Hong's spear collides with the unnamed observer's purple blade in a blinding flash of energy, the impact echoing through the room. Gritting his teeth, the unnamed observer is enveloped in purple energy, confirming Su Hong's true strength as a Tier 1 high tier, realizing Grandmaster Qin's words were true. The unnamed observer's expression twists in alarm, questioning the abnormal power Su Hong exhibits, realizing it far surpasses that of a typical Tier 1 warrior. Su Hong, now radiating a crimson aura, exerts overwhelming force, pushing back the unnamed observer's purple blade, as the observer defiantly claims to have defeated Tier 1 high tiers before. The unnamed observer lets out a guttural scream of intense exertion, his face contorted in pain as his purple energy surges uncontrollably. Su Hong, airborne, brings his spear down in a crushing blow, sending the unnamed observer sprawling to the ground, his purple blade clattering uselessly beside him. The unnamed observer struggles to his knee, drenched in sweat, his mind reeling as he questions if Su Hong is truly human or a monster in disguise. The unnamed observer's purple blade ignites with a fierce, fire-like energy as he begins to unleash a new technique, reminding himself that true battles are more than just raw strength. Unnamed observer rises, his blade engulfed in purple flames, asserting that victory in a warrior's battle is not solely determined by brute strength. Su Hong observes the fire attribute martial art, his eyes glowing blue, a golden lightning aura crackling around his spear, acknowledging this new technique for the first time. The unnamed observer's purple blade blazes with an intensified, swirling vortex of purple flame, fully charged and ready to strike. The unnamed observer leaps, unleashing a B-rank martial art, his flaming purple blade carving a massive, swirling energy wave as he challenges Su Hong to face its might. A torrent of purple energy streaks across the scene, a blur of overwhelming speed and power as the B-rank martial art closes in. With a fierce roar, the unnamed observer unleashes his ultimate technique, declaring its name, Blazing Slash. Su Hong, enveloped in crackling golden lightning, deflects the powerful purple blade, noting that this B-rank attack is far superior to the void-piercing finger, despite their shared rank. The spear and the blazing purple blade collide in a cataclysmic explosion of light and raw energy, unleashing a shockwave that rips through the surroundings. The cataclysmic explosion continues, ripping through the air, sending shards of debris flying in every direction. Raw energy pulses outwards, distorting the very space around it. The ground beneath cracks and shatters, water splashing as a figure's feet hover just above the fractured surface, untouched by the devastating impact. Su Hong stands tall, his spear held ready, gazing down at Bu Jingfeng, who lies defeated amidst the shattered remnants of the arena. Jingfeng is visibly shaken, his mind reeling as he internally acknowledges Su Hong's terrifying talent. He marvels that Su Hong blocked his B-rank fire technique with raw lightning, without even using martial arts, understanding why Grandmaster Qin insisted he go all out. Bu Jingfeng, holding his blade, confronts Su Hong, remarking that it's unfortunate Su Hong doesn't yet know any lightning attribute spear techniques, implying the fight would have been much harder otherwise. Su Hong smirks confidently, acknowledging that he doesn't know any lightning spear techniques, but a surge of golden lightning energy crackles around him and his weapon, hinting at a hidden power. Su Hong's voice rings out, challenging his opponent as his spear ignites with a furious blend of golden lightning and blazing red flames, an unprecedented fusion of attributes. Bathed in a vibrant aura of golden lightning and fierce red flames, Su Hong stands empowered, his spear radiating immense energy. The sight stuns Bu Jingfeng, who questions how such a fusion is possible. Bu Jingfeng's eyes widen in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow as he gasps the words, attribute fusion, recognizing the impossible power Su Hong now wields. Facing Su Hong, whose spear blazes with fused attributes, Bu Jingfeng states that all warriors understand the fundamental truth. Attributes naturally repel each other, making Su Hong's display all the more shocking. Bu Jingfeng's face is etched with astonishment and sweat, his internal monologue confirming his shock. He muses that attribute fusion, especially the combination of thunder and fire, was merely a legend until now. Su Hong's eye blazes with intense, fiery energy, reflecting his resolve and the formidable power now coursing through him, ready for the next strike. The determined cry of go. Bu Jingfeng lunges, but Su Hong, with a surprised oh no, skillfully deflects the attack with his blazing spear, sparks flying as their powers clash. Bu Jingfeng retaliates instantly, activating a powerful technique. He shouts, Blazing Slash, unleashing a devastating attack enveloped in vibrant purple energy. As the purple energy blade surges forward, Su Hong shouts, Deflect, meeting the attack with his own fused spear, creating a blinding flash of light at the point of impact. The battle reaches its zenith as both combatants unleash their full power, their forms mirroring each other in a dazzling display of light and overwhelming energy, each strike reverberating with destructive force. Jingfeng's face is contorted in agony and disbelief, blood streaking from his mouth as he cries out, "This power! It's ridiculous!" Completely overwhelmed by Su Hong's might. With a pained ugh, Bu Jingfeng is forcefully hurled backward, encased in a rapidly expanding energy sphere as the sheer force of Su Hong's attack shatters the surroundings. Su Hong stands triumphant amidst the smoking rubble, his spear held firmly. A system notification flashes, displaying a significant increase, martial Dao value +7, marking his hard-earned victory. Su Hong beams with satisfaction, declaring the martial Dao value needed to become a spirit reader. "I've got it," as his comprehensive system status window displays his updated stats, including a total martial Dao value of 457. A few seconds prior, outside the grand building under the night sky, Elder Chun and Martial Dao Association President stand, seemingly awaiting an outcome. Elder Chun, standing beside Martial Dao Association President, asserts that it's about time. Su Hong should have been defeated by Bu Jingfeng by now. He further reveals his intention to finally set him straight tonight, having prepared several speeches to convince Su Hong to abandon practicing multiple guidance techniques. Suddenly, Bu Jingfeng is violently launched from the building, trailing debris, as Elder Chan and Martial Dao Association President watch in stunned silence. Bu Jingfeng crashes heavily to the ground directly in front of Elder Chan and Martial Dao Association President, creating a significant impact crater and sending shockwaves through the air. Bu Jingfeng lies unconscious and severely injured on the ground, his eyes rolled back, confirming his utter defeat. Martial Dao Association President stares in shock, exclaiming, "Bu Jingfeng," while Elder Chun remains speechless, both stunned by the identity of the defeated fighter. The Martial Dao Association President's eyes widen further in realization, piecing together the events. Bu Jingfeng is lying here, which means Su Hong defeated Bu Jingfeng? As the dust settles, two powerful energy projectiles, one brilliant blue and the other radiant golden, streak away from the building, remnants of the intense battle that just concluded. Elder Chan and Martial Dao Association President flinch as the lingering energy from the battle whizzes past, their expressions still etched with shock as the defeated Bu Jingfeng remains motionless on the ground. The ground is littered with several defeated and unconscious men, all casualties of the overwhelming power displayed, a testament to the brutal efficiency of the battle. Amidst the wreckage, Su Hong floats effortlessly, a smug grin on his face. He taunts, telling Grandmaster Qin to bring a stronger opponent next time, as this one proved no challenge at all. Su Hong observes the fallen, noting 4 more individuals lying defeated on the ground. His presence commands the scene, a quiet testament to his earlier display of power. An observer remarks on the unexpected sight of another defeated warrior on the ground, questioning if someone else achieved victory even faster. Elder Chun dismisses it, speculating that the opponent must have been too weak to begin with. The Martial Dao Association President questions the assessment, stating that Bu Jingfeng, now defeated, was in fact the strongest among the 4 combatants. Elder Chen's thoughts race, acknowledging that Wang Tiantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Yen as a spirit reader are expected to win their matches. However, he marvels at Su Hong, an early Tier 1 warrior who defeated a quasi-Tier 2 opponent even faster than the others. Elder Chen ponders, a deep furrow in his brow, questioning how Su Hong achieved such a feat. Was it through unparalleled martial skills or an extraordinary constitution? A man in a suit rushes towards Elder Chan and the Martial Dao Association President, his voice urgent as he declares that something significant has occurred. Elder Chun, raising a hand in surprise, asks if a student was accidentally killed, then quickly dismisses the notion, stating that a few casualties are to be expected in such intense training. The man vehemently corrects Elder Chun, exclaiming that the issue involves Su Hong. He reveals that Su Hong utilized a fusion guidance technique during his fight against Bu Jingfeng. Elder Chun nods slowly, processing the information. He muses that a fusion guidance technique, especially one involving 7 types as Su Hong had mentioned, would certainly explain his decisive victory over Bu Jingfeng. A sudden, sharp movement is captured, hinting at a forceful action, possibly a grab or a swift strike, marked by a distinct snap sound. Enraged, Elder Chin flares with a golden aura, seizing the man and demanding clarification, refusing to believe such outrageous claims. Yet, a system notification confirms that Su Hong indeed fused thunder and fire guidance techniques to defeat Bu Jingfeng. The unnamed observer, holding a mug, insists he witnessed the event clearly on the monitors, daring them to confirm it with Bu Jingfeng himself. A stunned Elder Chun stares, the realization dawning on him. It was indeed a thunder-fire dual attribute fusion, a feat he finds hard to comprehend. Elder Chen's aura intensifies as he exclaims, revealing that the only other human genius to achieve dual attribute fusion took a decade. He then highlights the shocking fact that Su Hong accomplished this after less than a month of practicing guidance techniques, according to the Star City Association. The kneeling man, overwhelmed by the revelation, exclaims that Su Hong is not merely a monster, but a falling star from the purple micro, a true dragon among them, a testament to his awe-inspiring talent. Martial Dao Association president asks Elder Chun if attribute fusion truly grants such immense power, enough for an early Tier 1 to defeat a quasi-Tier 2 like Bu Jingfeng. Elder Chun confirms, recalling that the pioneering warrior who researched attribute fusion could suppress a Tier 2 even while remaining at Tier 1. The Martial Dao Association president, still perplexed, questions why such a formidable combat power isn't actively encouraged, wondering about the potential if someone, despite the difficulty, were to succeed. Elder Chun explains that many attempted attribute fusion in the past, only to discover its extreme difficulty and high risk of ruining one's cultivation. He adds that even if successful, it's pointless if it traps a warrior at Tier 1 permanently. Elder Chun, radiating golden energy, exclaims with renewed fervor that Su Hong achieved this in less than a month, a truly heaven-defying level of comprehension. He then poses a chilling question. Imagine the power if Su Hong, possessing 7 attributes, were to fuse them all? Elder Chun envisions the terrifying potential. If a monster like Su Hong fully develops, he could unleash a single move capable of stunning the emperors of 10,000 races. The unnamed character gently chides Elder Chun, telling him he's exaggerating. The Martial Dao Association president agrees, dismissing the idea of fusing 7 attributes as pure fantasy, given the difficulty of even 2. Elder Chun, regaining his composure, admits his earlier outburst. He then expresses a grave concern. If he allows Su Hong to pursue all 7 attributes, only for him to get stuck at a 3-attribute fusion, unable to advance, then he, Qin Tianlai, would become a sinner to the entire human race. The unnamed character suddenly remembers a crucial detail, exclaiming that Su Hong possesses a special constitution, with strength so immense it utterly crushed Bu Jingfeng. He then angrily demands why this vital information wasn't shared sooner. The unnamed character expresses disbelief, noting Su Hong's mere 120 vitality compared to Bu Jingfeng's nearly 500, yet Su Hong still crushed him. The Martial Dao Association president adds that despite this 4-fold vitality difference, Su Hong's strength boost surpasses even Wang Tiantuo's barbarian god body. Elder Chun concludes that Su Hong's constitution itself must be something heaven-defying. Elder Chun, with a resolute gaze, orders a match for tomorrow to thoroughly test Su Hong's combat power and vitality from every angle. He commands that Wang Tiantuo and the other 2 formidable opponents be brought to face him. His eyes burning with anticipation, Elder Chun declares his desire to witness the outcome when a monster like Su Hong clashes with the training camp's strongest geniuses. Within a desolate, crumbling structure, a lone figure stands silhouetted against a distant light, a quiet moment amidst the unfolding drama. Su Hong sits amidst the debris of what appears to be a training ground, taking a moment of respite after the intense battles, as other figures are faintly seen in the distance. Su Hong, with a subtle smile, interacts with his system interface, channeling all his accumulated martial value into spirit points in a single, decisive breath, rapidly increasing his spiritual power. Su Hong, still immersed in his spiritual growth, feels the profound shift within him. He declares, with an inner surge of power, that he is finally ascending to become a spirit master. Brilliant white aura erupts from Su Hong, signifying his breakthrough. He savors the overwhelming, wonderful sensation of his newly awakened spiritual energy. As Su Hong continues to meditate, a massive, ethereal fist of pure spirit energy manifests behind him. He describes the unfamiliar yet powerful feeling of this new extension of his being, like a strange third arm. The system confirms his spiritual power has surpassed the 100% threshold, indicating a significant advancement. Su Hong's eyes, now glowing with a faint blue light, reflect his growing mastery. With a keen gaze, Su Hong observes his surroundings, a quiet sense of anticipation in his expression as he prepares to test his newfound abilities. A section of the icy cavern wall begins to crumble and shift, responding to Su Hong's burgeoning spiritual power, a soft rustling sound accompanying the movement. Heavy ice and rock fragments visibly float upwards, defying gravity as Su Hong's telekinetic powers take hold, a subtle cracking sound echoing in the cavern. Su Hong himself levitates effortlessly amidst the swirling debris, bathed in a radiant blue aura. He exults in his new capabilities, realizing he can now walk on air and use telekinesis, just like the legendary Xiao Yan. A determined smirk plays on Su Hong's lips as he envisions mastering more advanced techniques. He resolves to learn Xiao Yan's A-rank spirit martial art and Wang Tiantuo's offensive A-rank martial art, setting ambitious new goals. The scene shifts to the next morning as a stern announcement blares across the training grounds, demanding all participants gather within 1 minute, threatening point deductions for even a second of delay. Footsteps pound rapidly on the stairs as students rush to comply with the urgent summons, the sound echoing their hurried ascent. Several students, visibly exhausted, complain loudly about the relentless schedule, still reeling from the previous day's assessment, weight-bearing training, and a surprise night raid. They lament the outrageous demands of the training camp. From an aerial perspective, a large crowd of students gathers in the courtyard, their murmurs creating a cacophony as they await further instructions. Su Hong stands among the assembled students, his demeanor calm and observant, a slight adjustment of his jacket as he takes in the scene. Stern man in suit, an instructor, addresses the gathered students with a satisfied expression, noting that not a single person was late. The stern man in suit gives a thumbs up, a mocking smile on his face, admitting he expected many to be too beaten to rise. He sarcastically praises them as geniuses. A shocked man vehemently protests to the instructor, claiming he would have defeated the Night Raider martial artist if not for a sneak attack that prevented him from even putting on his underpants, targeting his crotch. The stern man in suit retorts with a sneer, questioning if the student would ask an assassin from the 10,000 races to wait for him to dress, emphasizing the brutal reality of combat. Laughter erupts among the students, one of them playfully dubbing the complaining student "Bro Underpants" from now on, much to his embarrassment. Su Hong observes the scene, acknowledging the instructor's logical point about combat readiness. However, he internally notes that it's natural for students to be disgruntled after a grueling day and a surprise ambush. The instructor addresses the unconvinced crowd, promising another chance to prove themselves. He announces a comprehensive test designed to evaluate their abilities. He elaborates that the system will thoroughly test every aspect of their martial prowess, including vitality, combat power, spirit, strength, speed, and mastery of martial skills. The instructor reveals that after the test, an official combat ranking will be established, with the top 10 students receiving daily contribution point rewards. Students react with a mix of awe and determination, acknowledging the likely dominance of the top 3, but also expressing their resolve to secure a spot within the top 10 for the rewards. Su Hong, with a thoughtful expression, muses on the nature of this comprehensive test and ranking, wondering what the ultimate reward for achieving first place might be. The instructor clears his throat, calling for silence, and directs everyone to follow him to the testing grounds, signaling the start of the next phase. Students are led to a vast warehouse, designated as a temporary testing ground, where a formidable Tier 2 combat power tester machine awaits, ready to assess their capabilities. An elderly man, Grandmaster Qin, observes the assembled crowd, his gaze falling upon Su Hong. He notes that the young man is effectively hidden within the throng, appearing unremarkable. A nearby student preens, convinced that Grandmaster Qin's attention is on him, believing the esteemed elder thinks highly of his potential. Another student dismisses this, stating he is 80% wrong. Su Hong, with a knowing smirk, confidently declares that the true target of the Grandmaster's scrutiny is, in fact, himself. Elder Chun, the Grandmaster, addresses the gathered crowd, expressing his high regard for them before making a special announcement. He reveals that the top-ranked individual across combat power, vitality, speed, and other aspects will be rewarded with an A-rank martial art or movement technique of their choice. Crowd erupts in excited chatter, marveling at the generosity of an A-rank martial art as a prize. They speculate that this grand gesture will force competitors like Wang Tiantua and others to unleash their full power, wondering aloud who will emerge victorious. Elder Chun, with a stern gaze, internally muses on the rarity of such a prize, noting that A-rank martial arts are uncommon, and even his own family possesses only a select few. Young Master Yi, a confident smirk playing on his lips, thinks to himself how easily he can choose any A-rank technique he desires simply by securing first place in this comprehensive test. The silver-haired examiner, fanning himself, contemplates how acquiring an A-rank martial art to complement his flying swan's startling cloud step will silence anyone who dares to claim his speed is useless. Su Hong, a determined glint in his eyes, realizes that another A-rank martial art is on the line. He mentally declares that he must go all out in this test, a subtle red aura beginning to emanate from him. Elder Chun narrows his eyes, a challenging expression on his face, as he internally considers the true strength of this monster-like talented youth. Elder Chun, standing tall on the platform, instructs the silver-haired examiner to go first, followed by Xiao Yan as the second participant and Wang Tiantua as the third. The announcement sends ripples of shock through the observing crowd, who wonder at the explosive start to the test. They speculate that, with these three powerhouses going first, anyone testing next will be sweating bullets. Elder Chun then declares the fourth participant, Su Hong. Su Hong, surprised, realizes his earlier suspicion was correct. Elder Chun indeed has his eyes on him, while the surrounding crowd turns to stare in astonishment. Two students express pity for Su Hong, one placing a hand on his shoulder, remarking on his bad luck and asking if he had somehow offended the Grandmaster. Other students discuss the Grandmaster's strategy, believing he places the strongest first, then the weakest, to create a stimulating contrast and motivate the less talented. Su Hong, however, secretly smirks, confident they will soon be dumbfounded. Elder Chun reminds everyone that the test begins with physical combat power, followed by martial skill combat power. The silver-haired examiner races towards the combat power tester, internally noting that physical combat power is not his strong suit. With a powerful heave-ho, the silver-haired examiner delivers a forceful punch to the combat tester, his form a blur of motion. The combat tester's screen flashes brightly, displaying a physical combat power score of 4,013. Crowd reacts with audible gasps, astonished that a punch without martial skills could exceed 4,000. They marvel that this is considered the silver-haired examiner's weak point, comparing it to his terrifying speed in movement techniques. Su Hong, his eyes glowing with blue energy, analyzes the silver-haired examiner's performance. He deduces that if the silver-haired examiner can cultivate an A-rank movement technique, his physical body must also be formidable. He wonders if he can learn this formidable physical body technique, estimating it to be at least a B-rank martial art. The silver-haired examiner's fist clenches, surrounded by swirling green energy, preparing to unleash his martial skill. With a burst of green energy, the silver-haired examiner strikes the tester, activating his cloud-hiding gale fist with immense power. The combat tester's display trembles as it registers a new, astonishing score of 5,642. The crowd gasps in disbelief, exclaiming that a score of 5,600 is already the standard for a Tier 2 martial artist. They are overwhelmed by this unbelievable combat power, especially since it's still considered his weak point, calling the B-rank wind attribute martial art terrifying. A system notification appears before Su Hong, confirming he has acquired a new achievement, Wind Cloud Hiding Gale Fist. He observes the green energy swirling around his hand, but internally notes that a 1,600 combat power increase from a B-rank martial art is a bit small. The silver-haired examiner exchanges a playful, smug glance with Xiao Yan, telling her to do her best as she prepares for her turn. Xiao Yan steps up to the tester, achieving a physical body combat power of 3,253. The observers remark that it's normal for a spirit master's physical body to be weaker, emphasizing that her true strength lies in her spiritual telekinesis martial art. Xiao Yan lets out a focused breath, her eyes glowing with intense yellow energy as she prepares to unleash her spiritual power. A colossal, glowing golden fist, condensed from pure spiritual energy, manifests and strikes the combat tester with overwhelming force. Su Hong stands amidst a golden aura, a new system notification declaring he has acquired the Spirit Weapon Condensation Art. He smiles, internally exclaiming that this training camp is simply amazing. Confident smirk plays on Su Hong's face, his eyes gleaming with ambition as he wonders how many more martial skills he can learn today. The golden, ethereal fist, radiating immense spiritual power, continues to condense and pulsate with energy. Xiao Yan maintains her intense focus, her glowing eyes fixed on the target as she channels her spiritual power into the formidable golden fist. The formidable golden fist erupts, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power that slams into the heavy armored target. A blinding explosion of golden energy engulfs the area, shaking the very foundations. Holographic screen materializes, flashing the raw combat power output, a staggering 5942. The observing crowd erupts and gasps, realizing the female spirit master's combat power has nearly doubled from her previous 3,200, now almost reaching 6,000, surpassing even Lin Xinghe. They exclaim that this explosive power is truly a gift from the heavens. The main protagonist, shrouded in a faint blue aura, observes the display with a tinge of envy, reflecting on the terrifying versatility of spiritual power, not just for explosive attacks, but for flight and object manipulation in combat. He raises his arm, a powerful golden aura swirling around him, attempting to condense the spiritual energy, his expression focused amidst the digital backdrop. With a sharp gesture, he disperses the concentrated energy, the golden light fading from his fingertips as he practices the intricate technique. The main protagonist strains, hands on his knees, contemplating the weapon condensation art. He acknowledges its incredible potential to manifest anything from weapons to beasts, but notes the immense spiritual power drained for substantial creations. Sweating, the main protagonist concludes that his current spiritual power level makes it difficult to master such an advanced technique immediately. In the background, Su Hong can be seen channeling his own golden energy, observed by the Martial Dao Association president. Deciding to learn it later, the main protagonist shifts his attention, anticipating the next challenger, Wang Tiantua, who is about to take the stage to demonstrate his martial art. The crowd roars as Wang Tiantua, renowned for his barbarian god body, steps forward. Observers declare him the true god of combat power, boasting terrifying strength and a secure first place in terms of raw combat prowess. The main protagonist watches intently, wondering how Wang Tiantua's barbarian god body compares to his own overlord body as the challenger approaches the testing device. Wang Tiantua, his fist glowing with fierce energy, challenges the crowd, asserting that his upcoming punch will reveal the true disparity in their strength. With explosive force, Wang Tiantua lunges towards the target, his body radiating immense power as he unleashes a pure physical strike. The crowd is stunned, exclaiming that Wang Tiantua's pure physical punch is only 300 points lower than Lin Xinghe's martial art. They question if this is the legendary strength of the barbarian god body. Elder Chun, observing the impressive feat, nods in approval, acknowledging the raw power displayed by Wang Tiantuo. Wang Tiantuo respectfully thanks the Grandmaster for his praise, then announces his intention to demonstrate a martial art, raising the anticipation. The main protagonist watches with a knowing smirk, anticipating Wang Tiantuo's renowned offensive A-rank martial art. Wang Tiantuo's gloved hand ignites with a brilliant blue energy, crackling with power as he prepares to unleash his formidable technique. He strikes with devastating force, enveloped in a swirling vortex of blue energy, executing his A-rank martial art with explosive power. Elder Chun, witnessing the technique, identifies it with a subtle smile, the A-rank bone netherfire fist, recognizing its unique power. Main protagonist's eyes widen in surprise as a system notification confirms he has acquired new martial art, Fire Bone Netherfire Fist. He realizes this valuable technique requires 2,800 contribution points to exchange in the martial art pavilion. With a fierce resolve, Wang Tiantuo's eyes blaze with blue energy as he commands his attack forward with a decisive go. The full might of Wang Tiantuo's martial art erupts, a torrent of blue energy surging from his fists, overwhelming the target with immense force. A new holographic display flashes the result, 7,534 combat power. The observers are astounded, noting it's 500 points higher than the standard for a Tier 2 middle stage martial artist, even though Wang Tiantuo's vitality is only around 350. Elder Chun commends Wang Tiantuo, declaring that his performance ensures his father's lifelong dream of having a grandmaster is now realized. Wang Tiantuo humbly accepts the auspicious words. The keen gaze, Elder Chun announces the next participant, calling out the name. Next, Su Hong. Su Hong calmly walks forward, unfazed by the murmurs of the crowd. Observers comment on his composure, fearing he faces humiliation after the top three's outrageous performances, comparing him to a dead pig that doesn't fear boiling water. Elder Chun instructs Su Hong to deliver a pure physical punch, strictly forbidding the use of any martial arts. Su Hong calmly responds, "Okay." Su Hong crouches, gathering immense raw power within his body, the air around him rippling as he prepares his unadorned physical strike. With a soft exhale, Su Hong's eyes narrow, a fierce determination etched on his face as he completes his powerful, pure physical attack. Su Hong unleashes his full power, declaring the test reward as his own with absolute conviction. Sheer force of his attack erupts into a blinding explosion, sending shockwaves through the testing arena. The combat power tester flashes, revealing an astonishing score of 6,551, leaving the observers trembling in disbelief. Elder Chun, stunned by the impossible reading, confesses his profound underestimation of Su Hong's monstrous potential. A collective silence falls over the stunned crowd, their gazes fixed on the glowing display, unable to comprehend the overwhelming power just witnessed. The whispers turn to shouts as the crowd questions the integrity of the tester, bewildered by Su Hong's transformation from the dead last to a combat monster, surpassing even the seemingly invincible Wang Tiantuo. Observer marvels at the exaggerated combat power, while the silver-haired examiner adamantly declares such strength impossible for a Tier 1 artist, asserting Su Hong must be a Tier 2. Another man reflects on his previous arrogance. Su Hong respectfully asks Elder Chun if he should proceed with a martial art, to which Elder Chun, with a knowing nod, simply instructs him to continue. With renewed focus, Su Hong shifts into a precise martial arts stance, gathering his energy for the next devastating strike. Vibrant blue aura erupts around Su Hong as he activates his martial art, the system displaying his rapid progress with percentages climbing around him. As the percentages rapidly ascend, Su Hong realizes the Bone Netherfire Fist martial art perfectly suits him, noting its astonishingly swift assimilation compared to other A-rank techniques. The silver-haired examiner wonders aloud about Su Hong's potential combat power when utilizing a martial art. Elder Chun reminds him that Su Hong's humble origins suggest his martial arts rank might not be exceptionally high. Elder Chen's expression hardens as he concludes with certainty that the martial art Su Hong is currently executing is far from a low-level technique. Su Hong's eyes blaze with power as the system confirms the Bone Netherfire Fist has reached 100% mastery, achieving its basic form. Su Hong stands empowered, radiating blue flames, as shocked onlookers recognize the infamous Bone Netherfire Fist, questioning how he could possibly wield Wang Tiantuo's signature technique. Su Hong prepares to unleash the A-rank offensive martial art, his body coiled with power, ready to demonstrate its true might. The Bone Netherfire Fist strikes with cataclysmic force, engulfing the testing equipment in a blinding white explosion. The observers recoil from the blast, exclaiming that this new display of power far surpasses anything seen from Wang Tiantuo, desperately trying to gauge the new combat power reading. Screen flashes, revealing an astounding 9,013 combat power, prompting cries of disbelief as the crowd realizes Su Hong has not only reached but surpassed the 9,000 standard for a Tier 2 high-stage martial artist. The silver-haired examiner, aghast, questions how a Tier 1 initial stage with only 123 vitality could achieve such a score, suspecting faulty data. Elder Chun, however, simply acknowledges Su Hong as a true monster. The silver-haired examiner clarifies the combat power tiers, while another observer deduces that Su Hong must be hiding his true vitality, which surely exceeds the 500 standard for a Tier 1 artist. The red-haired woman admits that losing to such power is no shame. The crowd erupts in fresh disbelief as Su Hong's vitality score is revealed to be a mere 13, leading everyone to question if the vitality tester itself is broken. Inside the transparent chamber, Su Hong meditates calmly as the screen displays his vitality at 137, a figure so impossibly low that it draws an incredulous gasp from the silver-haired examiner. Silver-haired examiner frantically questions if a zero is missing, while the crowd reels from the revelation. Su Hong is truly a Tier 1 initial stage artist. The sheer impossibility of 137 vitality yielding 9,000 combat power is deemed utterly outrageous. As Su Hong calmly exits the testing chamber, Elder Chun watches him with an intense, unwavering gaze, a profound understanding dawning in his eyes. Elder Chun commands the onlookers to cease their commotion, announcing that the practical combat test will commence immediately, directly leading into the combat tournament ranking. With a confident smile and a thumbs up, Elder Chun explains the challenge system. Participants can designate opponents. If no one dares to challenge, the individual automatically claims first place and the coveted A-rank martial art reward. Elder Chun turns, a hint of surprise in his expression, as a voice calls out, "Grandmaster Qin." Silver-haired examiner, a formidable figure, steps forward, his gaze fixed on Su Hong as he boldly declares his intention to fight. Standing tall and unyielding, the silver-haired examiner repeats his challenge, his declaration echoing through the hall. He wants to fight Su Hong. The silver-haired examiner confidently declares that while Su Hong's combat power is formidable, his vitality is too weak. He plans to use his movement technique to evade attacks, exhausting Su Hong to death with his superior stamina. The silver-haired examiner's smug expression instantly vanishes, replaced by utter shock as he exclaims in disbelief. A muscular man and a pink-haired woman join the scene, scoffing at the idea of all three of them being needed to attack Su Hong. The muscular man remarks that Grandmaster Qin might be underestimating them, joking about accidentally crippling Su Hong if they aren't careful. The pink-haired woman chuckles, observing Su Hong's perceived overconfidence. The silver-haired examiner, holding a small device, arrogantly declares his belief that he alone can stun Su Hong, despite facing three opponents. With a burst of speed, all three challengers launch their assault, the silver-haired examiner leading the charge with a confident smirk. The silver-haired examiner, mid-dash, mentally outlines his strategy. He will use a cloud-hiding gale fist as a diversion, then retreat. Once Su Hong is engaged with the others, he'll strike from the flank with his flying swan startling cloud step, ensuring Su Hong has no time to react. A wave of alarm washes over the muscular man as he shouts a desperate warning to Lin Xinghe, urging her to dodge an unseen threat. With a cold declaration of goodbye, Su Hong unleashes a devastating punch, his fist glowing with blue energy, striking directly at the silver-haired examiner, whose eyes widen in pure disbelief. The silver-haired examiner's attack is met with a blinding blue flash, forcing an abrupt and painful halt to his momentum, his eyes reflecting the sheer power of the impact. Before the silver-haired examiner can recover, Su Hong follows up with a lightning-fast kick, sending his opponent reeling backward through the air. The silver-haired examiner, now on one knee, thanks the pink-haired woman, while the muscular man cautions everyone, emphasizing Su Hong's unusual and dangerous speed. Su Hong feels a strange sensation, realizing he's being affected by spiritual telekinesis. He admits this is his first time experiencing such control, and he finds himself completely unaccustomed to it. Su Hong's glowing blue eye narrows, a determined glint appearing as he begins to formulate his next move against the spiritual control. With renewed resolve, Su Hong declares he must finish off his immediate threat first, surging forward with a blue aura to press his attack. The pink-haired woman, surprised by Su Hong's sudden aggression, activates the flying swan's startling cloud step, preparing to intercept him. The muscular man recoils in shock, questioning how Su Hong can utilize the flying swan's startling cloud step when he was believed to be fire-attributed. He quickly deduces Su Hong must possess dual attributes and urgently commands the others to stop him. The muscular man, his fist crackling with power, declares he will physically stop Su Hong, instructing the pink-haired woman to apply her spiritual control. She promptly agrees, readying her abilities. The muscular man activates Bone Netherfire Fist, launching a devastating punch engulfed in fiery energy directly at Su Hong. Su Hong struggles against the spiritual control, realizing its potency is far greater and more troublesome than he initially anticipated. The silver-haired examiner descends with a powerful aerial kick, yelling at Su Hong to take this kick while he is still reeling from the spiritual control. Elder Chun, stroking his white beard, observes the unfolding battle, concluding that it might be too soon for Su Hong to fight 3 opponents simultaneously, especially against the formidable abilities of a spirit master. He explains that breaking free from a spirit master's control requires immense physical strength or a counterattack with spiritual power. Elder Chun continues his analysis, believing Su Hong's physical strength, though high, may not be enough to escape. But then, a subtle, confident smile spreads across Su Hong's face, shocking Elder Chun with his unexpected reaction. Her eyes wide with disbelief and pain, the female opponent coughs up blood, exclaiming that Su Hong shattered her spiritual power using sheer brute strength. A powerful impact reverberates as a hand, moving with incredible speed, blocks or strikes with overwhelming force. The force continues, a blur of motion as the hand delivers another devastating blow, shattering defenses. Su Hong launches himself, a whirlwind of motion, unleashing a powerful strike that sends his opponent flying through the air, engulfed in a surge of white energy. The onlookers gasp in collective shock, exclaiming that Su Hong, relying solely on physical strength, not only blocked the attack but shattered Xiao Yan's spiritual telekinesis. They declare his strength inhuman, calling him a humanoid ferocious beast. Hands lock in a fierce struggle, a blur of raw power and resistance, as Su Hong's physical might proves overwhelming. Grip intensifies, muscles straining as the clash of physical might reaches its peak, with Su Hong dominating the exchange. The white-haired opponent cries out, "Holy crap!" as Su Hong delivers a devastating blow, sending him reeling. Below, the stern man in suit grits his teeth, cursing, "Damn it," witnessing the overwhelming display of power. Su Hong's eyes glow with an intense white light, his expression resolute as raw power surges around him, indicating his full commitment to the fight. With a final, explosive kick, Su Hong slams his opponent into the ground, the impact fracturing the very floor beneath them, securing a decisive victory. The stern man in suit, jaw clenched and sweat beading on his brow, curses, "Shit," as cracks spiderweb across the ground, reflecting his intense frustration and the overwhelming power he just witnessed. The white-haired opponent lies defeated, eyes wide and blood splattering from his mouth, utterly overwhelmed by Su Hong's brutal strength. A collective gasp ripples through the stunned onlookers, their faces a mixture of shock and awe at the sheer brutality of the fight's conclusion. Su Hong moves with incredible speed, a mere blur, leaving the brutalized opponent behind as an unseen voice observes, "Too savage." Both the white-haired and dark-haired opponents lie completely defeated, their forms still, with the word fainted confirming their incapacitation. Su Hong stands over his fallen adversary, letting out a soft phew, a moment of respite after the intense combat. A confident yet slightly weary smile plays on Su Hong's lips, his glowing eyes still reflecting the power he wields as he surveys his victory. The female opponent backs away in terror, hands raised in surrender, pleading, "Don't come over here, I surrender," as Su Hong watches her, a silent victor. Onlookers are utterly flabbergasted, exclaiming, "Holy crap, he actually won? The training camp's strongest trio was defeated by him alone? An absolute monster." Elder Chun, observing the chaos, demands to know, "What's with all the noise? Is anyone else going to challenge Su Hong?" He then declares that with no further challengers, Su Hong has secured first place in this combat test. The remaining participants, utterly demoralized, declare, "I surrender, I forfeit, I don't want to take a beating." Only an idiot would dare to challenge Su Hong after that battle, conceding that Su Hong is undeniably the number 1 in the training camp. From an overhead view, the arena shows Su Hong standing triumphant amidst the defeated. Elder Chun announces, since that's the case, Su Hong is in first place. The 2nd to 10th place finishers in the tournament will all receive rewards. You all continue the competition. Instructor Lin Zhe will arrange it. Elder Chun turns to Su Hong, inviting him to claim his reward for the universally acknowledged first place, the chance to choose an A-rank martial art. A satisfied smile graces Su Hong's face as he internally exclaims, "I obtained another A-rank martial art." As they walk through the modern facility, Elder Chun tells Su Hong that he's been paying attention to him since he first stepped into the training camp, asking why he chose to hide his strength when others are so eager to show theirs. Su Hong, with a knowing look, explains his pragmatic reasoning. "I have no power or influence. Sticking my head out too early makes it easy to be targeted." Elder Chun laughs heartily, declaring, "Haha, I like smart people like you." He then reveals that he specifically arranged this combat tournament for Su Hong, wanting to secure more resources for him. Elder Chen, now revealed as Grandmaster Qin Tianjue, places a reassuring hand on Su Hong's shoulder, stating that in today's world, resources are concentrated on geniuses. He declares, "You don't need to hide your strength in the future. I, Qin Tianjue, will cover you. Let's see who dares to cause you trouble." Su Hong responds with heartfelt gratitude. "Many thanks, Grandmaster Qin." Su Hong and Grandmaster Qin enter the Grand Martial Art Pavilion. A woman behind the counter greets Grandmaster Qin, to which he replies, "Bring the list of martial arts." Grandmaster Qin advises Su Hong to look carefully and choose well. Ask if there's anything you don't understand. Su Hong then asks Grandmaster Qin, "What kind of martial art do you think would be best for me to choose right now?" Grandmaster Qin directly asks Su Hong about the martial arts he currently knows. Su Hong, holding up his hand as if counting, lists his formidable skills: Bone Netherfire Fist, Flying Swan Startling Cloud Step, Cloud Hiding Gale Fist, and Void Breaking Finger, noting the others are of lower rank. Grandmaster Qin expresses surprise, stating those specific techniques aren't in his martial art pavilion. He then speculates, asking if Su Hong somehow learned them just by observing Lin Xinghe once. Su Hong simply responds with a knowing confirming the incredible feat. A close-up reveals Grandmaster Qin's eye twitching, a bead of sweat forming, clearly indicating his utter astonishment at Su Hong's innate talent and terrifying learning speed. The Martial Dao Association president observes Grandmaster Qin personally guiding Su Hong through the martial art selections, wondering aloud about the identity of this mysterious young man who commands such high-level attention. Grandmaster Qin points to a text advising Su Hong, who already possesses offensive and movement techniques, to consider a control-type martial art. He highlights Flame Cage, an A-rank skill that condenses fire spiritual chi to trap and solidify enemies, noting its effectiveness. Grandmaster Qin explains the complexity of control-type martial arts, which require spiritual chi to leave the body, a feat even most Tier 2 martial artists struggle with. Despite Su Hong being only Tier 1, Grandmaster Qin believes his talent makes him capable of learning it. With an open hand, Grandmaster Qin offers to demonstrate the Flame Cage technique, which he himself has mastered, allowing Su Hong to make an informed decision afterward. The Martial Dao Association president watches from the background. Su Hong, with a look of eager anticipation, expresses his gratitude to Grandmaster Qin for the impending demonstration. Grandmaster Qin activates the Flame Cage, his hand glowing intensely as a swirling, golden flame manifests, crackling with raw, spiritual energy. The flame expands into a complex, radiant cage. Grandmaster Qin emphasizes that control-type martial arts are not inferior to offensive ones, boasting immense usefulness in battle. Grandmaster Qin dynamically demonstrates the flame cage, explaining that the strategy is to first trap the enemy, then follow up with a devastating attack, launching golden energy spears from his hands. The demonstration culminates in a blinding explosion of golden energy, with Grandmaster Qin proudly declaring that this technique can achieve a one-hit kill, showcasing its lethal potential. Grandmaster Qin then clarifies that maintaining the flame cage while simultaneously attacking is currently impossible for Su Hong, admitting he only mastered this complex maneuver himself after becoming a Tier 3 martial artist. Su Hong, shaking his head, quickly decides against the control-type martial art, reasoning that if even Grandmaster Qin finds it so difficult, he should choose something else. Grandmaster Qin initially expresses surprise at Su Hong's quick decision to give up. However, he quickly shifts to an internal thought, recognizing Su Hong's humility as a true genius, a monster who listens to advice, indicating a limitless future. System notification flashes. Acquired new skill, Fire, Flame Cage. Su Hong smiles, revealing his internal thought that he already obtained the martial art. He then politely asks Grandmaster Qin to help him find another one. Considering Su Hong's existing offensive and movement techniques, Grandmaster Qin suggests that a control-type martial art isn't suitable for now. He then proposes learning a defensive martial art next. Grandmaster Qin points to a martial art in a book, proclaiming its suitability for Su Hong. The skill is Thick Earth Armor, an A-rank Earth attribute technique that condenses spiritual chi into a battle armor, offering extremely high defense. Su Hong smiles, confident that his physical body, coupled with this defensive martial art, will yield excellent results. He then agrees, stating he will listen to Grandmaster Qin's advice. Grandmaster Qin suddenly remembers an important detail and asks Su Hong about his special physique. Su Hong promptly replies, identifying it as the Overlord body. Su Hong smirks, internally musing that his Overlord body boasts the greatest strength among 3,000 physiques. He imagines Grandmaster Qin's excitement, believing he might be showered with A-rank martial arts once the Grandmaster hears this revelation. Grandmaster Qin looks puzzled, admitting he has never heard of an Overlord body physique. Su Hong scratches his head, chuckling, and confesses that he actually came up with the name himself, leading Grandmaster Qin to internally conclude it's an unrecorded physique. Grandmaster Qin stands in deep thought, reflecting on how Su Hong effortlessly blocked a full power punch from Wang Tiantua, who possessed a barbarian god body. He internally marvels at the terrifying strength amplification of Su Hong's Overlord body, admitting he's never seen a Tier 1 martial artist reach such a level. Grandmaster Qin appears distracted, muttering a series of seemingly unrelated words like Hakimi, 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 North-South Road, much, while Su Hong looks on with a slight expression of confusion. Grandmaster Qin answers a call, sounding annoyed, stating he's still busy. The Martial Dao Association president, on the other end, reports a shocking detail from the contribution point's back end. Su Hong seemed to still be wearing a weight vest during his recent fight. Grandmaster Qin, utterly stunned, turns to Su Hong and demands confirmation. When you fought Wang Tiantua and the other two just now, you were still wearing a weight vest? Su Hong casually confirms, explaining that he wouldn't get contribution points if he took it off. Grandmaster Qin clutches his chest, visibly reeling from the revelation. He tries to compose himself, internally reminding himself to stay calm and that this kid is a monster who shouldn't be viewed with a normal mindset. Grandmaster Qin, still recovering from his shock, advises Su Hong to stop obsessing over contribution points. He assures him that challenging the training camp later will provide plenty of martial art rewards and urges him to quickly remove the weight vest. Su Hong agrees. The Martial Dao Association president steps forward, offering to help Su Hong with the vest and send it back to the warehouse. As Su Hong takes it off, he casually remarks, "This is a bit heavy." The Martial Dao Association president, a dignified Tier 2 martial artist, struggles immensely to lift the weight vest Su Hong just removed. Her internal thought reveals her pride in her position, further highlighting the extraordinary weight of the vest and Su Hong's power. Martial Dao Association president's eyes widen in utter disbelief, a shocked escaping her lips as she grapples with the impossible weight of Su Hong's training vest. She strains with all her might, the ground beneath her cracking under the vest's immense pressure, while Su Hong casually observes her struggle. The Martial Dao Association president, still reeling, demands to know the vest's true weight. Su Hong calmly reveals it to be a staggering 5 tons. Her mind races, comprehending the impossible feat of a Tier 1 initial stage martial artist wielding such power, especially after defeating 3 late-stage geniuses. Elder Chun, now beaming with pride, affectionately calls Su Hong a little monster and reveals his intention to bestow upon him an A-rank martial art. Su Hong, curious, asks Elder Chun what martial art he intends to give him. Elder Chun reminds Su Hong of his spear proficiency, then mentions Grandmaster Zhang Lin of Yang City, another renowned spear user. Elder Chun explains that Zhang Lin possesses an A-rank thunder spear art, a martial art of immense power even among others of its rank. He then proposes a daring plan, arrange a battle with Zhang Lin's student to trick the art out of him. Su Hong expresses slight hesitation, questioning the ethics of such a scheme. However, his internal thoughts reveal a deeper motivation: revenge against Zhang Lin for disrespecting his Star City training camp. As the sun sets over a majestic traditional building, Elder Chun instructs Su Hong to prepare, stating they will depart for Yang City early the next morning. Su Hong readily agrees. Under the serene night sky, the modern training facility stands illuminated, its windows glowing faintly. Back in his room, Su Hong observes his newly tidied space, reflecting that the training camp unexpectedly helped him organize his surroundings. Su Hong meditates, engulfed in a fiery red aura. System notifications confirm his acquisition of 2 new martial arts: Spirit Soul Capture Art and Earth Thick Earth Armor. He resolves to cultivate all 3 new martial arts to their basic level before dawn. Meanwhile, Elder Chun makes a call, confidently informing Zhang Lin to prepare his Thunder Spear art, as he plans to bring his student to challenge Zhang Lin's dojo tomorrow. The man on the other end, Zhang Lin, dismisses Elder Chen's challenge, boasting that his Yang City training camp has produced a rare with spirit body who has already broken through to become a Tier 2 martial artist. Zhang Lin continues to brag, revealing that his student has cultivated the A-rank control-type martial art Wood Prison to the point of spiritual chi leaving the body, all within just 2 days. The student, a green-haired martial artist, stands shirtless, his body radiating a vibrant green energy as he prepares to unleash his power. His eye, glowing with an intense green hue, narrows in sharp focus, a testament to his concentrated spiritual energy. With a powerful surge, the green-haired antagonist activates Wood Prison, summoning an explosion of thorny green vines that erupt from his body, rapidly ensnaring his surroundings. The glowing green vines writhe and expand, their thorny tendrils spreading rapidly as a sudden command to stop echoes. Following the command, the wood prison vines begin to dissipate, breaking down into countless glowing green particles that vanish into the air. A voice laments, "Failed again," indicating a setback in the cultivation process. Zhang Lin scolds his student, Lin Chunfeng, reminding him that control-type martial arts require more than mere desire to master, warning him not to overextend himself. Lin Chunfeng, sweating but resolute, pleads with Zhang Lin, promising to reach the basic level of the martial art within a month. Zhang Lin, a smirk playing on his lips, internally marvels at Lin Chunfeng's ambition, recalling how he himself took 3 months to achieve what his student promises in 1. He then thinks of Su Hong, confident that his own student is far beyond the challenge of any trash opponent. Elder Chen's enraged face appears in a thought bubble as the call abruptly ends, the phone being decisively hung up. Zhang Lin instructs Lin Chunfeng that when Elder Chen arrives with his student, he must not win too easily. Instead, he should make the fight appear evenly matched, securing a narrow victory to save face for their opponents. Lin Chunfeng grins confidently, assuring Zhang Lin of his acting prowess, as a green, claw-like energy construct forms around his hand, ready to stretch out. The next afternoon, the scene shifts to the sprawling Yang City training camp nestled amidst majestic snowy mountains. Elder Chen announces their arrival as he and Su Hong look down upon the expansive training camp from above. Su Hong, with a faint smile, internally muses on the unexpected nature of his first flying experience, finding himself in such a unique situation. Su Hong and Elder Chen descend into a vast martial arts arena where a group of observers awaits their arrival. With a knowing smirk, the unnamed observer eagerly asks Old Qin what kind of genius he has brought, urging him to reveal them quickly. Elder Chen proudly introduces Su Hong, a Tier 1 initial stage practitioner who wields a spear, a skill he shares with Grandmaster Jiang. Su Hong bows respectfully, greeting Grandmaster Jiang. The unnamed observer, clearly infuriated, accuses Elder Chen of mocking him, questioning if he's gone senile for presenting a mere Tier 1 initial stage as a treasure. The unnamed observer laments the blatant mismatch, stating that a Tier 2 fighter against a Tier 1 initial stage is an instant kill, making it impossible to feign an even match. He then inwardly tasks Lin Chunfeng with the challenge of acting. Elder Chen, with a casual air, urges Grandmaster Jiang to begin the fight, mentioning their need to finish quickly for dinner. The vast training camp martial arena stretches out, a multitude of observers gathered as the three key figures stand poised for the impending challenge. Among the gathered crowd, an unnamed observer muses aloud, wondering about the strength level of the genius from Star City, then chuckles, hoping the challenger won't be weaker than himself. Grandmaster Jiang formally introduces Elder Chen to the assembled crowd, presenting him as the renowned Grandmaster Qin Tianlai. The observers respond with respectful greetings to Grandmaster Qin. Grandmaster Jiang continues the introduction, pointing to Su Hong as the genius from Star City who has arrived to challenge today. Su Hong offers a polite wave and a greeting to everyone as Grandmaster Jiang begins to state Su Hong's cultivation realm. Grandmaster Jiang finishes his introduction with a subtly sarcastic tone, revealing Su Hong's realm as a mere Tier 1 initial stage. A wave of disbelief sweeps through the observers as they question how a Tier 1 initial stage fighter dares to challenge. They exclaim that Lin Chunfeng, a Tier 2 martial artist, could instantly kill him with one hand, debating whether to commend his courage or his audacity. The green-haired antagonist, Lin Chunfeng, sweats nervously, internally panicking about how he's supposed to convincingly fake a close, drawn-out fight against a Tier 1 initial stage opponent and still narrowly win. Grandmaster Jiang reiterates the wager. If his student defeats Elder Chen's Tier 1 initial stage student, Elder Chen will teach Grandmaster Jiang's student an A-rank martial art. Elder Chen, however, seems quite embarrassed by the whole situation. Grandmaster Jiang places a reassuring hand on Su Hong's shoulder, promising him an additional A-rank martial art of his choice, beyond the Thunder Spear art, if he wins. Su Hong gratefully thanks Grandmaster Jiang for the generous offer. Elder Chen playfully pats Grandmaster Jiang on the back, remarking on his unexpected kindness. Grandmaster Jiang, however, internally dismisses the sentiment, convinced that a Tier 1 initial stage fighter stands no chance against Lin Chunfeng, a Tier 2 martial artist with a wood spirit body. The combatants take their positions on the martial arts viewing platform, the stage set for their impending duel as the crowd watches from above. From the viewing platform, Grandmaster Jiang issues a stern warning to Lin Chunfeng to remember his limits, to which the green-haired antagonist confidently replies, assuring him there's no need to worry. Lin Chunfeng stands tall, sword in hand, radiating an aura of unwavering confidence as he prepares for the challenge ahead. Lin Chunfeng, deep in thought, considers his strategy for the upcoming stage battle, realizing that a swift, decisive victory would be counterproductive to the act. The green-haired antagonist questions Su Hong's decision not to wield his spear, reminding him that he had brought it to the arena. Su Hong stands calmly, his expression resolute as he declares that he will not be using his spear for now. Su Hong internally reflects on his limited C-rank Raging Sea Spear technique, acknowledging its inferiority to other powerful martial arts. He concludes that using his spear would put him at a significant disadvantage. The green-haired antagonist, misinterpreting Su Hong's decision, scoffs at his perceived arrogance. Su Hong quickly tries to interject, stating that he's been misunderstood. Enraged by what he perceives as arrogance, the green-haired antagonist lunges forward, declaring his intent to witness the true extent of Su Hong's so-called capital. The green-haired antagonist unleashes a powerful punch, his form wreathed in a vibrant green aura, as Su Hong prepares to meet the incoming strike. Green energy erupts as the green-haired antagonist delivers a fierce kick met by Su Hong's defensive maneuver. Su Hong executes the flying swan, startles the cloud's footwork, moving with incredible agility and leaving a swirling trail in his wake, evading the green-haired antagonist's assault. The green-haired antagonist's eyes widen in shock, realizing that Su Hong has just deployed an A-rank wind attribute movement technique. A subtle smirk plays on Grandmaster Zhang's lips as he observes Su Hong's unexpected display, finding the development interesting. The green-haired antagonist lunges forward, his hand blazing with emerald energy. He declares that movement techniques are useless against him now, commanding his power to extend. With a surge of green energy from his fist, the green-haired antagonist unleashes his wood prison skill, attempting to ensnare the rapidly moving main protagonist. The main protagonist reacts with surprise as thorny green vines erupt from the ground, wrapping around his leg and hindering his movement. He wonders aloud if this is a control-type martial art. A determined glint in his eyes, the main protagonist recalls Grandmaster Qin's words about the difficulty of control-type martial arts, acknowledging his opponent's genius. He resolves to break free using sheer strength. The main protagonist's leg strains against the constricting green vines, his raw power visibly tearing at the wood prison as he struggles to break its hold. To his astonishment, the main protagonist questions the sudden dissipation of the control, wondering if that was all the technique had to offer. The green-haired antagonist, now airborne with a sword, declares that merely holding the main protagonist down for a moment was sufficient, preparing for his follow-up strike. The main protagonist's gaze sharpens, his expression resolute as he prepares to counter the green-haired antagonist's incoming attack, his mind already formulating a response. A surge of vibrant green energy erupts from the main protagonist's fist, indicating a powerful, rapid strike about to be delivered. The main protagonist unleashes a devastating punch, surrounded by swirling trails of green energy, demonstrating incredible speed and force. The green-haired antagonist's eyes widen in shock and pain, realizing the main protagonist's punch speed is too fast, striking him before he could even retaliate. Taking a direct hit, the green-haired antagonist activates his would escape skill, attempting to evade the main protagonist's relentless assault by transforming into a burst of green energy. The main protagonist's punch connects with explosive force, shattering the green-haired antagonist's would escape skill as green fragments explode around him. Both combatants are propelled through the air amidst a flurry of energy and shockwaves, a testament to the brutal exchange of blows. The green-haired antagonist grits his teeth in immense strain, internally acknowledging the ridiculous strength of his young opponent. The main protagonist maintains a calm demeanor, his expression unperturbed as he reflects on the intense exchange, finding his opponent's struggle somewhat amusing. Onlookers gasp in disbelief, one exclaiming about the sheer power of the Tier 1 initial stage fighter, whose strength surpasses even a ferocious beast, easily breaking an A-rank defensive martial art. Elder Chen laughs, teasing Old Jiang about the ongoing battle, while Old Jiang, with a knowing smirk, advises patience, stating that mere strength won't be enough to defeat Lin Chunfeng. The main protagonist's foot slams down, creating a small but powerful impact, grounding himself as he prepares for his next move. The green-haired antagonist is sent sprawling through the air, while the main protagonist remains upright, having gained the upper hand in the fierce exchange. The main protagonist moves with incredible speed, leaving behind two ghostly afterimages as he executes a powerful, evasive technique surrounded by a blinding white aura. The main protagonist observes his own technique, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as he realizes the effectiveness of his afterimage skill. The green-haired antagonist descends rapidly, enveloped in green energy, declaring that the main protagonist is not the only one capable of A-rank movement techniques. A powerful impact erupts as the green-haired antagonist's green energy strike clashes with the main protagonist, who is forced to duck low, dodging the fierce blow. Main protagonist stands tall, offering a concession to the kneeling green-haired antagonist, acknowledging his strength for pushing a Tier 1 initial stage fighter to such an extent and admitting inferiority if they were in the same tier. The green-haired antagonist looks up in surprise at the main protagonist, who is now kneeling and extending his arm, hinting at another unexpected move. The main protagonist's fist ignites with a brilliant, fiery aura, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he wonders aloud if his opponent also knows this type of power. The green-haired antagonist stands amidst an explosive, radiant circle of fire, his face etched with shock as this new, powerful energy manifests around him. Enveloped in the fiery aura, the green-haired antagonist's eyes widen further in disbelief, recognizing this new power as yet another control-type martial art. Sweat beads on the green-haired antagonist's brow as he observes the main protagonist, internally musing that a mere Tier 1 initial stage martial artist has mastered a control-type art, but convinces himself the flames cannot be sustained for long. The eye-patch observer, witnessing the impossible, exclaims in disbelief that Su Hong, a mere Tier 1 middle-stage martial artist, has mastered the formidable flame cage, calling his talent truly ridiculous. He turns to the white-haired elder, questioning his shock, reminding him that this is supposedly the martial art he taught Su Hong. The elder stammers, caught off guard by the unexpected display. The eye-patch observer's confusion deepens as he recalls Su Hong's original wind attribute, demanding to know where the fire attribute originated. The white-haired elder casually dismisses it as merely multiple attributes, feigning nonchalance. The white-haired elder then expresses his own astonishment, wondering why the flame cage remains stable. His eyes widen as he points out a mysterious white flame now flickering on Su Hong's hand. Su Hong stands resolute, his back to the observers, as a potent white energy crackles around his hand. Before him, the green-haired antagonist remains ensnared within the shimmering, golden flame cage. Trapped within the fiery confines, the green-haired antagonist glares, sweat beading on his brow as he struggles to comprehend how Su Hong can simultaneously maintain the flame cage and prepare an attack, a feat impossible for even a Tier 3 martial artist. With sharp, determined eyes, Su Hong focuses, a powerful blue-white energy coalescing around his fist. He gives a succinct, confident affirmation, "Bingo!" Su Hong unleashes a devastating kick, a blur of blue-white energy streaking towards the green-haired antagonist, who is still trapped within the golden cage of flames. Reacting swiftly, the green-haired antagonist desperately activates his would-escape ability, manifesting a dense, wooden shield of green energy to block the incoming assault. The clash is immense, a torrent of blue-white energy colliding with the resilient green wood, creating a powerful impact that reverberates through the air. Despite his defense, the green-haired antagonist is violently thrown backward, spitting blood as fragments of his shattered wooden shield explode around him. He curses, utterly bewildered by Su Hong's overwhelming power. Su Hong presses his advantage, delivering another forceful kick that sends the green-haired antagonist reeling further, the impact sending shards of energy flying. The green-haired antagonist cries out in pain as Su Hong's strike connects, blood splattering from his mouth from the brutal force of the blow. The guttural roar, the green-haired antagonist, now shirtless and battered, ignites with a fierce green aura, defiant even as Su Hong prepares for his next move. The green energy pulses across the green-haired antagonist's back, a visible sign of his rapid regeneration, even as the golden flames of the cage continue to rage around him. A system notification, "Heal and Recover," flashes across the green-haired antagonist's regenerating back, confirming the activation of his potent healing ability. Fully healed and radiating a vibrant green aura, the green-haired antagonist confidently declares that Su Hong should not underestimate the healing power of a Tier 2 martial artist with spirit body. Su Hong, with a serious expression, acknowledges the wood spirit body as a special physique with formidable recovery power, then resolves that if one punch isn't enough, he will deliver more. Su Hong descends with renewed ferocity, winding up for another powerful strike, ready to unleash a barrage of blows upon the recovering green-haired antagonist. A furious flurry of punches rains down upon the green-haired antagonist, each blow impactful, as Su Hong declares his disbelief that the recovery can last indefinitely. Despite the relentless assault, the green-haired antagonist, his face bloodied but defiant, grins, mocking Su Hong by stating his efforts are useless and a Tier 1's endurance cannot surpass a Tier 2's. Green-haired antagonist stands firm, radiating green energy, challenging Su Hong to a battle of attrition, which will collapse first, the flame cage or his own recovery power. Su Hong, his gaze thoughtful, realizes his fire spiritual chi is dwindling. He knows that once the flame cage dissipates, the tables could turn against him. With a decisive gesture, Su Hong commands the flame cage to dissipate, releasing the green-haired antagonist from its fiery confines. The green-haired antagonist laughs triumphantly, believing Su Hong has given up. He declares it's his turn to counterattack, confident that Su Hong is now bound to lose. Suddenly, the green-haired antagonist's triumphant expression twists into one of profound shock and fear as he spots something unexpected, demanding to know what that thing is. Su Hong stands tall, radiating a potent golden thunder energy from his hand and body, revealing a powerful technique he had originally intended to hold back due to its immense consumption. Green-haired antagonist's face contorts in terror, sweat pouring down his face as he screams, questioning if such monstrous power can truly erupt from a mere Tier 1 martial artist. Driven by sheer panic, the green-haired antagonist's hands glow green as he desperately tries to create a barrier, vowing to prevent Su Hong from getting close. He frantically activates would escape repeatedly, causing massive wooden formations to erupt from the ground, hoping to create an impassable barrier and flee from Su Hong's terrifying new power. Su Hong is barely visible behind the towering, jagged wooden formations that violently erupt from the ground, glowing with a menacing green energy, desperately attempting to block his path. His eyes, now burning with an intense golden glow, reflect the sheer, terrifying power he now wields. With a furious roar, Su Hong unleashes a devastating golden lightning blast from his fist, instantly obliterating the wooden barriers into countless splinters. His golden lightning-infused fist twists reality itself, generating an immense force that distorts the very air around it. Su Hong descends with a brutal, lightning-charged punch, aiming directly at the fallen green-haired antagonist, who lies helpless on the ground. The green-haired antagonist is launched violently through the air, his body a blur of motion as he crashes to the ground, utterly defeated. Victorious, Su Hong stands tall and imposing over the defeated green-haired antagonist, golden energy still crackling around him, a testament to his overwhelming power. The vast arena falls into a stunned silence as the crowd of observers witnesses Su Hong standing alone, triumphant, while his opponent lies motionless on the battleground. The shocked crowd erupts in murmurs, with one observer exclaiming that Lin Chunfeng, who possessed a wood spirit body, was knocked out with a single punch. Another marvels, proclaiming the power of that strike rivals an S-rank martial art, while a third expresses disbelief that Su Hong is only at the Tier 1 initial stage. A visibly shaken observer turns to his companion, demanding to know what kind of monster Old Qin has brought before them. Old Qin, trembling with astonishment, recognizes Su Hong's technique as a tribute fusion, expressing profound shock that such a young Tier 1 martial artist could master it and questioning the implications of such a feat. Elder Chun, maintaining a facade of calm as he sips his tea, slyly states that he definitely won't reveal Su Hong only took a single month to achieve dual attribute fusion, clearly teasing Old Qin. With a knowing glance away, Elder Chun continues to drop bombshells, musing aloud if Old Qin would be scared to death knowing Su Hong possesses 100% compatibility with 7 attributes and cultivates 7 guidance techniques simultaneously. Elder Chun lets out a small, almost mischievous smile, feigning regret as he claims the information about Su Hong's extraordinary talents simply slipped out. Old Qin stands utterly dumbfounded, his mind reeling as he processes the incredible facts. Su Hong fused dual attributes in just 1 month, possesses 100% compatibility with 7 attributes, and simultaneously cultivates 7 guidance techniques. Elder Chun, with a firm hand on Old Qin's shoulder, reminds him that Su Hong's victory means it's time to fulfill their promise, specifically demanding an A-rank Thunder Spear art and the ultimate skill, Palm Thunder, for Su Hong. A bewildered Old Qin can only weakly agree. The scene shifts to a vast, futuristic martial arts training room, a grand dome nestled against a backdrop of serene mountains, ready for the next stage of Su Hong's development. Inside the gleaming training room, Su Hong and Old Qin stand prepared, each grasping a long spear, facing each other across the intricate, glowing circular platform. Old Qin gazes at Su Hong with a mixture of awe and trepidation, his thoughts betraying his astonishment. He has truly never encountered such a monstrous talent in his entire life. Old Qin, holding his spear with authority, informs Su Hong that the A-rank Thunder Spear art he is about to teach is known as the 9 heaven-breaking spears. Old Qin's fist crackles with intense blue lightning, demonstrating the raw power of thunder energy. Old Qin, his spear now crackling with blue lightning, explains that the 9 heaven-breaking spears consists of 3 stances, with each stance comprising 3 moves. He emphasizes that each subsequent stance is more powerful and progressively harder to master. Old Qin, looking at an attentive Su Hong, states that he wouldn't typically teach this art to anyone below Tier 4, but with Su Hong's extraordinary talent, mastering even the first stance should not pose a problem. Old Qin's eyes glow with electric intensity as he brandishes his lightning-infused spear, instructing Su Hong to watch his demonstration closely. Old Qin unleashes the first stance, river overturning, conjuring a colossal wave of crackling blue lightning that surges forward like a raging river as Su Hong watches intently. Without pause, Old Qin transitions into the second stance, sea inverting, conjuring an even more expansive and violent surge of blue lightning that crackles with immense power. The sea inverting stance manifests as a gargantuan, swirling vortex of blue lightning, generating a continuous, thunderous roar that fills the entire training room. Su Hong, clutching his spear, feels utterly dwarfed by the overwhelming thunderstorm generated by Old Qin, likening himself to a lone boat in a vast ocean, vulnerable to being capsized by even a single strike. The tip of the spear ignites with an even more concentrated burst of blue lightning, crackling intensely as Old Qin prepares to unleash the devastating third stance. Old Qin executes the third and final stance, heaven-breaking, unleashing a cataclysmic blast of concentrated blue lightning from his spear that appears to tear through the very air as Su Hong observes its overwhelming power. The cataclysmic blast of concentrated blue lightning from Old Qin's heaven-breaking spear attack continues to tear through the air, creating a swirling vortex of destructive power. Su Hong observes the dissipating energy, realizing that old Qin had clearly held back his final spear strike to avoid destroying the room. Even so, the residual power of the move still whipped up a terrifying tornado. The determined glint in his eyes, Su Hong acknowledges that while he might be an ant in comparison now, he will one day possess such overwhelming combat power. The futuristic training arena stands quiet, the echoes of the powerful spear strike fading as Su Hong and his instructor stand at its center. Grandmaster Zhang hands Su Hong a tablet, explaining that it contains the complete explanation for the 9 heaven-breaking spears. He instructs Su Hong to practice it diligently and ask questions anytime. Su Hong thanks Grandmaster Zhang, who dismisses the gratitude, saying he is merely honoring a previous bet. With a knowing smirk, Grandmaster Zhang reveals that once Su Hong masters the first stance, he will teach him the second, even more formidable martial art, Palm Thunder. He emphasizes that while the heaven-breaking spears are strong, they fall far short of Palm Thunder's true power. Su Hong's eyes widen as he processes the revelation. Palm Thunder is even more powerful. He resolves to master the current spear art quickly to unlock the next level of training. Grandmaster Zhang turns to leave, informing Su Hong that he has other matters to discuss with Elder Chun, but will return shortly to check on his practice. 1 hour later, Su Hong stands alone on the steps of the grand facility, ready to begin his rigorous training. Grandmaster Zhang returns, casually asking Su Hong if he's figured out the trick yet, adding that he shouldn't rush, as such an art takes months to learn. However, Grandmaster Zhang is met with an astonishing sight. Su Hong, enveloped in a massive, swirling vortex of golden lightning, already demonstrating immense power within the training arena. Su Hong stands mid-stance, his spear crackling with vibrant golden lightning, radiating an aura of mastery. With a confident demeanor, Su Hong tells Grandmaster Zhang that his spear art is incredibly difficult, claiming he's only barely reached a beginner level for now. His eyes burning with ambition, Su Hong demands to be taught Palm Thunder next, ready for the next challenge. A confident smile plays on Su Hong's lips, eager to prove his capabilities once more. Grandmaster Zhang stares in utter disbelief, sweat dripping down his face as he silently acknowledges that this is what true monstrous talent looks like. As the day draws to a close, the training facility is bathed in the warm hues of a setting sun. Grandmaster Zhang remains by the door, still visibly stunned and lost in thought, processing Su Hong's unbelievable progress. Elder Chun approaches Grandmaster Zhang, questioning why he's spaced out and asking if he's taught Su Hong Palm Thunder yet. Grandmaster Zhang simply tells him to go see for himself. Elder Chun, with a skeptical look, warns Grandmaster Zhang not to have held back on Su Hong. Grandmaster Zhang begins to explain the high difficulty of Palm Thunder, implying it's impossible to learn quickly. Grandmaster Zhang's explanation is abruptly cut short as Elder Chun looks into the training room, witnessing Su Hong now fully enveloped in crackling golden lightning, having seemingly mastered Palm Thunder. Su Hong, radiating golden energy from his hands and body, triumphantly declares to Elder Chun that he has finally learned Palm Thunder. Both Elder Chun and Grandmaster Zhang are left speechless by Su Hong's speed. Elder Chun admits he was mentally prepared but didn't expect such rapid mastery, while Grandmaster Zhang recalls taking 3 months to grasp Palm Thunder, earning him the title of prodigy. Elder Chun, patting Grandmaster Zhang's shoulder, declares Su Hong's limitless potential, predicting he will undoubtedly reach Tier 9 one day. He then suggests they celebrate with a meal and drinks, as they haven't had a proper one in ages. Elder Chun calls out to Su Hong, informing him that he and Grandmaster Zhang are going out for drinks and that the camp assistants will arrange a temporary dorm for him, promising to return tomorrow. Su Hong acknowledges the instructions. Su Hong arrives at the Yang City Training Camp dormitory building, his temporary accommodation for the night. Viewing his progress, Su Hong notes that after his victories against Wang Tiantua and others yesterday, plus Lin Chunfeng today, he has accumulated a total of 230 martial Dao points. Su Hong sits on his bed, contemplating his gains as the glowing system interface displays his earned points. Still on his bed, Su Hong contemplates his current strength. His blood energy, spirit, physique, and martial skills all require significant upgrades, and the displayed martial Dao points are clearly insufficient for his ambitions. He decides to prioritize, acknowledging that realm is the foundation. With a decisive gesture, Su Hong focuses on increasing his blood energy, initiating multiple plus 0.1 upgrades on the system interface. Su Hong reviews his updated stats, now showing 161.6 blood energy. He muses that earning more martial Dao points will be challenging, as his overwhelming strength means no one in the training camp dares to spar with him anymore. His only option is to grind fierce beasts in the beast room. Under a serene full moon, a grand building stands tall as an indignant voice curses, calling out, "Old Qin, you bastard! At a lavish dining table, a man with a bun in his hair angrily confronts Elder Chun, accusing him of tricking him out of 2 A-rank martial skills. Elder Chun, however, dismisses his complaints, stating he's heard it 100 times already. Suddenly, a new voice bursts into the scene, exclaiming, "Grandmaster Jiang, I finally found you." An unnamed observer rushes in, addressing Elder Chun and announcing that the night raid event is about to commence, awaiting Elder Chen's command. Elder Chun casually considers the night raid and instructs them not to go easy. The unnamed observer, with a determined shout, relays Grandmaster Jiang's orders. "Night raid begins. Drill them hard." A look of horror crosses the man with bun's face as he realizes Elder Chun is running a night raid while Su Hong is staying in the dorms. He clutches his fist, exclaiming, "Oh no!" The man with bun's face is filled with panic as he desperately shouts, demanding to postpone the night raid immediately. An aerial view reveals numerous figures already scaling the dorm buildings, indicating the raid is in full swing. The man with bun's worried thought confirms it. "I already sent the word out. The night raid has started." Amidst the chaos, 2 warriors named Bu Jinglong and Bu Jingfeng stand on rubble. Bu Jinglong questions why a Tier 2 upper stage warrior like his brother is participating in night raids. Bu Jingfeng replies that Grandmaster Jiang specifically asked him to come for a wood spirit body with crazy regeneration. Bu Jinglong expresses disbelief, finding it mere bullying that Grandmaster Jiang would send them after a Tier 2 lower stage with spirit body. Bu Jingfeng, meanwhile, has a moment of realization, thinking, "Why does that sound so familiar?" Bu Jinglong teases his brother about a past defeat, remarking on the shame of being reverse-killed by some brat during a previous night raid. Bu Jingfeng, agitated, vows to take down Su Hong if he encounters him again. Bu Jinglong warns Bu Jingfeng not to get cocky, reminding him that spirit bodies are formidable and that he shouldn't end up defeated again. Bu Jingfeng confidently scoffs at the idea of eating dirt. A masked leader commands his squad to put on their masks and follow his orders, preparing for the assault. The masked figures launch into action, leaping through the air with their leader's rallying cry, "Brothers, charge with me!" Chaos erupts across the dormitories as shouts of "We're under attack" and "Arg" fill the night, signaling the full-scale invasion. Su Hong, hearing the commotion, cautiously peeks out from his door, wondering if the ruckus signifies a night raid. A naked Bu Jingfeng is sent flying backward, enraged by the dishonorable attack. Below him, a masked raider prepares for another strike. A masked raider lunges at Su Hong, throwing a punch, and scolds himself for missing one of the students. With a powerful impact, Su Hong retaliates, landing a devastating punch directly to the masked raider's face. Another masked figure is launched high into the air, a clear testament to Su Hong's overwhelming strength as he effortlessly dispatches his attackers. Su Hong stands with a furious expression, his fist glowing with power. He questions the raiders' audacity, demanding to know why they are attacking him without even asking his identity, especially since he's not part of their training camp. Su Hong looks up at a masked raider embedded in the ceiling, connecting the dots. He realizes this is indeed a night raid and observes that all the attackers are in black outfits and wearing masks. Contemplating the dangling legs of the incapacitated raider, Su Hong considers a mischievous plan. "If I put on their clothes and pretend to be one of the raiders, I could openly beat up students and farm martial Dao points, couldn't I?" But then he hesitates, thinking, "But then again." A close-up reveals Su Hong's eyes glowing with blue energy as a subtle smirk plays on his lips. He concludes that his cunning plan feels kind of wrong. Meanwhile, a naked Bu Jingfeng confronts a masked raider, demanding he wait until he can put on some underwear. The raider, however, mockingly tells him to be a good boy and prepare to be knocked out. As Bu Jingfeng stands exposed, another masked raider rushes in from behind, declaring, "Bro, I've got your back." The situation for Bu Jingfeng seems to be rapidly deteriorating. A masked raider unleashes a devastating strike, sending shattered debris flying as another masked figure cowers in terror, caught in the unexpected chaos. The scene blurs into a chaotic rush of speed and overwhelming force, leaving only streaks of motion in its wake, indicating an intense, rapid movement. A masked figure recoils in shock, questioning the sudden, indiscriminate assault, demanding to know what's going on. "Friendly fire?" Another masked raider, his fist crackling with fiery energy, cackles with maniacal glee, declaring that since his opponents are all higher tier, he can finally unleash his full power. Chaos erupts as multiple masked figures are violently struck by glowing energy attacks, screaming in confusion, "Why are you hitting me, Yua?" One realizes the betrayal, exclaiming, "We've got a mole." A masked assailant is sent reeling, struck by a powerful, luminous kick to the midsection that sends him flying through the air with explosive force. Masked raider, eyes wide and manic, pants heavily, a trail of drool escaping his lips, a chilling display of his deranged and bloodthirsty state. Standing victorious amidst the defeated, the masked raider proudly declares the first floor cleared and sets his sights on the next objective, the second floor. A colossal pillar of golden energy erupts from the ground with a thunderous roar, blasting through the floor and sending multiple masked figures flying in every direction. Group of masked figures discuss the intense battle, noting that a student named Lin Chunfeng is a beast, still holding his own against Tier 2 upper stage Bu Jinglong. They marvel at Lin Chunfeng's insane regeneration, realizing that if the fight drags on, Bu Jinglong will be in danger. Lin Chunfeng, wreathed in vibrant green energy, soars through the air, while another masked figure on the ground emanates a fierce red aura amidst the smoke and debris of their ongoing clash. A masked figure questions why his comrades are gathered, learning that all other students are down, leaving only the Tier 2 with spirit body, Lin Chunfeng. Another urges him to come watch, amazed by Lin Chunfeng's absurd recovery. The masked figure, his fist crackling with potent golden energy, dismisses the onlookers, stating there's no need for them to watch. From masked figures exchange surprised glances, one demanding to know, "Hey, what are you doing?" while another simply utters a confused, "HM?" Masked figure with a crimson aura confronts Lin Chunfeng, who glows with verdant energy, demanding to know, "Why are you hitting your own guy?" only to be met with silence. A defiant voice rings out from the darkness, challenging everyone, "All of you, come at me together." The masked figure, now ablaze with a potent golden aura, clenches his fists, ready to face all challengers who dare to oppose him. The green-haired antagonist stands in a cavern, mocking his unseen opponent, claiming they only possess the strength of a rank 2 or 3 despite killing a rank 1 Crimson Flame Black Tiger. He warns them not to resist, or he will show them something worse than death. The main protagonist crouches, deep in thought, observing the green-haired antagonist in the distance. He deduces from the antagonist's tone that he is untrustworthy and, given his disdain for rank 3 martial artists, wonders if he might be a formidable rank 4. Main protagonist's face shows a mix of determination and concern as he internally acknowledges his breakthrough to rank 2, yet questions his ability to defeat a rank 4 opponent. The main protagonist activates his blue energy, manifesting a powerful aura as he smashes through a rock wall, determined to escape the treacherous cave. The green-haired antagonist, his fist wreathed in fierce flames, turns with a smug grin, remarking that his opponent has finally revealed himself. The green-haired antagonist, enveloped in crimson flames, effortlessly deflects the main protagonist's blue energy attack, dismissing its power and asserting that his opponent is merely an early-stage rank 2. The green-haired antagonist's face twists into a condescending smirk as he looks down, taunting his opponent trying to escape. Still smirking, the green-haired antagonist lunges forward with his blade, declaring his opponent a genius for killing a rank 2 Crimson Flame Black Tiger at an early stage. He relishes the thought of crushing such lucky geniuses the most. Suddenly, the green-haired antagonist's condescending expression shatters into wide-eyed shock, a bead of sweat tracing down his temple as he utters a surprised, "Huh!" The green-haired antagonist turns, his back to the viewer, looking towards Su Hong, who stands calmly in the distance. He taunts, questioning why his opponent has stopped running. Su Hong stands tall, clutching his spear, as he coolly assesses the green-haired antagonist's power, judging him to be merely an early-stage rank 3, far less than the rank 4 he initially expected. Su Hong's gaze sharpens as he observes a distinct tattoo on his opponent's neck, recognizing it as a mark of the celestial race. This prompts him to wonder if the green-haired antagonist is affiliated with the Myriad Race's demon cult. A chilling exposition reveals the true nature of the Myriad Race's demon cult. Humans who despise their own kind, taking pride in aligning with other races, and committing heinous acts of terror to capture humans as sacrifices for rewards. Enraged, Su Hong unleashes a golden aura, his eyes burning with fury as he condemns the green-haired antagonist as human scum who deserves death. The green-haired antagonist, with a sinister grin, prepares to counter, his arm enveloped in a fiery aura as he challenges Su Hong to try and defeat him. The powerful leap, the green-haired antagonist executes his Sky Sun Slash, unleashing a devastating arc of crimson flame from his blade. Su Hong's face contorts with intense concentration, sweat beading on his brow. He acknowledges the formidable challenge of facing a rank 3 martial artist for the first time, realizing he must go all out. Su Hong unleashes his own powerful technique, River Flip, conjuring a colossal, swirling torrent of golden energy from his spear. Two devastating attacks collide head-on, Su Hong's golden river flip clashing violently against the green-haired antagonist's fiery slash, creating an explosive burst of energy. A look of profound surprise crosses Su Hong's face as he processes the outcome. A rank 3 martial artist's technique was utterly scattered by his own attack. The green-haired antagonist's face twists in disbelief and fury. He rages internally, questioning how he could be falling behind despite being a level higher and using an A-rank technique. He is further baffled by Su Hong's ability to wield both water and lightning attributes. Consumed by rage, the green-haired antagonist lunges forward with a furious barrage of fiery slashes, bellowing that Su Hong is asking for death. In a blinding flash, Su Hong, wreathed in golden lightning, meets the green-haired antagonist's attack head-on, their weapons clashing in a shower of sparks and energy. Su Hong launches a colossal wave of golden energy upwards, forcing the green-haired antagonist to look up in startled surprise as the sheer power overwhelms him. With an intense glare, Su Hong channels even more power, activating his devastating skill, Sea Treader. Engulfed by Su Hong's overwhelming golden energy, the green-haired antagonist struggles, realizing the power is far stronger than his Sky Sun Slash, and resolves to retreat. As the green-haired antagonist attempts to escape, green, vine-like tendrils erupt from the ground, binding his leg and halting his movement. The green-haired antagonist struggles against the newly manifested wood attribute control technique, utterly bewildered by Su Hong's ability to wield water, lightning, and now wood attributes. A massive, crackling orb of golden lightning energy pulsates with raw power, ready to strike. Su Hong stands amidst the dissipating golden lightning, observing a melted, bubbling puddle where the green-haired antagonist once stood. Su Hong observes the melting mass, questioning if his opponent managed to dodge with some strange movement technique despite the apparent obliteration. From the molten remains, a glowing, rocky core with a single, ominous eye begins to emerge, hinting at a terrifying regeneration. The green-haired antagonist reforms, now encased in a cracked, rock-like body, his face contorted in horror as he realizes he has encountered not just a human genius, but a complete monster. Su Hong, still airborne, launches another attack with his spear towards the newly transformed green-haired antagonist, taunting him, "Where can you run now?" The green-haired antagonist's rocky form begins to glow with an internal light as he glares defiantly, cursing Su Hong as a damn brat. Under immense strain, the green-haired antagonist's transformation accelerates, his body growing massive, bat-like wings as he roars, challenging Su Hong to feel the divine might of the celestial race. Su Hong observes the monstrous transformation with profound shock, realizing no human or ghost has ever mutated into such a state, and concluding that everyone in the demon cult must be insane. The monstrous cultist's transformed fist slams forward, radiating raw, destructive power, embodying the very insanity Su Hong just witnessed. The mutated cultist, now with demonic wings, unleashes a fierce strike, declaring that his complete transformation will elevate him to a true celestial being. Suddenly, a surge of intense flames erupts around the cultist, engulfing him in a fiery explosion, eliciting a shocked cry of "What?" from the demon. Su Hong, his expression resolute, channels his power and activates Flame Cage, conjuring a searing inferno from his outstretched hand. The Flame Cage skill unleashes a towering pillar of fire, trapping the mutated cultist in a devastating blaze, burning intensely. With a powerful stance, Su Hong charges his spear with crackling golden lightning, activating piercing spear destruction for a decisive blow. The lightning-infused spear strikes the cultist's body with immense force, a brilliant flash of golden energy signifying the devastating impact. The cultist's monstrous form begins to shatter, crumbling into fragments of rock and flesh under the combined assault of fire and lightning. As his body disintegrates, the defeated cultist collapses to the ground, barely managing to utter a final, desperate accusation, "Why, you monster?" The cultist's form completely shatters, reducing him to nothing more than a pile of broken, stone-like debris on the desolate ground. Su Hong observes a system notification confirming the kill. Killed mutated celestial, martial values plus 212. He muses on the surprisingly high points for a demon cultist, far exceeding typical beasts. Calling the cultist's words, Su Hong wonders if the sacrifice ritual involved captured humans and decides he must immediately inform the Grandmaster. The scene shifts to an impressive view of the Hangzhou training camp, a collection of traditional structures built into the rugged mountainside. Elder Chan, holding a phone, relays Su Hong's report of encountering the myriad race's demon cult who are conducting a sacrifice ritual and require assistance to save people. Inside a tranquil setting, Elder Dark Robe assures Elder Chan that the sacrifices are their own cult members, so there's no need for concern. Elder Chan remarks that sacrificing their own truly is demon cult behavior. Elder Dark Robe questions Elder Chun, asking if he's still in the mood for tea and not concerned about saving his student. Elder Chun casually dismisses it, stating Su Hong already handled an early-stage rank 3 cultist. As they continue their tea, Elder Dark Robe expresses skepticism, finding it hard to believe a high-stage rank 1 could kill an early-stage rank 3 demon cultist, suggesting Su Hong might be bragging. Elder Chun simply states, "Believe what you want." A formidable 3-eyed dragon-like monster lies dead on the ground, its head severed and blood pooling, evidence of a brutal battle. Su Hong leans against the defeated beast, reviewing his stats. He notes that despite killing many rank 3 beasts for 3 days, his 832 martial values are still less than what 4 cultists would yield. A sudden warning alert flashes, grabbing Su Hong's attention as he senses an imminent threat in the moonlit forest. Behind a tree, a mysterious blue-haired woman emerges, complimenting Su Hong's keen perception for noticing her presence. The blue-haired woman reveals herself, generating potent blue energy. She playfully suggests showing him some love at another time, but since he's here, he just has to die. The blue-haired woman unleashes a devastating barrage of sharp, ice-like energy blades, sending them hurtling towards Su Hong with lethal intent. Su Hong stands firm, narrowly evading the onslaught of blue energy blades as they slice past him, leaving trails of destructive power. Close-up reveals Su Hong's intense, glowing blue eyes as he realizes another cultist has conveniently presented themselves, ready to contribute to his martial values. Su Hong retaliates, summoning a formidable water dragon of shimmering blue energy, unleashing it as a powerful counterattack. The water dragon skill expands into a massive, swirling vortex of blue energy, radiating immense power across the battlefield. In a swift move, Su Hong subdues the blue-haired woman, holding a blade to her throat. He plans to interrogate her to uncover the locations of other cult bases. In a swift move, Su Hong, wielding his powerful spear, snatches the fleeing female cultist with a precise strike of its whip-like extension, commanding her to come closer. The whip snaps with incredible force, dragging the cultist across the ground with intense speed, generating powerful motion blur. The female cultist is violently flung into the air, stunned by the sheer power of Su Hong's attack, questioning the immense strength she just encountered. Su Hong unleashes a devastating follow-up blow, his arm wreathed in crackling energy, preparing to finish the airborne cultist. With a thunderous impact, Su Hong's strike sends the cultist plummeting towards the ground, a decisive blow delivered with overwhelming force. Su Hong stands over the defeated female cultist, his spear tip pressed to her throat, demanding to know the exact location of the 10,000 Races demon cult's base. Trembling and battered, the female cultist reveals the base is located 10 kilometers north, her face etched with fear and desperation. The female cultist pleads for her life, offering to divulge all information if Su Hong spares her. Su Hong presses for more information, asking about the number of third-tier warriors she brought this time. The female cultist nervously reveals that, including herself, there was only one other third-tier warrior. Su Hong reflects on her words, realizing he has already taken out 2 third-tier warriors, leaving only one remaining. He calculates that eliminating cultists at his current tier should be enough to push him into tier 2. Suddenly, the female cultist, enraged by Su Hong's underestimation, retaliates with a surge of red energy, declaring she will never let him off easily. The female cultist undergoes a terrifying mutation, sprouting demonic wings as she declares herself a heavenly god race mutant whose doubled strength will make Su Hong's defeat a piece of cake. Blinding pillar of golden lightning descends, striking the transforming cultist with immense power, disrupting her mutation. Engulfed in the golden energy, the female cultist, now wielding a sword, struggles to resist the overwhelming force of the attack. Su Hong delivers a decisive, glowing golden spear thrust, declaring that the 10,000 Races demon cult's vile deeds will not go unpunished, impaling the screaming cultist. Standing victorious over the vanquished cultist, Su Hong coolly demands her martial Dao points as his hard-earned reward. A system notification appears, granting Su Hong 208 martial arts value, which he acknowledges with a satisfied smirk, noting the substantial gain. A group of enraged cultists discovers they were lied to, realizing there are more than 2 people at the base and that their opponents are all tier 3, not tier 2 as promised, fueling their fury. A stern cult leader issues a chilling, unequivocal command: kill them. Charging forward, a horde of cultists, some glowing with dark energy, mock their opponents as little brats and human geniuses, vowing to skin them, tear out their tendons, and offer their remains up to the immortals. The 3 protagonists brace for impact, one defiantly questioning what there is to fear from mere tier 3s, while another shouts that they will fight to the death, trusting their grandmasters will avenge them. High above, Elder Chun points out the top 3 geniuses of Hangcheng to Elder Dark Robe, remarking on their impressive performance against the cultists. Elder Dark Robe acknowledges the geniuses' impressive ability to stand their ground against a swarm of tier 3s, ready to bet their lives. Elder Chun suggests letting them fight it out, but promises intervention if the situation truly gets bad. Elder Dark Robe smirks confidently, stating that intervention won't be necessary. As if on cue, a lone figure, Su Hong, descends rapidly from the sky, spear first, as Elder Chun proudly declares his little monster is already en route to rescue their kids. Elder Dark Robe scoffs at Elder Chen's confidence, questioning if he's been drinking fake liquor and dismissing the notion of a tier 1 kid saving people from a pack of tier 3 warriors as an impossible boast. The 3 protagonists make a desperate last stand, one vowing to hold off the cultists while another declares they will die together, refusing to abandon their comrades. The green-haired antagonist lunges with a devastating red claw, mocking the protagonists that none will escape, as one of them utters a resigned "it's over." Green-haired antagonist's attack is met with a blinding counter. Su Hong unleashes a devastating palm thunder, a golden energy blast ripping through the very ground. The ground shatters as the palm thunder strikes, launching one opponent high into the air, while the sheer force of the attack sends debris flying, carving a deep scar into the earth. One of the assailants is brutally impaled, pinned to a massive tree trunk by a crimson-tipped spear, blood staining the bark as his life ebbs away. A group of enforcers, their faces contorted in rage, demand to know who dares to interfere, their eyes scanning the shadows for the unseen attacker. Su Hong, now a conduit of raw golden lightning, lunges forward, his attack engulfing another enemy in crackling electrical energy. Activating Palm Thunder once more, Su Hong channels immense power into his fist, delivering a devastating downward strike that explodes with golden lightning upon impact. The swift motion, Su Hong twists, his body crackling with golden lightning as he prepares for another offensive or defensive maneuver. Su Hong becomes a whirlwind of destruction, manifesting a prolonged golden energy blade that sweeps through the air, sending multiple enemies flying with successive impacts. As his defeated foes lie scattered and crackling with residual energy, gray-haired elder asks Su Hong if he is all right, while a faint plea of stop echoes from the fallen. Su Hong, his parents, and another observer stand, their backs to us, sweat beading on their skin, silently absorbing the incredible display of power that just unfolded before them. One of the shocked onlookers, his face splattered with blood, recognizes Su Hong, questioning if he truly hails from Star City. Another, wide-eyed, mutters in disbelief, realizing Su Hong just annihilated numerous Tier 3 combatants in mere moments, declaring him insane. Elder Chun confronts another elder, demanding to know why his student possesses Palm Thunder, given previous claims of no attributes and inability to learn martial skills. He then speculates if the young man's repeated use of Palm Thunder signifies a breakthrough to Tier 2. Elder Chun muses internally, reflecting on Su Hong's astounding progress, from Tier 1 lower stage upon entering the camp to Tier 1 upper stage, and now, in mere days, possibly Tier 2. He finds such cultivation speed utterly ridiculous. The main protagonist, his gaze resolute, declares he will cover their retreat, urging the others to escape first. One of his companions hesitantly agrees, cautioning him to be careful as well. The main protagonist's jaw clenches as he realizes the deception. The woman had lied, bringing over a dozen Tier 2 combatants with her. With a fierce glint in his eyes and a blue energy aura flaring, the main protagonist declares his unwavering resolve. These gains are his, and no one will take them. Confident smirk plays on the main protagonist's lips as he calculates his gains, realizing each kill yields at least 200 martial Dao points, confirming he's about to make a fortune. A colossal, muscular foe with glowing golden fists roars a challenge, vowing to smash the main protagonist, identified as Meng, into paste. The main protagonist launches himself with explosive force, delivering a devastating kick to the colossal foe, causing a spray of blood and sending shockwaves through the air. Standing amidst a gruesome tableau of blood and destruction, the main protagonist remains composed, his gaze fixed, having evidently dispatched his formidable opponent. Su Hong, his hands crackling with golden lightning, issues a defiant challenge, declaring it's his next opponent's turn to face his power. A group of terrified men recoil, one of them stammering a desperate warning, ordering Su Hong not to approach them. A mysterious cloaked figure ascends a massive, ancient staircase, their footsteps echoing ominously, while a chilling scream pierces the air, hinting at unseen horrors. Panic erupts as a terrified voice screams, branding the approaching entity a monster, while another desperate plea for salvation is directed at a blood commander. A sharp intake of breath indicates a character's intense reaction, perhaps sensing danger or a powerful presence. A sinister, vampire-like figure, adorned in a crimson and black suit, stands amidst a gruesome scene of ritualistic sacrifice, declaring the fallen's devotion to the holy cult of the 10,000 races was all worth it. The main protagonist stands over a defeated enemy, his spear-like weapon stained with blood. As he pauses, a curious escaping his lips, sensing something amiss. The main protagonist observes in horror as rivers of blood from countless fallen warriors flow inexplicably towards the colossal pyramid-like structure, prompting him to question the sinister events unfolding. Chilling realization dawns upon the main protagonist as he witnesses a terrifying dark energy sphere surrounded by swirling crimson and violet, with blood tendrils converging, deducing that this must be the sacrifice they spoke of. A powerful, golden energy blast erupts as a contemptuous voice echoes, dismissing its targets as lowly humans, a chilling hiss accompanying the immense power. The golden energy blast continues to radiate, revealing the intricate, shimmering feathers of a celestial wing, scattering particles of light. The celestial being descends with majestic golden-white wings, radiating immense power, demanding subservience. You stand before the noble heavenly god race. Kneel. The celestial being soars above the ravaged battlefield, leaving a trail of destruction and incapacitated figures in his wake. Su Hong stands his ground, spear in hand, pondering the potential rewards. He muses, the martial Dao points from killing mutated cultists already gave such a long notification. How many points would I get for killing a real member of the heavenly god race? The celestial being's eyes narrow with contempt, his voice dripping with arrogance as he sneers, "Ant, who allowed you to look up at me?" With a roar of fury, the celestial being charges, declaring, "Pay for your insolence with your death." Su Hong braces himself, his gaze fixed on the incoming threat. Su Hong's eyes, now glowing with a faint blue energy, widen in shock as he registers the incredible velocity of his opponent. "The speed," he mutters, sweat dripping down his face. Blinding explosion of golden energy erupts as Su Hong meets the celestial being's attack head-on, their fists colliding in a powerful shockwave. The battle intensifies, both combatants enveloped in a swirling vortex of golden energy as they exchange rapid blows. The celestial being, a smirk playing on his lips, acknowledges Su Hong's unexpected strength. "Interesting. To think there is someone like you among the younger generation of the human race?" Su Hong's expression tightens with exertion, a realization dawning on him. He thinks, so strong. This celestial race is so strong. Hovering above Su Hong, the celestial being dismisses his initial expectations. "I thought this possession would be just as before, merely erasing a few human ants." His tone then hardens. "I didn't expect to meet a monstrous human genius like you. I might as well nip you in the bud to eliminate future trouble." Cracks of light begin to spread across the celestial being's form, revealing a weakness in his current vessel. He curses, "This damn physical body. The blood chi hasn't even reached tier 4, and it's already about to collapse." However, despite the body's limitations, the celestial being's power surges, his fist glowing with golden energy as he declares, "Peak tier 3 is more than enough to easily kill an ant like you." A sudden revelation hits Su Hong. His eyes widen as he pieces together the celestial being's words. He deduces, possession, blood chi not at tier 4, physical body will collapse. He isn't a real celestial, just a human possessed by one. Empowered by his discovery, Su Hong unleashes his own formidable strength, golden lightning crackling around him as he activates Rushing Thunder Fist. He confidently retorts, "Then, who kills whom is still undecided." Su Hong launches a relentless barrage of rushing thunder fists, his golden lightning strikes overwhelming the celestial being, who struggles against the rapid assault. From a distance, Elder Chan observes the fierce battle alongside Elder Dark Robe, remarking on the celestial being's power. The celestial race's physical body is truly powerful, actually able to clash head-on with Su Hong. He then shifts his focus. Is the celestial race the main point? The main point is, what is up with Su Hong? Su Hong's raw physical strength is undeniable, as he visibly suppresses the celestial being, pushing him back with pure force. The narrator highlights, he's actually fighting a celestial with pure physical strength and even suppressing his opponent, and he is even one realm lower than this celestial. The celestial being's physical body continues to fracture under Su Hong's relentless assault, internal damage evident as more cracks appear across his back. The celestial being is violently propelled backward, engulfed in a torrent of golden energy, unable to withstand Su Hong's surging power. Su Hong executes a lightning-fast kick, golden energy trailing his leg as the celestial being desperately attempts to dodge the incoming strike. Wounded and enraged, the celestial being screams in disbelief, "Human, what kind of physique do you have? Even on the battlefield of the heavens, facing the geniuses of myriad races, my physical strength has never suffered a disadvantage. Although I cannot exert my full strength today, I am actually being forced into a retreat by a human." Su Hong, completely unfazed, taunts his struggling opponent with a confident smirk. "What's wrong? Tired? Keep going." Engulfed in a blazing red aura, Su Hong feels an exhilarating rush of power, reflecting, "Ever since awakening the overlord body, I've never felt this refreshed." His confidence soars as he adds, "Before, I was always afraid of accidentally killing someone, but now I only have to think about how to kill the opponent." As the celestial being's possessed form begins to fade, he laments, "If not for this physical body being too weak with my strength." Su Hong, still radiating his powerful red aura, cuts him off. "Yeah, if only your true body were here, I could have an even more satisfying battle." The celestial being's face contorts into a mask of pure fury and humiliation, screaming, "A mere ant dares to humiliate me like this." A dark void manifests, swirling with golden energy, revealing itself as a divine treasury. Celestial being, consumed by rage, unleashes a formidable technique, summoning a colossal golden ring with a dark void at its core, radiating destructive power. From the activated divine treasury, numerous golden energy projectiles, each with a dark core, erupt and surge forward, unleashed by the enraged celestial being. The celestial being declares, his voice resonating with power, that Su Hong is the first to force him into using this ultimate move. Golden energy projectiles, each with a dark core, continue to erupt and surge forward. Su Hong reacts with shock, realizing the golden spears possess the power to kill a Tier 3 martial artist, questioning the nature of such a skill. A system notification immediately appears, stating, "This martial skill cannot be learned," further perplexing Su Hong as he wonders about a skill that cannot be acquired. From a distance, an unknown speaker explains that the attack is the celestial race's innate martial skill, Divine Treasury, cast only by those with extremely pure bloodlines. Another unknown speaker ponders if the celestial's pure bloodline signifies him as a major figure within their race. Elder Chun, agitated, exclaims that there's no time for speculation and they must save Su Hong, emphasizing his value and that he cannot be allowed to die. However, a calm unknown speaker reassures him, urging patience, as Su Hong has yet to unleash his ultimate move. The calm unknown speaker reveals Su Hong's extraordinary compatibility with all 7 attributes at 100% and his past mastery of fusing thunder and fire attributes even as a Tier 1 martial artist. Elder Chun reacts with stunned disbelief, questioning the revelation. Celestial being, now fully enveloped in a radiant golden aura with massive wings, concedes that Su Hong would become a formidable threat if allowed to mature. With a menacing declaration, the celestial being asserts that Su Hong must perish today, unleashing a barrage of golden energy. Su Hong stands his ground, facing the overwhelming onslaught of golden energy spears raining down from the celestial being above. Su Hong's eyes blaze with golden energy, crackling with lightning, as he confidently states that the celestial being is also the first to force him to go all out. Activating his ultimate technique, Su Hong unleashes the 9 sky-breaking spears' third stance, manifesting a colossal golden spear crackling with destructive lightning. Su Hong's colossal golden spear collides with the celestial being's projectiles, erupting in a blinding explosion of pure energy. The intense clash of powers continues, generating overwhelming golden light and shockwaves that ripple across the battlefield. Su Hong's attack pierces through, striking the celestial being and driving him backward amidst streaks of golden energy. The celestial being's face contorts in utter disbelief, gasping impossible as Su Hong's power overwhelms him. A massive, swirling vortex of golden energy engulfs the area, signifying the devastating conclusion of Su Hong's attack. Fragments of what appears to be the celestial being's form carbonize and crumble, falling away into charred debris. The aftermath of the battle reveals a colossal, ancient structure lying toppled and broken, enveloped in rising dust and smoke, a testament to the immense power unleashed. Su Hong stands alone at the bottom of a newly formed, massive chasm, gazing up at the scale of the destruction he has wrought. A system notification displays martial values plus 848 as Su Hong, looking tired but satisfied, remarks with a slight smirk that his opponent was really worth a lot. Su Hong is taken by surprise as Elder Chun rushes towards him with overflowing joy, exclaiming, "Oh, my precious darling, my great genius," while an unknown speaker calmly follows. Elder Chun excitedly grabs Su Hong's face, declaring he wouldn't have believed a Tier 2 martial artist could defeat a celestial if he hadn't witnessed it himself. Su Hong, bewildered, questions why Grandmaster Wang, Elder Chun, is so excited, then hesitantly asks if he shouldn't be excited. Su Hong reflects internally, acknowledging that the celestial, despite being a regular member ranked in the top 10 of all heavens, forced him to use a trump card. He ponders how terrifying a true genius among the celestial race would be. Still confused, Su Hong asks if he said something wrong. Elder Chun quickly tries to recover, agreeing that defeating a small fry celestial shouldn't be so exciting. For days later, special training concludes, marked by a serene establishing shot of a traditional martial arts compound nestled amidst mountains, where numerous students gather. The leaderboard is revealed, with Su Hong dominating in first place with an astonishing 17,210 points, leading an unknown speaker to comment on how ridiculous Grandmaster Qin's protege is. The leaderboard continues, showing Luo Dao in second with 4,700 points, Kong Lei in third with 4,550, and Chan Su in fourth with 4,500. An unknown speaker expresses disbelief, recalling that Su Hong isn't even Tier 2, suspecting the leaderboard must be rigged. Among a group of students, an unknown speaker vehemently refutes the cheating claims, asserting that Su Hong is overwhelmingly strong, and even the 3 of them combined are no match. Another unknown speaker confirms, stating that Su Hong takes down Tier 3 cultists in a single move. From the gathered crowd, an unknown speaker inquires about Su Hong's whereabouts, wishing to seek his guidance. Another unknown speaker reveals that Grandmaster Wang is personally teaching Su Hong an A-rank martial skill. Elder Dark Robe exclaims in frustration, calling Su Hong a little monster for mastering his healing martial skill in less than half a day. Elder Chun, walking beside him, chuckles, remarking that he'll get used to it. Su Hong is seen shirtless, deep in meditative training, seated cross-legged on a patterned mat within a traditional room, honing his newfound abilities. Su Hong's intense meditative training yields incredible results. His healing skill, an A-rank martial art, has completely erased all his old scars, leaving his body pristine and gleaming with newfound power. The system interface appears before Su Hong, detailing his progress. His mental strength has surged, nearing the threshold of 500 points for Tier 2 telekinetic abilities, while his blood chi also shows significant growth, fueled by 4,800 martial values accumulated from vanquished beasts. The scene shifts dramatically to the celestial race planet, revealing the breathtaking Celestial Temple, a majestic city of ancient architecture, cascading waterfalls, and vibrant cherry blossoms. A powerful voice booms from a swirling vortex of dark energy, questioning a defeated entity. How could you lose to a human one realm beneath you, even with your physical strength suppressed and after invoking divine judgment? Within the opulent, towering celestial temple, a solitary figure stands dwarfed by colossal statues of robed deities, the golden light of the hall casting long, judgmental shadows. Celestial Tianming, his expression grave, confirms to his unseen lord that the human in question is indeed a monstrous genius, capable of feats beyond their understanding. The dark, swirling energy forms once more, and the unseen entity demands to know the whereabouts of Tianshang. Celestial Tianshang emerges from the shadows, his hooded form exuding an aura of quiet power as he calmly announces his presence. The imposing statue seems to listen as the ominous voice from the dark vortex declares the human a grave threat, demanding a celestial kill order be issued for his immediate eradication. With a chilling smirk, Tianshang acknowledges the command, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous resolve as he accepts the mission to eliminate the human threat. The unseen entity then inquires about the sacred artifact fragments within human territories. Tianming reports that not a single piece has been found yet, though recent rumors suggest new leads. The dark vortex issues a final, stern directive: continue the search, but ensure the humans remain oblivious to your activities. A monstrous bear-like beast, its eyes glowing crimson, unleashes a deafening roar that echoes through the wilderness. A fierce warrior unleashes the bone netherfire fist, his glowing white attack striking the monstrous bear with devastating force. At the Star City training camp, onlookers are stunned as they watch a warrior, Wang Tiantuo, brutally battling multiple Tier 2 ferocious beasts. Whispers spread that ever since he and two others were defeated by Su Hong, they've been training with an almost insane fervor. These three relentless fighters push their limits daily within the gravity room and terrain grid, sacrificing all their contribution points for resources to enhance their strength. In a mere month, they've all terrifyingly broken through to Tier 2, a testament to their unyielding drive. Lin Xinghe, once merely flashy, has transformed into an imposing, muscular powerhouse, his physique a testament to his grueling training regimen. The three formidable fighters, their faces etched with anticipation, collectively wonder when Su Hong will finally return, their eagerness for his presence palpable. In a desolate outdoor courtyard, a man in a suit eagerly greets an elder with long white hair and traditional robes, exclaiming his relief at Grandmaster Qin's return. The man in the suit, puzzled, asks Grandmaster Qin about Su Hong's whereabouts. Grandmaster Qin explains that Su Hong chose to continue his training in the wilderness for a few more days, so he returned alone. Under the peaceful night sky, the man expresses concern that Su Hong might miss the end of the training camp, but Grandmaster Qin confidently assures him that Su Hong is far too clever to let that happen. 2 days later, a colossal snake-like creature, its scales shimmering, is seen coiled around a towering rock pillar in a breathtaking mountain range, its gaze fixed upwards. Su Hong remains deep in meditative training, enveloped in a radiant golden aura, as numerous system notifications flash around him, indicating a steady increase of spiritual power, now reaching a formidable 500 points. The colossal snake monster unleashes a thunderous roar, lunging with terrifying speed towards Su Hong, who remains composed amidst his golden aura of spiritual power. Su Hong's hand flares with an intense golden energy, preparing to unleash a powerful counterattack. As the monstrous snake lunges, Su Hong holds his ground, his golden aura pulsating, and his glowing hand poised to strike. Activating the weapon condensation art, Su Hong manifests a radiant golden energy shield, its formidable power ready to repel the incoming attack. With a surge of power, the golden energy transforms, solidifying into a magnificent, glowing sword poised to strike down the colossal serpent. The golden sword slashes through the air with incredible speed and force, leaving a brilliant trail of light in its destructive wake. The golden sword continues its devastating descent, impacting the massive rock with explosive force. Debris flies everywhere, and a small figure is caught in the destructive blast. Su Hong observes the aftermath, the terrifying power of the Tier 2 Spirit Master's martial skill dissipating around him. He commands the remaining energy to disperse. With a confident smirk, Su Hong declares his spiritual power has greatly improved, ready to attempt a 3-attribute fusion, manifesting golden lightning and blue flames in his hands. As the thunder, fire, and metal attributes converge between Su Hong's hands, they instantly become volatile, sparking with uncontrolled energy. Su Hong strains, losing control as the unstable energies erupt around him in a blinding, chaotic explosion of light and power. He cries out, "Oh no, I'm losing control of it." The uncontrolled fusion detonates, shattering the very ground and sending massive chunks of rock flying, with Su Hong's small figure hurled amidst the destruction. He thinks it's over. Coughing and battered amidst the rocky debris, Su Hong reflects on the terrifying power of the failed fusion, realizing a successful one could injure even a Tier 4 martial artist. On the last day of the training camp, Su Hong strides confidently through the entrance, his spear held casually, ready to face whatever comes next. The news of Su Hong's return spreads like wildfire through the facility, with onlookers excitedly speculating about his impending challenge against Wang Tiantuo and the others, wondering who will win this time. Elder Chun, with a knowing look, directly challenges the confidence of the three new challengers, asking if they truly believe they can win. The three challengers, brimming with overconfidence, boldly declare their victory, their expressions smug and determined. "We will win." Su Hong stands calmly before the assembled crowd and his challengers, spear in hand, asking if they are truly prepared to challenge him. Three challengers, now engulfed in a menacing red aura, warn Su Hong not to underestimate them, proudly announcing their breakthrough to Tier 2, with one boasting they can defeat him alone. Su Hong, with a slight, almost apologetic smile, touches his cheek, a hint of mischievousness in his eyes as he offers a soft sorry. Engulfed in a blazing red aura, Su Hong stands tall and powerful, revealing his own advancement. He is also a Tier 2 martial artist now. Three challengers are utterly flabbergasted, questioning how Su Hong could have advanced so quickly from Tier 1, while the female challenger defiantly declares her lack of fear despite his Tier 2 status. The female challenger initiates her weapon condensation art, summoning a colossal, shimmering golden sword of pure energy that towers over them. The massive golden blade pulses with raw, untamed power, surrounded by crackling energy and crystalline shards, an awe-inspiring display of condensed force. The female challenger recoils violently, spitting blood with a pained grunt as the immense power of her own condensed weapon, or perhaps an unseen counter, overwhelms her. Su Hong stands triumphantly atop a gigantic, shimmering white energy spear that has pierced deep into the ground, looking down at the shocked challengers with a casual sorry. Su Hong, now shirtless and radiating a powerful white aura, reveals yet another surprise. He is also a spirit master. The challengers are left dumbfounded, realizing Su Hong is a Tier 2 spirit master, a Tier 2 martial artist, and possesses a top-tier special physique, concluding he never used his full strength before. With a confident smirk, Su Hong declares that these three opponents aren't enough, inviting everyone in the crowd to challenge him simultaneously, seeing it as a lucrative opportunity to gain more martial value. A terrifying, shadowy blue aura erupts from Su Hong, forming a colossal figure behind him, sending ripples of fear through the stunned onlookers. Panic erupts as the crowd flees in disarray, some screaming surrender, others desperately calling for specific individuals to intervene against Su Hong's overwhelming power. Two shocked individuals confront Elder Chun, accusing him of deliberately hiding Su Hong's status as a spirit master and treating them like outsiders. Elder Chun is rendered utterly speechless, his face a mask of disbelief and sweat, overwhelmed by the revelation of Su Hong's dual Tier 2 mastery. The men question if Elder Chun truly didn't know, while Elder Chun bursts into ecstatic laughter, proclaiming Su Hong a monster among monsters, a once-in-a-millennium genius who will save humanity. As Su Hong stands victorious over the unconscious challengers, one of the observers asks if they should stop him, but Elder Chun simply smiles, declaring it youthful exuberance. Elder Chun pauses, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips as he notices something, a contemplative look settling on his aged face. The rock unleashes its fury, a colossal golden bird wreathed in a crimson aura. As it roars, 30 days have passed. Humans, get out of my sight. Golden feathers drift through the air as its power radiates. Amidst the fallen figures of countless warriors, Su Hong stands defiantly, his ripped jacket revealing a sculpted physique. He clenches his fist, exclaiming, "It's this great ROC again." Elder Chun, his white hair and robes flowing, glows with a powerful purple aura. He boldly declares, "You smelly feathered bird, I've already given you enough face." Elder Chun launches himself forward, a streak of purple energy against the massive rock. The rock bellows, "The time has come, and we will leave naturally. Is it your place to drive people away?" Elder Chun retorts, "Qin Tianlia, what are you going to do? Today, Elder Chen's purple energy surges, meeting the rock head-on as he defiantly finishes his declaration. "Am not afraid of you." Rock cries out in pain as Elder Chen's devastating purple energy pierces through its form, causing a massive explosion of light and feathers. Su Hong gazes up at the unfolding battle, a sense of awe washing over him. He internally muses, "Is this the flame of a Tier 7 Grandmaster? The temperature is too terrifying." He concludes, "This is no different from immortals fighting." Elder Chun stands victorious atop the stunned rock, holding its feathers like trophies. The rock whines, "Stop hitting me. I have a big shot backing me today." Elder Chun, unfazed, retorts, "Call him out. I'll beat him up too." Elder Chen's triumphant expression quickly shifts to one of profound shock. A single word escapes his lips, "Enough." Colossal, shadowy figure with piercing red eyes emerges from the swirling clouds, casting an ominous shadow over the landscape. The defeated rock appears tiny in comparison. The monstrous red eye of the towering entity glares down, its pupil glowing with an intense, malevolent power. A male observer and the Martial Dao Association president stand in disbelief. The male observer exclaims, "It's actually the Lord of 10,000 Monsters." The Martial Dao Association president adds, "That golden-winged great ROC is actually related to the Lord of 10,000 Monsters." Su Hong, his expression resolute, clenches his fist as he processes the revelation. He thinks to himself, the Lord of 10,000 Monsters, one of the few strongest entities in the 10,000 Monster Mountain range. Su Hong stands among several influential figures, including the City Lord. He internally reflects, the City Lord's faction is the most powerful in Star City, so I definitely can't offend him. He then considers the benefits. Besides, with the City Lord protecting my family, I can go out and train freely. Su Hong's gaze is distant as he considers his newfound advantages, thinking, I also have Grandmaster Qian, the president and the principal as my backing, so I don't have to fear the City Lord forcing me to do anything excessive in the future. Su Hong extends his hand to the City Lord, stating, "Thank you for your favor, City Lord. This junior does indeed need your help." The City Lord responds with a smile. "Good. Feel free to ask for whatever you need." With his parents looking on, Su Hong makes a heartfelt request to the City Lord, asking, "My aunt has a rare disease. Could you help treat it?" Su Hong's mother, deeply moved by her son's concern, sheds tears of gratitude while Su Hong's father offers comforting support. City Lord, with an attendant beside him, instructs, "I'll leave this matter to you. Make sure to use the best medical resources." The attendant promptly replies, "Yes, City Lord." The City Lord encourages Su Hong, "Is there anything else you want? Don't be polite. I like straightforward young people the most." Su Hong, after a moment, responds, I also want a handy weapon." The City Lord heartily invites Su Hong, "Haha, come with me to the armory. Pick whatever you like." Su Hong expresses his gratitude. "Thank you, City Lord." The City Lord then muses, "I was afraid you wouldn't ask. The more requests you have, the deeper you're bound to the Wang family." Su Hong turns to his parents, asking, "Mother, Father, please wait for me for a bit." The City Lord instructs an attendant, "Tantio, I'll leave the banquet for you to host. I'll be right back." Attendant guides Su Hong's parents, saying, "Esteemed guests, this way please." Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd murmurs, "This Su Hong's family can be considered to have soared straight to the sky." Inside the Grand City Lord's mansion armory, weapons are meticulously displayed. The narrator describes the layout. This side is C-grade alloy, over there is B-grade, and the deepest part is A-grade. The City Lord gestures grandly, telling Su Hong, "What attribute are you? Just go straight to the A-grade area and grab one." Su Hong, with a subtle smirk, thinks, "An A-grade alloy weapon is worth hundreds of millions. The City Lord is trying so hard to win me over." Su Hong inquires of the City Lord, "City Lord, are there any multi-attribute alloy weapons?" The City Lord, surprised, asks in return, "Multi-attribute alloy weapons? You're a multi-attribute martial artist?" Su Hong reveals his true power, surrounded by 7 vibrant orbs of energy. He explains, "I cultivate multiple attributes concurrently. Grandmaster Qin thinks highly of me and told me to choose a multi-attribute weapon if possible." The City Lord reacts with stunned disbelief. The 7 attributes. A confident smirk plays on Su Hong's lips, his eyes glowing with determination. He muses internally, "Since I've already decided to accept his offer to win me over, the more monstrous I appear, the more he will value me." The City Lord, utterly shocked, stares at Su Hong's display of 7 attributes. He questions, "Cultivating 7 attributes concurrently? Then why is your cultivation speed so fast?" He continues, bewildered, "Isn't it said that concurrent multi-attribute cultivation is extremely slow, and cultivating 7 attributes means that one can't even reach rank 2? The City Lord, still visibly shaken by Su Hong's extraordinary display, laments, nephew Su Hong, I am truly useless." Su Hong, noticing his distress, asks, "City Lord, what happened to you all of a sudden?" Gesturing to a display case filled with various weapons, the City Lord explains to Su Hong, "Multi-attribute alloy weapons are extremely rare. Even in my armory, there are only a few dual-attribute weapons. The City Lord proudly presents a gleaming B-grade dark gold profound iron spearhead, stating, as for 3 attribute ones, there is only this. He then offers, do you want me to disassemble an A-grade alloy spear shaft for you to make do with for now? Su Hong respectfully thanks the City Lord. Thank you, City Lord. For the shaft, I can just use my Thunderfire spear. He adds, a 3 attribute spearhead is enough for me for now. As he hands over the weapon, the City Lord warns Su Hong, however, anomalies have also appeared near our Star City. Rumor has it that dual attribute or even multi-attribute fierce beasts have appeared. I'll have someone keep an eye out for you. Su Hong, intrigued, asks, anomalies? What anomalies? City Lord's expression turns serious as he explains, while you were attending the training camp, some anomalies appeared all over the world. He elaborates, in these places, not only did multi-attribute fierce beasts appear, but multi-attribute natural treasures were also born. A terrifying image of a fierce beast erupts, crackling with lightning and spewing flames. The City Lord recounts, someone saw with their own eyes a thunder-fierce beast that, after coming into contact with a sharp object, was able to breathe out thunder and flames. The City Lord continues, Stargazing Lake outside our Star City is also said to have reports about multi-attribute fierce beasts. Su Hong's eyes widen in surprise, repeating, Stargazing Lake? The City Lord cautions Su Hong, Stargazing Lake is too dangerous for you right now. When you enter a martial arts university in the future, you'll also be able to find multi-attribute weapons, so there's no need to take risks for now. Su Hong bows slightly, thank you for your guidance, City Lord. Scene shifts to a bustling street where a sleek black limousine pulls up, immediately drawing a curious crowd. The crowd buzzes with excitement and confusion. One man exclaims, is this an official Star City vehicle? Why did it come to our place? Another scoffs, you guys are so ignorant. This license plate number belongs to the City Lord's private car. A woman gasps, oh my god, what is the City Lord doing here out of all places? Among the onlookers, Su Hong's mother gazes at the luxurious vehicle, lost in thought. She muses, if my Lin Yen could let me ride in this kind of car, I could die content. Unnamed older male, seething with rage, confronts the Martial Dao Association president. He rages, if Su Hong had given the training camp slot to my Lin Yen would definitely have had a great future. His anger escalates, damn Su family, I'm going to raise your rent and kick you out. The Martial Dao Association president, her expression shifting to surprise, turns her gaze towards the limousine. The crowd watches in disbelief as Su Hong's parents emerge from the City Lord's car. The unnamed older male, still present, gasps, why is Su Hong's family getting out of the car? He quickly connects the dots, realizing Su Hong went to the training camp, and now he's returned in the City Lord's private car. The Su family has struck it rich. Su Hong's father approaches a woman, exclaiming, Sister Hong, you're here too. I just happened to have something to tell you. With immense pride, he declares, our Su Hong got first place in the training camp, and the City Lord gave us a villa. We're moving tomorrow. The woman stammers, is that so? Sister Hong, their landlord, asks Su Hong's father, so we won't be renting the apartment anymore. Could you see if you can refund the extra rent to us? Su Hong's father, now flush with wealth, waves it off, refund what rent? Our family has money now. Let's just give it as a gift to Sister Hong. Su Hong and his parents walk away from the car. Su Hong's mother asks, should we move the tables and chairs from here to the villa? Su Hong's father quickly interjects, can you not be so stingy? Our Hong is a big figure now, don't embarrass him. Su Hong's mother laughs, haha, I'm not afraid of being embarrassed, as long as you guys are happy. Under the silent gaze of the night sky, Su Hong stands atop a city rooftop, a solitary figure amidst the urban sprawl. Su Hong looks out over the city, a contemplative expression on his face. He thinks to himself, today is the last time I'll be training here. Surprisingly, I'm a bit reluctant to leave this place. System interface materializes, displaying Su Hong's impressive stats. He observes, the remaining martial values from upgrading my mental strength plus thrashing the entire training camp add up to over 1900. His blood chi stands at 506.9, mental strength at 500, and total martial values at 1944, with numerous techniques and skills at proficient or mastery levels. Su Hong sits in meditation, a crimson aura flaring around him as numerous system notifications flash. Blood QI plus 0.1. His blood chi surges, culminating in a powerful display of blood QI 701.3. With a final surge of crimson energy, Su Hong's muscles visibly bulge. He realizes 700 blood chi points, I've broken through to the mid-stage of rank 2. A confident smile plays on Su Hong's lips as he pulls out his phone. He decides, let's look up the anomalies the City Lord mentioned, as well as info on Stargazing Lake. Su Hong winces as he observes the cracked screen of his phone. He thinks, my body hasn't adapted to the power of the mid-stage rank 2 yet. Luckily, my phone hasn't been crushed. Perched on the rooftop ledge, Su Hong reads from his phone, absorbing critical information. He notes an S-grade spiritual medicine appeared abroad, causing countless martial artists to scramble for it, and even grandmasters made a move. He continues, after a fierce flame beast touched a certain mysterious shard, it immediately gained thunder and earth attributes. A chilling detail catches his eye. All the martial artists who witnessed the mysterious shard have recently died mysteriously? Su Hong's gaze sharpens as he processes the information. He reads, a rank 2 multi-attribute fierce beast was discovered at Stargazing Lake, attracting a large amount of rank 3 and 4 martial artists. He then confidently assesses his own strength. I might not be able to beat a rank 4 martial artist, but escaping them shouldn't be a problem. Under the full moon, Su Hong makes his decision. He declares, once we finish moving tomorrow, I'll go check out Stargazing Lake.